What if Rhaegar Targaryen never died at the Trident? What if Robert Baratheon's hammer shattered the rubies on his armor, but not the dragon himself? The realm believes Rhaegar is dead. Robert takes the Iron Throne, Lyanna dies in the Tower of Joy, and Ned Stark rides north with a newborn boy in a basket, giving him a new name to protect him from a king's hatred: Jon Snow. For 12 years, Jon grows up in Winterfell as a bastard. A quiet boy with stark eyes, a direwolf at his side, and a secret buried deeper than the crypts beneath his home. But across the narrow sea in the shadows of lies, Rhaegar Targaryen is alive, broken, hidden, waiting. He has lost his kingdom, his wife, his children, and the war. But one thing remains: his son. And when the time finally comes, Rhaegar sends a letter to Ned Stark, asking for Jon to cross the sea and learn the truth of who he really is. Hey guys, welcome to the Game of Theories. Subscribe if you are new here. Also, if you love the Game of Thrones, what ifs, theories, and lore, please make sure to share this video as much as you can. Also, if you have any story suggestions and any form of queries, please write below on comment section. Now, let's start.
The river ran red before the rubies fell. Rhaegar Targaryen had heard, somewhere in the long blur of the morning, that a battle never sounded the way the singers said. The singers said trumpets and the clash of swords. There were trumpets, yes, far off on the eastern bank, and there had been the clash of swords hours ago when the lines first met. But for the last hour the sound had been wet. The river was loud. Men were loud, but in the small ways: a wheezing breath, a boy choking on the silt, the slap of an iron-shod foot finding mud and slipping. Rhaegar moved through the shallow water with his sword high and his shield low, and tried not to step on the dead. The dead made it difficult. They had washed up against one another in the shallows, friend and friend again, the river not caring which colors had ridden out that morning. He recognized the green and gold quartering of a reach knight he had broken bread with at the tourney of Harrenhal. He recognized, half-submerged, the blue rose of one of Lyanna's own bannermen, a Stark man who had ridden with Brandon, perhaps, in some prior life. He could not quite remember the man's name. He had been told it once. He thought, with a small bitter clarity, that this was a thing his father had been right about and wrong about at the same time. "You will know all your enemies' faces," his father had said, before the laughter took the words apart. "You will look on them and you will know them, and you will burn them, and you will be free." Rhaegar looked on the faces in the water. He did not know them. He had not been free for a long time. A man in the Crownland's livery had a quarrel through his eye. A man in Baratheon black and yellow had no face at all. The Trident was not a wide river by the standards of rivers, and it was for this hour the widest place in the world. He saw Robert Baratheon before he heard him. The man was a long shape against the gray light, taller than the men around him by half a head, the antlered helm bright against the dull sky. The hammer hung at his side as if it weighed nothing. They had spoken once, years ago, at a feast in Storm's End when Rhaegar was a thin boy of 15 who could not stop reading and Robert was a thicker boy of 14 who could not stop laughing. The laughter had carried across the hall. Even then it had been a sound that could fill a room until other sounds were not allowed. The hammer was not laughing now. Targaryen. Robert's voice came across the water, rough at the edges, the way a knife is rough when it has been used too many times in a day. "I have been looking for you." "Lord Baratheon." Rhaegar lifted the visor of his helm a finger's breadth and let it down again. The river pulled at his greaves. He had bled into his boot, he thought. There was a heaviness in his right foot that did not belong to the leather. "I am here. You took my woman. She was never yours." He had not meant to say it. He had meant to say nothing, or to say what kings said in songs. There was, even now, a part of him that watched himself from a long way off. The way he had watched himself in the throne room when his father had laughed at the Burning Man. The way he had watched himself the day Elia agreed and the day Lyanna laughed, and the day his own son drew his first breath at a hand he was not present to hold. He watched, and he listened to the words come out of his mouth, and they were the wrong words. She was never yours. As if a thing said in a river settled anything. Robert charged. It was not a charge in the way the singers told it. Robert did not roar. The roar was on his face, but his throat made a sound smaller and more terrible. The hard puff of a man who has spent his hate already and has only mathematics left. He came through the water in 3 long strides, and the hammer came up, and Rhaegar lifted his shield to take the swing low, and his sword high to cut the man's exposed throat as he overcommitted. The hammer cleared the shield. He understood it after, in the cold spaces. At the time there was only the way the world hinged. The shield went one way and the hammer went the other, and there was an instant in which Rhaegar's breastplate, the proud Valyrian steel breastplate his father had given him on his 16th name day. The breastplate he had ordered set with 3 rows of rubies in the shape of the 3-headed dragon. There was an instant in which all of that polished pride met an arc of iron with a man's whole weight behind it, and the rubies went. He saw them go. He saw a single ruby, a stone the size of a fingernail, lift away from his chest and turn end over end against the gray of the sky. He saw it strike the water. He saw a tiny fountain rise and fall. Then he was in the river. The water was cold. The water was very cold. He had not known a river could be this cold in the season of a Westerosi summer. He had time to be surprised, which surprised him, because he had thought when he died there would be no time for anything. Then the cold was on his face and in his mouth, and the silt was in his teeth, and a hand had him by the gorget and was hauling. "Stay quiet, my prince." The voice was very near his ear and very calm, the way Arthur Dayne had always been calm, the way a man is calm who has decided what he will do. "Stay quiet. Do not move. You will live." Rhaegar did not move. He could not have said what was happening for a long time after. There was the river, and there was the bottom of a flat-bottomed boat with a cloak thrown over him, and there was the smell of fish and tar, and there was, somewhere above him, the booming of Robert's voice carrying down the bank. "Find him. Drag the bottom. He cannot have washed away. The dragon does not wash away." Then there was distance from the voice, and then there was no voice, and then there was only the lap of water on wood and the small hard sounds of Arthur Dayne's hand pressing a wadding of linen against his chest, and then the world thinned and he was somewhere else. He dreamed of his harp. He dreamed of his harp and of Lyanna's hands on the strings, the wrong hands, hands that did not know how to hold them. "Show me," she had said. "I will not learn this for you. I will learn it for me." He dreamed of the harp and of a child's cry. He dreamed of a boy with his mother's hair, dark, not silver, and he reached for the boy and the river took him under again. The woman in the Tower of Joy had been a girl 6 months ago. There was no girl in her now. She had a face that the labor had drawn down to bone and to sinew and to a slow, blue-shadowed determination at the eye. The wet nurse had run out of clean cloth. The septa had run out of words. The midwife was a Dornish woman who said very little. She had taken the candle stub from Lyanna's bedside and held it close to the woman's eyes, and seen what she had seen and put it back without speaking. Outside, the day was ending. The mountains threw a cold purple shadow over the tower, and a small wind moved through the broken merlons of the upper walk, and the 3 Kingsguard who had not come, for in this the world had bent. Ser Arthur was on a fishing boat on the Trident with his prince's head on his lap. And Sir Oswell had ridden 2 days east to find him, and Lord Commander Hightower lay where Robert's bannermen had cut him down outside Storm's End, were not at their post. There was only Sir Gerald's nephew, a boy of 19 with an eager face and a sword he had not yet drawn in earnest, and he kept his post on the lowest stair because Lyanna, in a stronger moment 2 days past, had told him to. The midwife laid the child on the woman's breast, a boy. Lyanna did not look at the midwife. She looked at the boy. She lifted one hand. The hand was almost too heavy to lift. The hand had to be sent up there with a small private effort and laid it on the back of the baby's head. The hair was a damp dark fuzz. It would dry, she thought. It would dry and it would lie flat, and the color would come up from the roots like ink wetting a page. A boy. She had said it as if she had not heard the midwife. The midwife stepped back from the bed and said nothing. The wet nurse had finally found her clean cloth and was waiting at the door with it folded in her arms, and her face was very pale. "Hello," Lyanna said to the boy. "Hello." She took a breath that the room watched her take. "I am your mother. I have been waiting for you a very long time. I am sorry I am tired." The baby did not yet know his name. He did not know his mother's name. He did not know that his father was on a flat-bottomed boat being hauled north by a knight who had laid down his white cloak in a fishing shed 2 miles back. He did not know any of it. He turned his small head toward the warmth and made a sound. The sound was not a cry. It was a thinking sound, the sound a small thing makes when it is ordering the world for the first time. She laughed at him. That was when the boy on the lowest stair shouted up the tower. There were riders coming. He had counted them. Eddard Stark did not know what he expected to find at the top of the stairs. He had known, somewhere in the long ride south, that he would find his sister. He had known he would find her in a way that would change him. He had not known what it would be, the changing. He climbed. The stairs of the Tower of Joy were narrow and wound, and his armor was loud on them, and his men had been left in the courtyard at his order. He climbed, and his breath was hard in his throat, and the door at the top was open. There was an old smell on the upper landing, sheep's wool, blood, something that he eventually identified as breast milk. The light was coming sideways through the high window slits and falling in pale slanted bars on a pallet on the floor. Lyanna was on the pallet. She turned her head when he came in. Her eyes were Lyanna's. Her face was Lyanna's, but it had been used. She smiled, and the smile had nothing left to give it but the muscle memory of being Lyanna Stark. "Ned," she said. He went to his knees by the pallet. His armor sang. He took her hand. The hand was very cold, Lyanna. His voice did not sound like his voice. "Lya, I knew you would come," she said. "I told them you would come. I came as fast as I could. You always do." She closed her eyes for a moment, and he thought she had gone, and then she opened them again. "I have a son, Ned." He had seen the boy. He had seen the boy on her chest, the small dark head, the small clenched fist on her ribs. He had seen the wet nurse standing at the wall with her clean cloth. He had not yet looked at the boy properly. He looked now. The boy's eyes were closed. The boy was breathing. Eddard had a son of his own, 3 months old at Winterfell, whose face he had not yet had time to learn, and the practical part of him noted that the 2 children would be of a height and might play together. And the part of him that was breaking laid that thought down very gently and did not take it up again. "Lya, whose is he?" "Mine." "Lya," she swallowed. The swallow was a long and difficult work, and her throat moved. "He is Rhaegar's." "He is mine and Rhaegar's, and he is to be called Aegon, after the conqueror, because Rhaegar said the world needed conquerors and not princes. And I told him conquerors were why the world needed princes, and we did not agree, but we agreed on the name." He waited. He waited, and he held her hand, and he let her say what she had to say because she had already begun, and one did not stop Lyanna Stark when she had begun. "There was a marriage, Ned. A man with a book, in an old godswood by the Prince's Pass. I do not know whether the gods saw it or whether they cared, but a man wrote it down. A marriage. He set Aaliyah aside. He says he set her aside. There is a paper somewhere. Howland Reed has it. He carried it for me. I do not know whether it counts. I do not know whether the world will say it counts. I do not care, Ned, do you hear me? I care that he is mine. I care that he is whole. I care that he live. He will live. You will see to it. It was not a question. He nodded because she had asked, and because the asking was the last thing left in her. He will not live if Robert sees him, she breathed. The breath was a small effort with a long pause behind it. Robert hates Rhaegar. Robert will hate Rhaegar's son. Even if Rhaegar is dead, Robert will hate Rhaegar's son. Even if Rhaegar has won, Robert will hate Rhaegar's son. I have known Robert since I was 9, Ned. I know him. He cannot help it. He is what he is, I know. You will take him. Yes, you will give him your name. He hesitated. She tightened her hand in his. The hand was strong suddenly with the strength of a woman who had decided. You will give him your name. Do you swear it, Lyanna? Do you swear it? He swore it. She closed her eyes. She kept them closed for a long time. He thought again that she had gone, and again she had not. The midwife had come back into the room very quietly and was kneeling on the other side of the pallet. The wet nurse had come to take the baby. Lyanna would not let the wet nurse take the baby. The baby was on her chest, and her hand was on the back of his small head, and the small head was warm under her hand, and she meant to keep him there as long as she could. His name is Aegon, she said. Tell him, when he is old enough, tell him his name. Tell him it was mine and Rhaegar's and that it means what we wanted it to mean. Tell him about the harp. Tell him, she stopped. She breathed. Tell him I was not a lady, Ned. Tell him I was no lady. Tell him I was his mother. Tell him I would have been a good one. I would have been a very good one. Lyanna, promise me, Ned. I promise you. She nodded. She lay still. After a time, her hand on the back of the baby's head was no longer working to hold him. Eddard Stark moved the hand for her very gently and laid it down on the linen. He took the baby into his own arms. The baby was lighter than he had thought a baby could be. His own son Robb, 3 months old now in Catelyn's arms 1,000 leagues north, had the same weightless quality, the surprising small heat of the body, the way the head needed to be supported. Eddard adjusted his hand under the baby's neck with the awkward care of a man who had handled more swords than children, and the baby did not cry. The baby looked at him. The baby's eyes were gray, the stark gray, the gray that was Lyanna's and his father's and his own. Eddard Stark had loved his sister better than anything in the world that was not his honor. He looked at the boy in his arms, and he felt the whole shape of the rest of his life settle on his shoulders without ceremony, the way snow settles on a roof in winter, a small constant weight that does not announce itself. Aegon, he said, very quietly. He set the name down. Jon, he said. I think we will call you Jon. He rode north with the baby in a basket strapped to a pack saddle and Howland Reed at his right, and the wet nurse, a Dornish woman named Willa, on a slow palfrey at his left. They did not ride fast. They could not ride fast. The baby would not bear the jolting, and the wet nurse said as much in a tone that brooked no argument, and Eddard Stark, who had been a lord since he was 15 and was used to having his orders followed, found himself riding at the pace a wet nurse set, and discovering that he did not mind it. He had time, in the riding, to think. He thought a great deal about Robert. He thought about the day he would have to look Robert in the face and not say the thing he knew. He thought about his own face, which had never been good at hiding anything, and about how he would have to teach it to lie. He thought about Catelyn. He had been married to Catelyn Tully for less than 2 years, and he had seen her perhaps 30 days of those years, and he was riding home with another woman's child in a basket and a story about how he had gotten it. He had not yet decided what the story would be. He thought he would tell her it was a camp follower's. He thought he would not tell her the woman's name. He thought, at one point on the long road through the Riverlands, that he would tell her the truth. He thought it for the length of a single furlong of road, and then he set the thought aside and did not pick it up again. Howland Reed rode beside him for a long stretch in silence. Howland Reed had been at the Tower of Joy, in a sense. He had carried the paper Lyanna had spoken of, the marriage contract or the letter or whatever the thing was, and he had given it to Eddard at the foot of the stairs without speaking. And Eddard had looked at it once in the courtyard by lantern light and folded it small and put it inside his doublet against his ribs. "You will keep it," Howland said at last. "I will keep it. You will not show it. I will not show it, not until," he stopped. "Not until." "Yes." They rode another mile. "You will tell no one," Howland said. I will tell you, I have told you. You will tell no one else. No one else." "Not your lady wife." Eddard looked at the basket on the pack saddle. The basket moved very slightly with the palfrey's gait. Inside the basket the baby was sleeping, which Willa had said was a very good sign, because babies who slept were babies who lived. "I will tell my lady wife," he said, "what I tell the world. That is a hard thing. It is. It is a heavy thing to carry. Yes. You could let me carry some of it." Eddard turned his head. Howland Reed was a small man on a small horse, and he had not raised his voice once on the long ride, and his eyes when they met Eddard's were kind and old and very tired. "You have already carried," Eddard said. "You have carried what no one else will know you carried. You carried it up a tower, you carried it down, I will carry the rest. That is what was asked." Howland nodded once. He did not press the matter, he looked at the basket. "He has the look of her," Howland said. "He has the Stark look. He has the Targaryen look as well around the eyes. Not now, later. Later we will see. Later you will have to think about that. I have thought about it." They rode the rest of the day in silence. In King's Landing the new king was sitting on the Iron Throne for the first time, and discovering that he did not like it. He had taken off the antlered helm because the crown they had brought him would not sit comfortably over it, and the crown they had brought him was a thing of black iron and blunt rubies that had belonged to no one in particular before now and would belong. Robert Baratheon understood. To him from now until he died, he was thinking about that. He was thinking about Lyanna. He was thinking about the smell of the throne room, which was metal and old smoke, and the faint copper scent of a king's blood that no one had thought to scrub from the marble between the seats, and he was thinking about the body he had not been brought. "You did not bring me his body," he said. The man kneeling on the marble was a Riverlands lord whose name Robert had already forgotten. The man was looking very steadily at a point on the floor a yard ahead of his own knees. "Your Grace," the lord said, "the river took him. The river will give him up in time. The bodies wash up, they always wash up. They have not washed up. It has been a fortnight, Your Grace. The Trident is a long river. I want him. Your Grace, I want him. I do not care if you have to drain the Trident. I want his body, I want his face. I want to see his face. I will not sit on this chair until I have seen his face." He was sitting on the chair as he said it. He was aware of the contradiction. He was also aware that he had a goblet of Dornish red in one hand that was nearly empty and a second pitcher waiting on the step of the dais, and that no one in the room was going to refuse him either thing. "He is dead, Your Grace," the lord said. "I saw him fall. We all saw him fall. Saw him fall is not saw him die. Your Grace, get out." The lord got out. Robert sat on the throne in the empty room. He drank the wine. He drank the second pitcher. The crown was not heavy. The crown was the lightest thing he had touched in a fortnight. He thought about Lyanna. He thought about her laugh, which he had heard 6 times in his life, and which he was already beginning to forget the shape of. He thought about the way she had sat a horse. He thought about a song she had sung at a feast at Harrenhal, and about how he had not been able to remember the words then either, and how Rhaegar Targaryen had played a harp on the same evening and made grown men weep. He drank the wine. "The river will give him up," the Lord had said. He decided he did not believe the Lord. He decided, sitting on the chair he had killed for and could not yet feel the shape of, that he would not believe the river had given Rhaegar Targaryen up until he had seen the face. That was a thing he could decide. There were not many things to decide tonight, but that was one. He sat. He drank. He thought with a kind of slow and bone-deep stubbornness, "I will see your face, dragon. I do not care if I have to wait 20 years. I will see your face." It would in fact be 20 years. It would be 20 years and a few months. But Robert Baratheon, sitting on the Iron Throne with the wine going sour in his teeth, did not yet know the long shape of his life, and so he drank, and so he waited, and so he eventually slept where he sat, and a small Lannister page came in and put a cushion under his head and did not wake him. Winterfell rose against the gray sky on a morning thick with the smell of wood smoke, and the small high cries of geese flying south for a winter that was not yet upon them. Eddard came through the east gate with his small party and the basket, and the gate guards saluted him and looked once at the basket and looked away. Word had come ahead. Word always came ahead. He had not written. He had not needed to write. Catelyn Tully Stark was waiting in the yard. She was holding their son. Robb was a fat warm bundle in her arms, the Stark dark hair already coming in around his ears, and Catelyn had not yet seen the basket on the pack saddle. She had eyes only for Eddard. She had not seen him in a year. She came down off the steps before he was off his horse, and she stopped a sword's length from him and waited. He dismounted. He did not embrace her at once. He looked at her and at the boy in her arms, and he reached and laid his hand on the boy's small head, and only then did he gather his wife into his other arm and hold her. "You came back," she said into his shoulder. "I came back." She did not weep. She had not been raised to weep in courtyards. She held him a long moment and stepped back. It was then that she saw the basket. He had thought about how he would say it. He had thought about it for 1,000 miles. He had not thought of a way to say it that made it any easier. He led her by the hand to the pack saddle. He lifted the lid of the basket. The baby was awake. The baby was looking at the morning sky over Winterfell with the small, grave attention of a baby who has not yet learned to be unimpressed by the sky. "His name is Jon," Eddard said. Catelyn looked at the baby. She looked at the baby, and then she looked at her husband, and then she looked at the baby again. The hand that was still in his went very still. She did not pull it away. She did not say anything for a long time. The yard had gone quiet around them. Willa the wet nurse was waiting at a respectful distance with the slow palfrey. Howland Reed had moved to stand by the gate, where his horse stood with its head down. "His name is Jon," Catelyn said. She did not say it as a question. She said it as a thing that was being told to her. Her voice was very even. "He is mine," Eddard said. The words tasted of metal in his mouth. "I will raise him at Winterfell." She did not speak. "I will not speak of his mother," he said. "Not to you, not to any. I ask that of you. You ask," she said. "I ask." She looked at him. He saw, in the still face, the long Tully line of self-control that had carried her through her father's house, and through her marriage to a stranger, and through the bearing of a son to a man she barely knew. He saw it work. He saw the line bend and not break. He saw something in her go away that he had not known was there until it left. "He will have a place," she said. "He will have a place at this hearth. He will not have my love. That is for you to give or not to give." "Yes," she said, "it is." She turned and went back up the steps with her son in her arms, and she did not look at the basket, and she did not look at Eddard, and the yard, after a moment, began to move again. Willa brought the palfrey forward. Howland Reed came from the gate. The baby in the basket made a small sound that was not a cry, and Eddard Stark looked down at the small gray-eyed face under the sky over Winterfell and thought, "I am sorry, Leia. I am sorry. I will make it as right as I can." It will not be very right." He lifted the basket out of the saddle and carried it himself into the keep. The fishing skiff put in at a Lysany galley 3 nights east of the river mouth, and the Lysany captain, a man named Saladhur San, who would in another life have written his name across a great many ports for a great many causes, did not ask the question that was most worth asking. He took the silver. He took the silver and a very particular ring, and he gave Arthur Dayne the rear cabin, and he gave the unconscious man on the rear cabin's berth a wide, cautious berth, and he sailed. For 3 weeks, Rhaegar Targaryen was not a man so much as a fever. He was the noise of breathing in a small wooden room. He was the wet wadding of linen that Arthur Dayne unwound and rewound and unwound. He was a delirium that recited a string of names: Elia, Rhaenys, Aegon, Lyanna, Aegon, until Arthur Dayne, kneeling in the dim, learned to fold a damp cloth on his prince's brow and not weep at the recitation. He woke on the 24th day. He woke into a slant of late light through a porthole, and a smell of salt and lemon, and a sound of slow oars somewhere far below. He lay a long time without moving, because moving was a luxury his body had not yet earned back. He looked at the ceiling. He thought about the ceiling, and about the way the boards had been planed, and the way the joinery had been pegged, and the way the small brass nail in the corner had probably been driven by a Lysany shipwright on a day on which the shipwright had been thinking about something else. He thought about the hammer. He thought about the river. He turned his head slowly and saw Arthur Dayne sitting on the floor with his back against the wall and his head down on his folded arms, asleep. Arthur Dayne's white cloak was not on his shoulders. There was a bundle of linen on the floor beside him, folded that might have been the cloak. Arthur Dayne's sword was across his knees. "Arthur," Rhaegar said. His voice came out a thread. Arthur Dayne lifted his head. The face that looked at him was the face of a man who had been holding a thing for a long time and had not been allowed to set it down. Arthur Dayne did not move at first. He looked at his prince and made certain that his prince was looking back, and then he closed his eyes for a long moment and opened them and stood up. He came to the berth. He went to one knee beside it. He took Rhaegar's hand in his own and pressed it briefly to his forehead, the old gesture, the one Kingsguard made for kings when they were boys together and there were no servants in the room. "Your Grace," he said. "Arthur." Rhaegar wet his lips. The lips were cracked. "Where?" "On a Lysany galley, 2 days west of Lys, the boy." Arthur did not answer at once. "The Trident," Rhaegar said. "The boy, my son, Aegon, they were, your Grace." "Arthur, tell me." Arthur Dayne told him. He told him what he knew, which was less than he wanted to tell. King's Landing had fallen. The Lannisters had ridden through the gates with smiles on their faces, and Tywin Lannister had presented 2 small bodies wrapped in red cloaks to the new King Robert. The Princess Rhaenys had been 3. The Prince Aegon had been a year. The Princess Elia had not been wrapped in a cloak. She had been laid as she was found, broken, on the marble of the throne-room floor. There had been words about how it had been done. Arthur Dayne would not say them now. Rhaegar lay on the berth with his hand in Arthur Dayne's hand and did not move. A long time passed. "Lyanna," he said finally, "I have not heard, your Grace. The Tower of Joy was, there is a man we may yet find who can tell us. The riders were coming when last I sent a man south. I have not heard. Find out." "Yes, your Grace. Find out, Arthur." He turned his face to the wall. He learned to walk again in a small white house on a street that smelled of orange flowers and the sea. The street was in Lys. The house was the 3rd from the corner, with a low gate of wrought iron the color of old wine, and a courtyard the size of a horse stall, and a single old orange tree that had been pruned by someone who had loved it. The first time Rhaegar walked the length of the courtyard, he was holding a cane, and he was holding Arthur Dayne's elbow, and he was sweating through the linen shirt the physician had brought him in. The walk took the better part of an hour. He covered, perhaps, 15 paces. At the end he sat on a stone bench under the orange tree and looked at the orange tree and breathed. "Tomorrow," Arthur Dayne said, "tomorrow, you will walk farther." Yes, he did. He walked farther the next day, and the day after that, and by the end of the second month, he could go from the courtyard to the back gate without the cane. And by the end of the third month, he could stand at the gate and look up at the night sky, and find the constellations he had been taught to find as a boy, and find that they were the same constellations as in Westeros, only tilted, only a little farther south. He stood at the gate one night and found the sword of the morning, the Dornish constellation, and he laughed once, and Arthur Dayne, who was always within a sword's reach of him in those months, said nothing. The wound across his chest had closed. The breastplate had taken some of the blow, and the wadding had taken more, and the fever had taken what it would, and what was left was a man who was thinner than he had been and who would, the physician said, never again ride a horse for a long day without paying for it that night. The physician had looked at the wound for a long time and said that he had never seen a man take a blow like that and live. He took it from a hammer, Arthur Dayne said, swung by a man who has had 1,000 hammers swung from 1,000 smiths and meant it. The physician had nodded. The physician did not ask which man. The physician was paid not to ask. The harp came in the third month. Arthur Dayne brought it home from a music cellar in the lower city, folded inside a piece of sailcloth and laid it on the small table in the sun. It was not a Westerosi harp. It was a small Lyseni instrument, 3 strings short of what Rhaegar had played all his life, and the wood was a pale wood he did not know. He sat with it on his knees for a long time and did not play. He turned it in his hands. He looked at the joinery. He plucked a single string with the pad of his thumb, and the note rang out into the courtyard and went and died among the leaves of the orange tree. He set the harp down on the table. "Not yet," he said. Arthur Dayne nodded and did not press him. When the answer came, it came in the shape of a young man on a pentoshi cog, a man with red hair gone faded by sun, and a beard that he had been growing on the voyage. Jon Connington was thinner than Rhaegar remembered him. Jon Connington's eyes were the same. Jon Connington walked into the small white house on the street of orange flowers and looked at his prince, and his prince looked at him, and there was a moment in which they did not say anything that mattered. Then Jon Connington went to one knee and Rhaegar said his name. "Jon, your grace." "Tell me," he told him about Lyanna, the Tower of Joy, the boy, the wet nurse, the midwife. Eddard Stark riding south with 3 companions, and the 3 Kingsguard at the door. Only 1 Kingsguard in this telling, only the youngest, and Eddard Stark coming up the stair and Lyanna naming the boy and dying with her hand on the back of his head. Eddard Stark riding north with the boy in a basket strapped to a pack horse and a wet nurse beside him, and the boy passing into Winterfell as a bastard of Eddard's own, with a name Eddard had given him, Jon, after Jon Arryn, which was the only thing Eddard could think to do that would not raise a single eyebrow in the realm. "He named him for me," Jon Connington said quietly. "For Jon Arryn," Rhaegar said. "It is a common enough name." "Yes." Rhaegar sat in his chair by the window. The window was open. The smell of orange flowers was very strong. He listened for a long time to a sound he had not heard in months, which was the sound of a Lyseni boy in the courtyard below singing a song in a language Rhaegar did not know to a girl who was, by the small soft laughter, pretending not to listen. "My son lives," he said. "Yes, in Winterfell. Yes, as Eddard Stark's bastard. Yes," he nodded. He looked at his own hand on the arm of the chair. The hand was thinner than it had been. There was a tremor in it now that he had not noticed in the last 3 months. He would notice it from now on. "Find a way to send a letter," he said, "to Eddard Stark. To Eddard Stark." What will you say? He thought about that for a long time. I will thank him, he said. I will thank him for my son. I will tell him I am alive. I will ask him to keep what he is doing. I will tell him that one day I will ask for the boy. I will not tell him when. I will let him decide when he is ready to give him up, and then I will ask, and then he will choose. I will not order him. He has earned the right to choose. Jon Connington was a man who had loved Rhaegar Targaryen all of his life, and was a man who would walk into a fire for him on a day Rhaegar did not even ask. And a part of him wanted to say what part of him always wanted to say. Call him now. Call him now. The boy is yours. Call him now and let me ride for him. I will bring him to you in a month. He did not say it. He had grown enough to know that what Rhaegar had asked was the right thing. Yes, your grace. And Jon. Yes, he is not to be told, not yet, not by us, not by Eddard. The boy must be a boy. He cannot know until he is old enough to bear it. I will not. He stopped. He looked at the orange tree outside the window. I will not put what I have carried on a child's back. Yes, your grace. I have done that once already. Jon Connington bowed his head and did not answer. 2 seasons later, a small ship met another small ship in the open water, 2 leagues south of the stepstones, and a man stepped from one to the other in the dark. The man wore no colors. The man was a knight of the north. He answered to no one but his lord, and his lord was Eddard Stark. And Eddard Stark had told him that on this night he would step from one ship to another and meet a man and listen to what the man had to say and bring back the answer. The man on the other ship was not Rhaegar Targaryen. The man on the other ship was a Dornish knight in a plain dark cloak, whose face the northern knight could not see clearly. The Dornish knight was very still. The Dornish knight gave the northern knight a folded square of parchment, sealed in plain wax, and a single line spoken in a low voice. Tell your lord, the Dornish knight said, that the prince thanks him. Tell your lord that the prince will not act. Tell your lord that the prince asks only that the boy be raised in the Stark way. Tell your lord that when the boy is old enough, when the boy can bear what he must bear, the prince will write again. Until then, the prince is a dead man. Tell your lord. I will tell him. The prince also asks. The Dornish knight paused. The northern knight could see in the moonlight that the Dornish knight's mouth was working. The prince also asks that the boy be told one thing when he is old enough to ask. What thing? That his mother loved him. That she was waiting for him, that she had a name picked, that she did not die afraid. The northern knight wrote it down on the back of his own hand, in a stub of charcoal, and nodded. I will tell my lord. He stepped back across the gangway. The 2 ships pulled apart. The Dornish knight stood at the rail of his ship and watched the other ship slide into the black, and after a long time he turned his head and went below. And on a couch in the stern cabin, a thin man with silver hair sat with a harp on his lap and said nothing for a long time. Then he ran a finger across the lowest string of the harp and let the note ring out into the dark. It was a very sad note. It was a very simple note. He had not played the harp since the Trident. He had thought he would never play it again. He had thought a great many things in those months that turned out not to be true. He let the note ring until it died. Then he set the harp down on the couch beside him, and he drew breath, and he began to think about the long work of staying alive. At Casterly Rock, on a cold morning that had no Lyseni orange flowers in it, Lord Tywin Lannister was reading a report of the captain of the Trident search. The report said what the report had said for 3 months. The river had been dragged. The ford had been walked. The marshes for 30 miles downstream had been beaten by men with dogs. There was no body. There were a great many bodies, but none of them was the body of Rhaegar Targaryen. The crown prince's breastplate had been recovered from the riverbed, its rubies broken away, its inner padding gone. A boot had been recovered. A glove. The captain of the search wished to inform his lord that the river had given up everything it was going to give up, and that nothing more would be gotten by further search. Tywin Lannister read the report twice. He laid it on the desk in front of him. He did not light a candle to it. He did not write a reply. He looked at the wall opposite his desk, on which there was a small tapestry of a hunt, and he thought. He thought about the fact that he had presented 2 small bodies in red cloaks to King Robert Baratheon a fortnight after the sack, and that King Robert Baratheon had looked at them and grunted and turned away. He had thought then that the matter of the dragons was finished. He had been wrong about a great many things in his life, but he had not often been wrong about whether matters were finished. He prided himself on knowing the difference. He pulled a sheet of parchment toward him. He dipped his quill. He wrote 2 lines in his own hand. The first was an instruction to a man in lies whose name appeared in no ledger, and whose payments came from no Lannister account, who would, upon receiving the instruction, begin to listen for the sound of a Westerosi voice in the white houses on the streets of orange flowers. The second was an instruction to a man in Pentos who watched ships out of Volantis and out of the free cities of the south. The men would not find Rhaegar Targaryen. Tywin Lannister did not expect them to. He expected only that they would, in the years to come, send him a small, steady trickle of names and ports and coincidences, and one day one of the names or the ports or the coincidences would be the one. He could wait. He sealed the letters with his own ring. He gave them to the silent man who waited, always at the door of his solar. He did not speak as he gave them. The silent man did not speak as he received them. When the door had closed, Tywin Lannister sat at his desk for a long minute and looked again at the small tapestry of a hunt. He lives. He said very quietly to no one in particular, he must live. The river would not have him. The river never has them. He returned to his other work. Ned Stark read the unsealed parchment in his solar at Winterfell on a night in the deep autumn, when the wind was loud at the shutters and the fire had been built up against the cold. He read it once. He read it twice. He folded it and laid it in the small iron box he kept for letters that were not for any other eye, and he turned the key in the lock and put the key on the chain around his neck. Then he stood up and walked to the nursery. The nursery was warm. It smelled of milk and of wood smoke and of the particular small sweetness of 2 infants who had been recently changed. Catelyn was not in the nursery. The wet nurses were in the nursery. They curtsied when he came in as they had been taught and went on with their work. Robb was asleep in his cradle. Robb was a fat, warm bundle of red hair and small fists, and at this hour he was making the small, wet, sleeping noises of a baby who was at peace with the world. Jon was awake. Jon was lying on his back in the second cradle, looking at the ceiling. The ceiling had been painted, long ago by some Stark woman with more patience than money, with a mural of gray wolves running through a forest. Jon was looking at the wolves. His gray eyes were open, and his small hands were not yet doing anything that meant anything, and his small forehead had the small, smooth gravity that some babies have and that, in this case, would not go away as he grew older. Eddard stood by the cradle for a long time. He thought about a Dornish night on a dark sea 2,000 miles away. He thought about a thin, silver-haired man with a harp on a couch in a stern cabin. He thought about a sister whose hand had grown cold under his hand on a pallet in a tower in the Red Mountains. He thought about the years. The years would be long. The years would be 12 years, perhaps 15. He would have to teach the boy to ride. He would have to teach the boy to swing a sword. He would have to find the boy a maester and a master-at-arms, and teach him the names of the northern houses, and let him climb the broken tower with the other boys, and let him fight Robb in the yard with wooden swords, and let him fall in love with Winterfell. Because if the boy did not fall in love with Winterfell, The boy would not have a place to come back to when the world finally came for him, and the world would, eventually, come for him. He thought about Lyanna's hand on the back of the boy's head. He bent over the cradle. He laid one large, rough hand on the boy's small head, very gently, the way the boy's mother had laid her hand on it for the only minute she had been allowed. "Jon," he said. The boy's gray eyes moved. The boy's gray eyes found his face. The boy's small hand came up out of the swaddling, very slowly, the way a man's hand comes up out of dark water, and closed on the end of Eddard Stark's thumb. Eddard Stark stood for a long time at the cradle and did not move. Then he straightened, and he went out, and he went down to his solar, and he sat at his desk, and he began the long work of being the only living man in the world who knew what he knew. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. A northern boy 12 winters had not come to Winterfell since the morning Eddard Stark had carried a basket up the steps of his keep, and Jon Snow had grown into all of them. The yard at mid-morning was cold even for a summer day in the north. The sky over the broken tower was the color of slate. There had been a thin rain at dawn that had washed the cobbles to a darker gray and made the rims of the wells slick, and the master-at-arms, Sir Roderick Castle, had cursed it twice, once because it had stiffened up his bad shoulder, once because it would, he said, make the boys careless. The boys were not careless. The boys were two, and they were going at each other with practiced swords as if the matter had not yet been settled. "Hold," Sir Roderick called. They did not hold. Robb came in low. Jon stepped back and to the right and turned the swing on the flat of his blade, and Robb, off balance, let the practiced sword run past his shoulder and stumbled forward 2 steps. "I said hold." They held. Robb stood up. His red hair was darker than it had been when he was small, the Tully red coming in slowly to the stark dark, and his face was the color of a bruised apple from the cold and the running. He was breathing hard. He was grinning. Jon was not grinning. Jon was watching the way Robb breathed, in the small, careful way that Jon had learned at 6, which was that you did not crow, you watched, because a man you had beaten once would come back at you twice. "He had you," Robb said. "Sir Roderick, you saw it. He had me beat." "He did not." Sir Roderick said. "He did. He had you off balance. He did not have you beat. There is a difference. The difference is the difference between a yard match and a man's life." Jon set the practiced sword down on the flagstone, point first, and leaned the pommel against his hip. "What is the difference, sir?" he asked. He had asked the question before. He liked to hear how Sir Roderick would put it the next time. Sir Roderick never put it the same way twice, and Jon had gotten in the habit of collecting the ways. Sir Roderick squinted at him. The squint was a thing Sir Roderick did when he was deciding how much patience he had for the boy in front of him on a given morning. "The difference," he said, "is that the man you have off balance can still kill you with the wrong end of his sword falling on you when he goes down. I have seen it." Bandit on the Kingsroad. He had a bad ankle, slipped in the mud, fell on his own sword the wrong way around, drove the pommel through a young squire's eye on the way down. Squire was a Glover. Good lad. So when I tell you that off balance is not beat, I mean it. Off balance is not beat. Beat is when the man cannot hurt you any more. Until that moment you are owed nothing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, my arse, you will say it again. Until that moment I am owed nothing. Until that moment I am owed nothing. Robb. Until that moment I am owed nothing. And you, Sir Roderick said. Both of you. You are owed nothing in this yard, in this castle, in this realm. There is no man who walks around being owed. Now go again. They went again. Robb came in 2 passes later with a feint that he had been working on for a fortnight, and Jon read it, and stepped inside it, and laid the flat of his practice sword neatly on Robb's neck, where the steel of a real blade would have opened the great vein and put Robb on the ground in 3 breaths. He held it there a moment, then he lowered it. Robb laughed. He always laughed. It was the thing about Robb that you could count on. Robb laughed at being beaten the way he laughed at winning, with the same easy, generous sound. "Twice in a morning, brother. You'll have to teach me that one." "It's the foot," Jon said. "Your right foot is going where you mean to swing. You need it elsewhere." "Where? I'll show you tomorrow. Show me now, tomorrow." He did not say, because Sir Roderick will not like it, because we are meant to be at our letters, because if we miss Maester Luwin again he will tell father, and father will not say anything, and not saying anything is worse. He did not have to say it. Robb knew. Robb sighed, the long bone-deep sigh of a 14-year-old being asked to act 14, and let the practice soar down to his side. Jon watched him a moment, and then he turned and looked, as he always did when he was finished in the yard, at the colonnade above the inner court. She was there. She had been there for the last quarter hour, because Arya was always there when there was sword work in the yard. And Arya had learned the trick of sitting very still in the corner where the colonnade met the wall, with her thin gray skirts tucked under her so they did not catch the eye, and watching for as long as no one chased her off. He could see the small, pale shape of her face above the railing. He could see the long strand of dark hair she had not been able to keep behind her ear. He lifted his practice sword in a half salute. Arya lifted, just barely, the small wooden stick she carried with her everywhere now and pretended was a sword. He could see her grin. He grinned back. "Aren't you supposed to be at your letters?" Robb said. "Aren't you? I'm the heir. They write themselves around me. That's not how letters work." "How would you know? You can barely read." "I can read better than you, and you know it. I know it. I just don't want anyone else to know it." They left the yard together. Arya, on the colonnade, dropped the stick behind her against the wall and ran along the upper walk to be ahead of them at the door of the Maester's tower, so that when they came in, she would already be at the table with her hands folded innocently on the slate, as if she had been there all morning. She was not very innocent. She was very fast. Maester Luwin did not look up when they came in. Maester Luwin had, over the course of a decade, perfected the art of not looking up when boys came in to lessons late. "Good of you to join us, my lords." "Maester, sit." "Page 72 of the Conqueror's Histories, please." "Robb, you may begin reading." "Jon, you may translate the old tongue passages from page 76 as we go." "Arya, you may stop pretending you have been here for the last hour. We will be discussing you separately at the end of the day." "Yes, Maester," Arya said. Robb began to read. Jon turned the heavy old book to the right page and ran his finger down the columns. The old tongue was a private pleasure for him, the runes a code that opened up another voice underneath the meisterly common, and he liked the way it made him quieter inside himself when he read it. He read. Robb read. Arya, at the corner of the table, was carving something into the wood with her thumbnail when Maester Luwin was not looking. The morning passed. The morning always passed. Winterfell was a place that the morning passed in. It was at the noon meal that Catelyn Stark did the small thing she did every day, which was to have Jon's place set at the far end of the lower table. Jon had stopped noticing it years ago. Or rather, he had stopped letting himself notice. He had perfected, by 10, the trick of walking into the great hall and going to the far end of the lower table without looking up at the high table, and seeing whether his place had been set somewhere closer this time. He had done that once or twice as a small boy. He had not done it again after the second time. Today he walked in with Robb. Robb walked left to the high table. Jon walked right to the lower. Sansa was already at the high table, in a green dress of her mother's that had been taken in at the bodice, and that she had been finding excuses to wear for a week now. Bran was there, kicking the legs of his chair with both heels. Rickon had not yet been brought down from the nursery. Arya had not yet come. Arya was probably hiding from Septa Mordane somewhere, and Septa Mordane was probably already 3 corridors away and gathering steam. Lord Eddard came in last. He was always the last in. He took his place at the head of the table without ceremony, and Catelyn took her place at his right, and the hall settled the way a hall settles when the Lord has come in. Eddard did not look at Jon when he came in. He did not look at Jon during the meal. He had, as Catelyn had, a silent code on the matter of Jon at meals. He had honored that code for 12 years now, because he had told Catelyn on the first night that he would honor it, and he had honored almost nothing about his marriage with as much care as that. But Jon, who was no longer 6 and was no longer 10 and was now 12, and had been watching faces since he could remember, knew the thing that Eddard could not say. He knew that his father's eye, when his father was halfway through the bread and turning to listen to something Bran was telling him about a hawk in the godswood, his father's eye would, before it went to Bran, flick down the long table to the lower end. Quickly. So quickly that no one but Jon would have caught it. He caught it. He always caught it. He never did anything with the catching. Today was different in a small way. Today, after the eye flick, his father's mouth set in a particular way around a particular thought, the way a man's mouth sets when he has decided in the night to do a thing, and is now eating his bread with the decision in his teeth. Jon was 12. He had not learned yet to read all of his father's faces. He had learned to read that one. He set down his cup very carefully and waited. But the meal ended without his father saying anything, and his father rose from the high table without looking at the lower, and went out through the side door toward his solar. And Jon, after a moment, rose from his bench and went out through the kitchen door and around the back of the keep. With the small certainty in him that something had begun and had not yet shown itself. He went to the godswood. The godswood at Winterfell was old. It was older than the keep that stood beside it. The trees were old. The heart tree was very old. The heart tree was so old that no one any longer remembered who had carved the face on its trunk. And the face was so weathered that you could look at it on different days and see different things on it. Some days it looked grieved. Some days it looked merely tired. Some days it looked, if the light was right, like a man on the edge of a small private smile he was not going to share with you. Jon had, over the years, come to think of the heart tree as the only face at Winterfell that did not have to choose what it showed him. He sat on the long stone at the foot of the tree. Ghost came out of the undergrowth without sound and laid himself down on the moss at his feet. Ghost had been growing for the last 6 months at the speed at which a young direwolf grows, which was the speed at which a small horse grew. And he was no longer the soft white pup that Jon had pulled out of the snow on a road 2 valleys north. He was a long, lean shape with red eyes that watched a thing once and remembered it, and the kennel master had stopped pretending he was not afraid of him, and Catelyn had stopped pretending she did not mind that he slept in Jon's chamber. He was not allowed in the great hall. That was the only rule that had been laid down. Jon kept the rule. He sat on the stone. Ghost put his great head on Jon's foot. The pool by the tree was very still and very dark, and Jon, for a long while, looked at his own face in it and thought about nothing in particular. He was, by the standards of his age, not thinking about the great questions of the realm. He was thinking about Robb's right foot. He was thinking that the trick with the foot would work as long as Robb was leading with the left hip, and that if Robb learned to keep the right hip squared, the trick would not work, and then he would have to find a new trick. He was thinking that he would tell Robb tomorrow, because he had said he would. He was thinking that he ought to have given the trick to Robb yesterday, and that it was a small bad thing in him that he had not. He was thinking these things, and he was thinking, underneath them, the thing he tried not to think of when he sat in the godswood, which was the thing his uncles had not been there to teach him, and the thing his father would not say. He was thinking about his mother. He had thought about her, in the way of a small son. since he had been old enough to understand that the other children had two parents who would say their mother's names. He had thought about her in the way of an older boy when Robb had said one summer that mothers smelled, all of them, like a particular soap. And Jon had not known whether the woman who had carried him had smelled like any soap at all. He had thought about her in the way of a boy of 12 when, 2 months passed, he had walked in on Catelyn brushing Sansa's hair, and Catelyn had looked up at him, and the look had not been hate exactly, which was the thing he had grown up calling it. The look had been a kind of long weariness. The look of a woman who had been asked to be kind to a thing she had not chosen, and had chosen instead to be only just. He had walked out of that room without saying what he had come to say, and he had not gone back. He thought of his mother. He looked at the still water. He thought, I would be different if you were here. He thought, I would be the same if you were here, only happier. He thought, I do not know which of these is true. I do not know whether I want either to be true. He turned his hand in his lap and looked at it. It was a man's hand, almost long-fingered, square at the wrist, not yet thickened across the knuckles. It was a hand he did not entirely recognize as his. A twig broke behind him. Ghost did not lift his head. Ghost knew the step. Jon turned half around. His father was standing under the small oak at the edge of the clearing. Jon. Father. Eddard came on slowly, the way he came on when the thing he meant to say was a thing he had not yet found the words for. He sat down on the long stone next to Jon. He did not look at Jon at once. He looked at the heart tree and then at the still water and then at his own hands on his knees. You have a good seat on a horse, he said. Thank you, father. Sir Roderick said you took Robb twice this morning. It was the foot, father. He'll learn it. Aye, he will. He has the right teacher, doesn't he? Jon did not answer. He knew when his father was warming up to a thing. Eddard was warming up to a thing, Jon, he said. Yes, there has been a letter. Jon did not turn his head. He looked at the still water. The still water very politely did not look back. From whom? From a friend of mine. From across the narrow sea. You have friends across the narrow sea. I have one. Jon waited. His father had said all that he was going to say without being asked the right question. Jon had been raised in the slow north, in a hall where a thing said wrong on a winter night could be remembered and held against you for a season, and he had learned by 10 the cost of asking the wrong question quickly. He waited. He is asking for you, Eddard said. Father. He is asking that you come and stay with him for a time. He is asking that I send you. He is asking that I send you because he believes you will learn with him things you cannot learn here. Jon turned his head now. He looked at his father. His father was looking at the heart tree. His father's face was not a face Jon had seen often. The set of his father's mouth, the small downward set, the line at the corner of the eye, these were the faces of a man saying a true thing he did not want to say. Jon had seen those faces from his father over the years, never directed at him. What things, father? Things I do not have the teaching of. What things? Languages, the ways of the free cities, the making of a man who can think his way through a court, the handling of a sword in another country's style. He was a great swordsman in his time. He will train you. He will see to it that the right men teach you the things he cannot. He is a good man, Jon. He is a man I trust with you. He is in the free cities, he is, and you would send me. I would send you if you would go. For how long? 3 years. Perhaps 4, he has not said. I will say. Jon looked at the water. The water still did not look back. He felt, in the cold space beneath his ribs, the small stone slide that he had felt 3 other times in his life. The morning his uncle had told him there was no place for him at the Lord's table at the welcoming of the Greyjoy boy. The afternoon Sansa had asked him at 6. In front of the kitchens, why his mother had gone away. The night he had laid down on the kennel floor and put his arm around the small white pup and known that the pup was the only thing in Winterfell that did not have to choose what it gave him. The same small stone now. He sat with it. "You want me to go," he said. "No. Then." "I do not want you to go, Jon. I want you not to need to go. I am not the same as those things. I am asking you to go because the man who is asking for you is a man whose asking I will honor. I will not order you. You are old enough now that I will not order you. I am asking." He has asked. I am asking. "Why now?" Eddard looked at him then. He looked at him the way Eddard Stark very rarely looked at things he loved. The look did not last long. It was not a look that would be useful to wear for long. "Because you are old enough," he said. "Because you have grown into something this place will not be able to hold for much longer, and because I would rather send you to the man who has earned the right to ask for you than wait until—" He stopped. He was not going to finish the sentence. "Because it is time. Has Lady Catelyn? Lady Catelyn does not know. You will tell her. I will tell her tonight. She will be glad. She will be glad." Jon looked away. There was a small heat at the back of his throat. He was 12 and he had learned to swallow the heat. He swallowed it, and Robb. "I will tell Robb after. He will be angry. He will be very angry. And Arya." Eddard did not answer at once. Eddard did not answer at all. He looked at the pool. After a long time he reached out and laid his hand on Jon's shoulder, awkwardly, as a man lays a hand on a thing he is not used to laying his hand on, and held it there. "You will say goodbye," he said. "You will have a fortnight to say goodbye. I will not rush you. I will not, Jon. You can say no. You can say no, and I will write the man and tell him, and the matter will be done. I will not press you. I want you to know that." Jon looked at his father's hand on his shoulder. He looked at the heart tree. He thought about Robb's right foot and the trick he had not yet shared. He thought about Arya on the colonnade with the small wooden stick. He thought about the way Catelyn looked at him when she did not know he was looking back. He thought about a country he had never seen and a man whose name his father had not spoken, and the small stone underneath his ribs that had not yet decided where it would settle. "I will think on it, father." "Good. For how long?" "Take the night. Take longer if you need it. Tell me when you have an answer. The man across the sea will wait. I have made him wait 12 years. Jon glanced at his father. 12 years. Eddard's hand tightened on his shoulder and then loosened. He did not answer. He stood up from the long stone. He looked at the heart tree once more. He laid his palm on the bark of the tree and stood there a moment with his head down. Then he walked out of the godswood without speaking again. Jon sat on the stone for a long time after. Ghost rose at last and put his head under Jon's hand. Jon turned his hand and laid the palm flat against the broad white skull, and felt the warmth of the skin under the fur, and the slow, steady beat of the great body underneath it. He closed his eyes. He thought about his father's last sentence, which had not been an answer to the question he had asked. He thought about it for a long time. Then he opened his eyes and he stood up, and he walked back toward the keep. He did not go in by the great door. He went in by the side. He went through the kitchens, which were the warmest part of the keep at any hour, and old Gage the cook, who had loved Jon since Jon was small enough to fit in the bread box, looked up and gave him a heel of fresh bread and did not ask him anything. Jon ate the bread on the back stair going up. He went to his own chamber. It was not a large chamber. It was on the second floor of the older wing, 2 doors down from the room Theon Greyjoy had been given when Theon Greyjoy had come to Winterfell 3 years ago. The room was small, plain, with a narrow bed and a stove and a chest with iron fittings and a single window that looked east. Ghost was already there. Ghost had taken the back stair faster than Jon had taken it. Ghost was lying on the rag rug in front of the cold stove. Jon shut the door. He sat down on the bed. He thought. He thought about 3 years. 3 years was as long as he had been alive when his uncle had taught him to ride. 3 years from now he would be 15. He would be a man. He would come back to Winterfell. and not know any of the corridors, perhaps, in the way he knew them now. He would not know the small change in the smell of the stables in the third week of autumn, or the place under the crooked beam in the kennels where the bitch had her litter every spring. 3 years was a long time. He thought about it in that way for a while. Then he thought about the other thing, which was the thing he had been training himself for years not to think. He had known, since he was small, that the story he had been given was not the whole story. He had known it the way you know things by the small tells. He had known it because of the way Catelyn's mouth set when his name was spoken. He had known it because of the way old Nan, when she told him stories, did not tell him the same stories she told the others, and looked at him with the shrewd, milky blue eye of a woman who was old enough to know everything and to say none of it. He had known it because of the way his father's eye flicked down the long table at meals. He had told himself a number of stories over the years about what the true story might be. Some of the stories had been kind to him, some had not. He had stopped telling himself the stories at about 10, when he understood that the stories themselves were a way of avoiding having to know. He did not tell them now. He sat on the bed. He looked at the wall above the stove. The wall was rough plaster and it had a small crack in it that he had been looking at all his life, and the crack was, today, simply a crack. He thought, he has made the man across the sea wait 12 years. He thought, 12 years, he thought, I am 12. He sat very still. After a long time he stood up, and he went to the chest at the foot of the bed, and he opened the chest, and he took out a small bundle of cloth that had been wrapped tight and pressed flat at the bottom. It was a thing he had had since he could remember having things. His father had given it to him on the day he turned 6. His father had said it had been his mother's. He had said nothing else. He had said it is for you, and then he had walked out of the room. Jon had asked that night what it was, and his father had said it was a brooch in the shape of a flower. And Jon had unwrapped it and had seen that it was a brooch in the shape of a winter rose, the kind that grew in the glass gardens, the blue ones with the dark hearts. He had kept the brooch in the chest for 6 years. He had taken it out perhaps 3 times. He took it out now. The blue had gone a little cloudy. The metal was a soft silver that had not tarnished. It was a small thing in his palm. It was a small flower that a woman had worn somewhere sometime, and that a man had taken off her body and carried north and given to a boy and not said her name. He looked at it for a long time. Then he wrapped it again and put it back in the chest, and he stood up, and he went out of his chamber, and he went down the corridor and down the stairs and across the yard to the small wing where his sisters slept. He knocked on Arya's door. He did not hear an answer. He knocked again. He pushed the door open. Arya was sitting cross-legged on her bed with a small belt knife in her hand and a length of leather across her lap. She looked up, sharp, and put the knife behind her, quick, the small hand quick, and then saw it was him and brought the knife back out and grinned. "You're not Mother. I'm not Mother. What is it?" He came in and shut the door behind him. He sat on the edge of the bed. Arya scooted up so that her back was against the headboard and her knees were drawn up, and she watched him with the dark, watchful eyes that were too much like his own to be anyone else's in this house. "Father is going to send me away," he said. It was the first time he had said it. He had not known until he said it that he had decided to say yes. He heard the words come out, and he understood from the steadiness of his own voice that the small stone in his chest had settled where it was going to settle, and that he had said yes, and that a part of him had said yes the moment his father had asked. Arya's face did not move at first. The grin stayed on it, the way a grin stays on a face for a beat after the news has come, before the muscles know what to do. Then the grin went. She did not cry. She had not cried in front of him for 2 years by her own decision on a matter of pride. She did not cry now. She set the small knife down on the leather very carefully, and she folded the leather and she set the leather aside on the bed, and she folded her arms around her own knees and she looked at him. "Where?" she said. "Across the sea. How long? 3 years." "Why?" He looked at her. He thought about the answers he could give her to study, to learn languages, to grow up. And none of them was the answer, and he was not going to lie to her on this morning of all mornings. "I don't know yet," he said. "Not all of it. I think I will learn it when I am there." She looked at him a long time. She did not move. "Take me with you, Arya. Take me with you. I won't be in the way. I'll learn languages. I'll cut my hair. I'll be a boy. I'll be your squire. Arya, take me with you." "I can't." "Then don't go." "I can't not go." "Why?" He did not have an answer for that either. He leaned forward and laid his forehead against the top of her head, the way they had done when she was small, before she had grown out of letting him do it, and she let him do it now. He felt the warmth of her hair against the cold spot on his skin where the godswood damp had not yet dried. She did not put her arms around him. She kept them around her knees. But she let him lay his head there, and after a while he heard, very small, the sound of her breath catching once and going again. "You'll come back," she said into her knees. "I will. You'll come back the same." "I'll try. That's not the same as yes." "No." She lifted her head. She looked at him. "I'm going to remember you," she said. "I'm going to remember you the way you are right now. If you come back different, I will know. I will know which parts. I will know which you have lost. I will not let you forget." He had no answer to that. He nodded. "And you will write me." "I will write you. And you will not learn to like the South." "It is not the South, Arya. It is across the narrow sea. Same thing. Don't learn to like it." "I won't. Promise me." "I promise you." She nodded, the small, fierce nod that was the most serious thing in her vocabulary, and she leaned forward, and she put her forehead briefly against his. The same gesture turned around. Then she sat back, and she picked up the leather and the small knife, and she went back to whatever she had been doing as if he had not been there at all. And Jon, after a moment, stood up and went out of her chamber without saying anything more. He went down the corridor. He went into the small chapel of the Seven that Catelyn had built at the back of the keep, which he never went into. He stood in the doorway. The seven-faced figure of the mother was on the right side of the altar, and Catelyn was kneeling in front of it with her head bowed and her hands folded on the rail, and she did not turn when he came in. She did not turn for a long time. Then she turned, and she looked at him, and she stood up. "Lady Stark," he said. "Jon. My father, Lord Stark, has spoken to me. He has spoken to me as well." He nodded. He had not until this moment been certain he would do this thing. "I came," he said, and he stopped, and he started over. "I came to say that I am sorry." She did not answer. "I do not know what for, my lady. I have never known. I know that I have not been easy. I know that. I have tried not to make it harder. I do not know that I have always managed. I am sorry for the times I did not." She looked at him. She looked at him for a long time. Her face did not move much. It moved a little. He saw the small line at the corner of her eye work, and he saw her swallow once. "Jon," she said, "my lady, you did not need to come and say that. I needed to." She closed her mouth on whatever she had thought to say next. She came across the small chapel and stopped in front of him. She lifted one hand. She lifted it slowly, as if she was not entirely sure what she meant to do with it, and then she laid it, very lightly, against his cheek. "You are a good boy," she said. "You have been a good boy in this house." "I have not always, Jon. I have not always seen it. I am going to see it now. Better late than not at all, my lady. Go safely. Come back when you can. Do not." She stopped. The hand on his cheek tightened a moment, then went away. "Do not let what you find across the sea make you forget who you have been here. That is a thing I would ask. That is the only thing." He bowed his head. "My lady." She turned away then. She went back to the rail of the altar. She knelt again. He understood that he was being dismissed, because she did not know what else to do with him, and because he did not know what else to do with himself either. He turned and went out of the chapel, and the door closed behind him. And he stood in the corridor a long moment with his fingers against his cheek where her palm had lain, and then he went on. The fortnight ran out the way a fortnight ran out, which was both quickly and not. Jon was permitted, by his father's word, to go and come as he liked in the keep for those 2 weeks. He was not asked to attend the lower table at meals. He was not asked to attend the Maester's tower at lessons. He used the freedom in the way that had become natural to him over the years, which was to put it to work. He rode out with Robb 3 of the mornings, and they hunted in the Wolfswood. He sat with Bran on the long stair by the bell tower and answered Bran's questions about why the moon was sometimes red, and why a hawk's eye did not blink the same as a man's. And Bran, who was 9 and was already preferring the saddle to almost anything indoors, asked him a question on the 3rd morning that Jon had not been ready for. "Will you have a horse where you are going?" "I will, Bran." "What kind?" "I don't know yet." "What kind would you want?" He had not let himself think about that. He thought about it for a moment now. "A gray, I think." "Like father's old gray." "Like father's old gray." Bran nodded with the bright finality of a small boy who has settled a great matter, and went back to his other questions. Theon Greyjoy sought him out one afternoon in the yard. Theon at 16 was a long, lean boy with too much eye to him. And Jon had spent his life until lately watching Theon at angles and never quite being friends with him. Theon came across the yard with his hands in his belt and his mouth in the small twist it had when he was about to say something he had been thinking about saying. "So they're sending you off?" "Aye, across the sea." "Aye, could be worse." "Could be." Theon stood with him a moment. He looked at the wall. He looked at the wall for a long time. When he spoke again, the twist of his mouth had eased into something Jon had not seen on it before. "I was sent off too, Snow," he said. "I was sent off when I was 10. There's a thing they don't tell you that I will tell you, since no one told me. The first month is the worst. The first month you will think you will not survive the first month. And then the second month is easier, because you know how to stop thinking about home for a quarter hour at a time. After that it gets a road you walk on. It is its own road. It is not the road home. I am not saying anything about the road home. The road home is its own thing." Jon did not know what to do with this. He nodded. "Thank you, Greyjoy." Theon clapped him on the shoulder. The clap was not the mocking clap that Theon had laid on his shoulder 100 times before. The clap was simpler. Then Theon turned and went off across the yard whistling, and Jon stood in the yard for a moment longer and watched him go, and understood that he had perhaps misread Theon Greyjoy for some years now, and that this was a thing he would need to remember. Sansa was the hardest. He had known she would be. He found her in the small library with Septa Mordane, working at her embroidery, and he stood in the doorway until Septa Mordane noticed him and rose, and said with her efficient, well-meaning, slightly martial kindness that she would be just a moment outside, and went out. Sansa kept her head down. She did her stitches. She did not look at him when she said, in the small, careful voice she had practiced on him for years, "I am not going to make a fuss, Jon, please. I don't want to make a fuss." "All right. I am sorry you are going. I know. I am sorry, I will write you. If Mother says I may, I will write you." "You don't have to." I will if I can. Please don't go thinking I never please." He stepped into the small library. He walked over to where she sat. He stood by her chair a moment, and then he bent and laid the lightest possible kiss on the crown of her copper-bright head, the way an older brother lays a kiss when he is leaving for somewhere far. He felt her shoulders go very still. She did not look up. "Goodbye, Sansa." "Goodbye, Jon." He went out. Septa Mordane was still in the corridor, and as he passed her she said, with a brisk firmness that was almost touching, "She will be all right, Master Snow. She will." He thanked her and went on. Robb he saved for last. Robb he could not say goodbye to in a corridor or a chapel. They rode out, the two of them. The night before the morning Jon was to leave, and they took 2 skins of wine that Robb had stolen from Maester Luwin's stores. And they rowed out past the Wolfswood to a small lake that they had been going to since they were both small enough that their feet had not reached the stirrups. They sat on the lake stones. They drank the wine. They did not say much. "I will be a stranger when you come back," Robb said at last. "I will, you will too, we will have to learn each other again." We will do it, we will do it, Robb. Whatever you become, whatever they make you, I am still your brother. Whatever I become. Snow, I am still. You are still. Stop, you will make me weep. I do not weep on lake stones, it is below me. Jon laughed. Robb laughed. They drank more of the wine. After a long time Robb said, very quietly, looking at the dark water, "He is a good man, this man Father is sending you to. Father says he is. Good, then he had better remain so. If he is not, Snow, if he is not, if at any time in any year, you write me. You write me one word, Robb, and I will come for you, I will get to you. I do not care if I am Lord of Winterfell by then, I will come. You won't have to. I am telling you anyway, all right." They drank the rest of the wine. They rode home in the moonlight. They put the horses away in the dark stable, and Robb clapped his arm hard once across Jon's back at the stable door and went into the keep without looking back. And Jon stood a long time in the cold yard with one hand on the stable door and watched the windows of the keep go dark one by one. He left at dawn. Father was in the courtyard. Robb. Bran with his nose red from the cold and his eyes wide. Arya with her arms crossed tight under her cloak and her chin set hard. Sansa at the upper window watching, not coming down. Catelyn was not there. He had not expected her to be there. The wind had not picked up yet. The smoke from the kitchen chimney was going straight up into the white sky. His father took him aside. They walked a few steps from the others to the gate. "Jon." "Father." "There is a thing I am to tell you that I did not tell you before. I am to tell it to you now. It is from your mother." Jon went still. Listen to me. Your mother loved you. She was waiting for you. She had a name picked. She did not die afraid." Jon stood for a moment with his hand on his horse's bridle. He could not make any of the words mean anything. He looked at his father. He saw in Eddard Stark's face the thing he had never quite seen there, which was a man who was passing on a thing he had been holding for a very long time. He saw his father's mouth work. "What name," he said when he could, "that you will learn. From you. From the man you are going to." He knew her. Eddard nodded once. He did not say more. He laid his hand on the back of Jon's neck the way a man lays his hand on the neck of a son briefly and turned and walked back to the others. Jon stood at the gate. He stood a long moment, then he mounted. Ghost paced once around the yard and then took up his place at the right hand of the horse, where he had decided his place was. Jon looked once at the others. He lifted his hand. Robb lifted his. Bran lifted his. Arya did not lift hers. Arya kept her arms tight around her chest, but her chin was up, and her eyes did not move from his face. He held her gaze a long moment. Then he turned the horse and rode out under the gate of Winterfell with 3 Stark guardsmen at his back, and a Manderly captain at his right, and a small maester's apprentice at his left. And the sound of the iron-shod hooves on the cobbles of the gatehouse was the loudest thing in the world for a long time. He did not look back. He did not look back until the road bent through the first rise. Then he did. He saw the towers of the keep rising white above the wood, and the smoke of the kitchen chimney still going straight up, and he saw, on the wall above the gate, a very small figure he did not recognize at first because he had thought she would not be there. It was Catelyn. She had come up to the wall after he had left the yard. She lifted one hand, slowly, the way she did everything that mattered, and held it up until the next bend in the road took him out of her sight. He turned in the saddle and faced south. The sky was opening above him. The wind picked up at last and came across his face from the east. The salt-smelling east, the east that smelled, far off, of a sea he had never seen. That night, in a small inn on the King's Road 3 leagues south of Castle Serwyn, Jon Snow lay awake in the narrow bed with Ghost at his feet, and listened to a peat fire snapping in the grate, and thought of his father's last words, and thought of the way his father had said the man you are going to, and tried to put a face on the man across the sea. He could not. He had no face yet for the man. He fell asleep at last, and he dreamed. He dreamed of a man with silver hair sitting by a window with a harp on his lap, and the man was looking out of the window at a sea Jon could not see, and the man's hand on the strings was thin and steady, and the man's mouth was moving as if he was singing under his breath. And he was singing a song Jon had never heard but felt that he had always known. He woke before dawn with the song still in his head. He could not remember the words. Chapter 2. End Chapter 3. The crossing White Harbor came up out of the trees on the morning of the 5th day, and Jon, who had never seen a city, turned in the saddle and looked at it for a long time and said nothing at all. It was not large by the standards of the South, the Manderley captain had said the night before, by way of preparing him. King's Landing was 4 times its size and Old Town twice that. He had said this kindly. Jon understood that it was meant kindly. But the captain had not said how the harbor took the eye when you came over the last rise, the long stone breakwater going out into the water, and the white spires of New Castle on the slope above, and the masts of the merchants in the inner anchorage, more masts than Jon had ever seen at once. More masts than there were trees in a stand of beach. The river ran down to the sea between 2 long curving walls. Gulls turned over the rooftops. The bell of New Castle was ringing slow over the water, and somewhere in the lower town, a smith was beating a piece of iron in a slow, steady rhythm that came up the road and met them as they came down. "Aye," the captain said. "That's the look I gave it the first time as well. You can close your mouth now, lad. You'll have a fortnight on the water to look at sea things. We don't want a Manderley thinking the North raises gawkers." "Yes, sir." He closed his mouth. Ghost, who had loped beside the horse for the better part of 2 days now and was beginning to be the size of a small pony, sat back on his haunches and looked at the city with the slow, grave attention of a thing taking a measurement that it would keep. Then he stood again and trotted on. They went down into the city by the upper gate. The guards there were Manderley men in green. They saluted the captain and let them through without questioning. And the small party rode along the high street with the smell of the harbor coming up at them. Fish guts and tar and brine and the bread smell of the morning baking. And Jon sat his horse with his hand light on the reins and looked at everything. The people of White Harbor wore brighter cloaks than the people of Winter Town, and they walked faster. The shop signs were painted, not carved. The windows of one of the houses were full of small panes of glass set in lead, like the windows of the Meister's tower at home. And Jon, who had thought such windows belonged only to Meisters, looked up at them and saw a small girl behind one pane looking down at him with the same steady curiosity. And he lifted his hand and she lifted hers, and the small private moment of greeting between 2 strangers passed and was over before they had ridden 10 paces farther on. Lord Wyman Manderley received them in a small audience chamber at the top of New Castle. Lord Wyman was as wide as a small horse, and could no longer easily climb the stairs of his own keep without resting on the landings, and he had himself carried up to the chamber on a litter for the meeting. And he received Jon with the formal courtesy of a man who had been told who Jon's father was and who had not, by any measure Jon could see, been told anything else. "Lord Stark's boy, my lord. Welcome to White Harbor. Your father wrote me. Your business is your father's business. My business is to put you on the right ship and see you fed and rested before. You will sleep here tonight. The Sea Star sails on the morning tide. I have spoken to her captain. He is a Lyseni gentleman of good reputation, and he is paid well. He will deliver you safely. Eat, rest. The harbor is at your liberty if you would like to see it. Do not. The great pink face creased with a small private amusement. Do not gamble with the dockmen. They will skin you before the sun has set. Yes, my lord. Good. Off with you. He went off with him. Lord Wyman's steward, a small dry man with a neat beard, walked Jon through the upper corridors and showed him the chamber that had been put aside for him. A chamber larger than any chamber in Winterfell, with a bed wide enough for 3 of him, and a window looking down on the inner harbor, and the warm red glow of a brazier in one corner, and left him with a tray of bread and cold meat, and a pitcher of small beer. Jon stood at the window for a long while before he ate. He counted the masts in the harbor. He got to 37 and lost his count. He started again. There was one ship in the harbor that was longer than the others by half, with a high painted prow and the figure of a woman on the bow with her arms thrown back. That was, he thought, his ship. He looked at her a long time. He looked at the line of her hull. He looked at the way the men on her deck moved in small, steady patterns of work, going up and down the ratlines like spiders, and he tried to imagine himself on that deck, walking the boards of it, looking at this same harbor from the other end, and he could not. He sat down on the edge of the great bed and pulled the brooch out of his belt pouch and turned it in his hand for a while, and then he put it back and went to the bread, and ate, and lay down on the great soft bed and slept the deep, dreamless sleep of a boy who has ridden 5 days on a hard road. The Sea Star sailed on the morning tide as Lord Wyman had said. The Lyseni captain, a man named Thurian of Lies, was a tall, lean man with a face the color of old leather and eyes the color of pale jade, and he had gold rings in his ears, and a small white scar that ran from the corner of his mouth into his beard. He spoke the common tongue with a soft, free city lilt that put the stresses in the wrong places of the words. He bowed to Jon when Jon came aboard and said, "Young lord, you are welcome upon my ship. You will tell me if anything is not to your liking. You will sleep in the small cabin behind the wheel." Then he turned to the wet morning of his harbor and forgot Jon altogether. And Jon, who understood from his father's reading that this was the proper way for a captain to behave, was not offended. The northern guards Lord Wyman had sent with him from Winterfell did not sail with him beyond the harbor mouth. That had been the arrangement. They rowed the boat out as far as the breakwater, and then disembarked on the breakwater stair and stood on the stones in their gray cloaks. 3 men whose names Jon had only just begun to learn, and lifted their hands once as the Sea Star drew away from them under a small, steady sail. He lifted his hand back. He lifted it long after they had become small gray figures on the breakwater. He lifted it long after they had ceased to be figures at all and were 3 small dark marks on the stone. He lifted it until the line of the breakwater itself was a low gray thread on the water behind him, and then he lowered his arm and he turned, and he walked forward to the bow of the ship, and he looked at the open sea ahead. He had never seen the open sea. The Bight was the open sea, in the only sense that mattered to a boy from Winterfell. The Bight was a great long body of gray water that stretched away to the east beyond the limits of any horizon Jon had ever stood on a hill and tried to find. The water was rougher than he had thought water could be that was not in a river. The swells lifted the ship and let it down again with a slow, deliberate motion that he understood after the first quarter hour was simply how the sea breathed. The cold spray came up over the rail and stung his face. The taste of the salt was strange on his lips. Gulls followed the ship for a long way and then, one by one, peeled off and turned back to the land. By mid-morning there were no gulls. There was only water. Ghost had come aboard with him. Ghost did not like the sea. Ghost had taken up his place at the foot of Jon's bed in the small cabin behind the wheel, and he had laid himself flat with his nose between his paws and not moved for the first 3 hours, and the sailors who passed the open door of the cabin had looked in once, looked again, and then walked very wide of the door for the rest of the morning. Thurian of Lies had said, when Jon first came aboard with the wolf at his heel, "He stays in your cabin, young lord, and your cabin is warded, and we shall have no incident," and Jon had agreed, and the wolf had agreed after a fashion. By the simple expedient of going where Jon went and lying down where Jon told him to lie down. Jon had been afraid in his first nights at White Harbor that the wolf would frighten the captain into refusing the passage. He had not been refused. He understood by the second morning at sea that the captain had been paid enough to ignore a great many things, and that a wolf in a cabin was the smallest of them. He spent that first day at the rail. The Meister's apprentice, a soft-faced boy of 17 named Mikken, not the Winterfell smith Mikken, another Mikken. A Meister's apprentice from Castle Serwyn whose name had been handed to Jon at a brief stop on the road south, came up beside him in the late afternoon with a small leather book in his hands and a quill in his belt. Lord Snow. "Mikken, I am not a lord. Jon, please." "Jon, then." Meister Luwin asked that we begin our lessons on the boat. He gave me. Mikken held up the small leather book. It is a primer. It is High Valyrian, the first book. Now, he said now. He said you would have empty days on the water and that we should fill them. He said to begin with the alphabet and to drill it for the whole first day. Jon looked at the boy. Mikken was a foot shorter than he was and had freckles across the bridge of his nose and was holding the book the way an apprentice holds the only book he has been entrusted with. Jon thought about the empty hours of the day. He thought about the weeks of empty hours of the days that lay ahead of him on this ship. "Show me the alphabet," he said. Mikken showed him the alphabet. They sat on a coil of rope at the foot of the mainmast for the rest of the afternoon. And Jon, who had been raised by a Meister who insisted on the rudiments of High Valyrian for the noble children, found that he knew more of the alphabet than Mikken had been led to expect. And they advanced more quickly than the lesson plan called for. By dusk, Jon could write his own name in the high characters in the small wax tablet Mikken had brought aboard. He wrote it once. He looked at it. Jon Snow in the high old script looked like Jon Snow. It looked, he thought, like the name of a different person. "Again," Mikken said. He wrote it again. The first storm came on the 8th day. It came in from the southeast in the late afternoon, a long line of gray-black cloud that the second mate, a Pentoshi man called Piero, watched for an hour before he said anything, and then said, in his patient, unemphatic way, that Jon should perhaps go below. Jon went below. He sat in the small cabin with Ghost at his feet. The cabin began, an hour later, to climb and fall in a way that was not the same as the slow lift-hand letdown of the open sea breathing. The hull groaned. The lantern over the bunk swung in long, uncomfortable arcs. It went on for a night and a day. He was not seasick. He had been afraid that he would be seasick. He had been told by Lord Wyman's steward and by Thurian of Lies and by Mikken that men who did not know the sea were almost always seasick the first weeks. The older Stark guards had been seasick on the Mere harbor crossing out to the breakwater. Jon was not. Whether it was a quality of his blood, or a quirk of his small body, or some unearned mercy of the weather, he did not know. He sat in the cabin with one arm braced against the bulkhead and the other on Ghost's neck, and he ate the dry bread the cook brought down once in the night, and he listened to the great voice of the wind in the rigging and the sharper voice of Thurian of Lies on the deck above. And he thought about Robb, and about his father, and about a man with silver hair sitting by a window with a harp. He thought, in particular, about a thing he had not let himself think about yet in any complete way. He had been turning it over in pieces for the whole of the voyage to White Harbor. He had turned it over in pieces in the great soft bed at Newcastle. He had turned it over in pieces sitting on the coil of rope at the foot of the mainmast, with Micken's wax tablet on his knee. He had not let himself put the pieces together yet. The pieces, when you let them together, looked like a face he did not know, with a name his father had not said. And the face was looking at him, and the face was waiting for him, and the face was the reason for the storm and for the long sea and for the small Lysany cabin and for all the rest of it. He sat in the dark with the storm working over him, and he let the pieces, very slowly, come together. His father had said the man across the sea has waited 12 years. His father had said I am to tell you that did not tell you before, from your mother. His father had said that you will learn from the man you are going to. The pieces, set against one another, made a shape. The shape was a man. The man knew Jon's mother. The man had waited for Jon for 12 years, Jon's whole life. The man was not northern. Northern lords did not wait for boys across seas. Northern lords wrote to their kin and sent their kin. The man was southern then, or further than southern. The man was somewhere in the free cities. The man had a reason Eddard Stark had honored for 12 years, to want Jon's training, and the reason had not been spoken to Jon at any time before this passage. The reason, then, was a thing too dangerous to be spoken in Winterfell, where the Greyjoy boy lived, where the Stark lord had brothers who had married into the realm, where any letter was opened by the wrong eye and read by the wrong mouth. The reason, then, was what? He did not let himself name it. He had always known that there were certain words a boy in a northern keep did not let himself put together in his own head, because once he put them together, he could not put them apart again. He sat in the dark with the storm working over him, and he laid the pieces down and pushed them, very carefully, away to the edges of the cabin where they could not look at him. He would put them together when the man across the sea looked him in the eye. He would not do it before. But he could not, even by pushing them away, fail to feel in his own ribs the slow warming weight of the thing. It sat in him like a coal on a grate. It was not fear. It was a quieter thing than fear. It was, he thought after a while, a kind of long-held breath waiting that had begun in him at the moment his father had said there has been a letter, and that would not end until he had heard the man across the sea say, in his own voice, the name he had been carrying. The storm passed in the morning. The cabin steadied. He went up on deck. The sky was a long pale blue washed clean. The water around the sea star was a strange new color, a green he had not seen before, and Thurian of Lies was at the wheel with a smile on his weathered face and a fresh cup of hot wine in one hand. "Young lord, you did not feed the fishes." "No, captain. Good, good. We make the stepstones in 2 more days. You will see other ships. Some of them will be friendly, some of them will not. You will stay below if I tell you to stay below." "Yes. Yes, captain. Good, Micken. Where is Micken, Micken?" Micken came up from below, very pale, with his small leather book clutched to his chest as if it had been the only thing of substance during the night. "Micken, the lad will read to you today. The lad has done his alphabet. Today you will give him the first reader. Sit there." The captain pointed to a fresh coil of rope in the lee of the wheelhouse. "Sit there and read." They sat there and read. Hash, the other man on the sea star who took an interest in Jon, was a passenger. The passenger was a Westerosi sellsword going home to Tyrosh, where he had a small house and a Tyroshi wife and 3 sons. He had spent 8 years in the disputed lands fighting for the Golden Company against the Triarchy of Volantis, and against the Second Sons and against, at one bewildering month, his own company commander, and he was older than his face wanted to admit. His name was Darian Vance, a bastard cousin of the Vances of Wayfarer's Rest, he said, and he wore his hair close cropped, and he had a long white scar that came up out of his collar and ran behind his right ear. And on the second morning out from White Harbor, he had asked Jon if Jon would like to know how to keep his point up. My point, your sword. The first thing they teach you in the disputed lands is the difference between a yard match and a knife in the dark. There is a way you stand. There is a way you do not stand. I will show you. My sir. I am not a sir. Darien. Just Darien. Come on. The deck is wide enough for a circle. Jon looked at Thurian of Lies, who was at the wheel watching with the small private grin of a man who had hoped this would happen. Thurian lifted one hand from the wheel and waved them on, indulgently, as a father waves on the children he has been waiting for to find their amusement. For the rest of the voyage, Darien Vance taught Jon what could be taught of the water dance basics on the deck of a ship that was rolling in the swell. Darien's sword was a thin bravo's blade with a fine steel guard, very different from the broad, straight northern sword Jon had carried since he was 9. Darien handed Jon a second blade like his own. For the duration of the lessons, lad, do not lose it overboard. It will cost me a month's pay. And they paired up at the foot of the mainmast each forenoon when the weather allowed it. And Jon learned, in the slow way these things were learned, what it was to fight with the point and not the edge, and what it was to move on the balls of the feet on a moving deck, and what it was to read a man's eye for the half-instant before the lunge. He was not very good at first. He had been good with a northern sword in the Winterfell yard, and his pride had put a small wall around that, and Darien put the wall down in the first morning by disarming him 4 times in 7 exchanges. Jon picked the blade up out of the boards and bowed shortly, and they went again. By the 3rd morning, he had learned to stop trying to swing. By the 5th, he had begun to move his feet without thinking about them. By the 7th, he disarmed Darien once, by accident, by a slip of Darien's foot on a wet board, but he had been quick enough to take the chance, and Darien had laughed and clapped his shoulder and said, "That's a beginning, lad. That's a beginning. We will make a bravo of you yet." "I do not want to be a bravo. No, I want to be a knight." "You will be a knight." Darien looked at him sidelong. "You have the bearing for it, wherever the bearing came from, but the knight who knows how the bravo fights is the knight who lives to be old. That is a thing they don't teach you in your northern yards." He had said wherever the bearing came from without weight, and had moved on to the next pass. And Jon, with the wooden practice blade in his hand and the long swell of the sea under his feet, had felt the small private warmth of a thing being noticed by a stranger that no one in his own house had ever quite said. They saw a sail on the 11th day. The sail was on the southern horizon at noon. Thurian of Lies studied it for a long time with a brass spyglass and did not look pleased. He spoke softly in Lyseni to Pero the second mate, and Pero went forward and spoke to the boatswain. And the boatswain spoke to the men at the foremast, and the men at the foremast began, without making a fuss of it, to cast off the lashings on the long bundles that had been laid along the rail under tarred canvas all the way from White Harbor. The bundles, when uncovered, were crossbows. Jon had not known there were crossbows on the Sea Star. He had thought of the Sea Star as a merchant. He understood, watching the practiced quick way the men strung the steel arms and laid the bolts in the trough, that the Sea Star had not been a pure merchant for some time, and that he had been crossing the narrow sea on a ship that was a merchant when there was no reason not to be, and another thing when there was reason. "Below, young lord," Thurian said, without taking his glass off the southern horizon. "Captain, below, with your wolf. Your friend the Meister's apprentice will join you. You will close the door of your cabin. You will not open it until I or my second mate or my boatswain or my cook tells you to open it. You understand me, young lord?" "I understand." "Good, Darien, you stay topside. You will draw a bow if it is needed." "Aye, Captain." Jon went below. He sat in the small cabin with Ghost on the boards beside him and Mikken on the bunk, pale-faced and silent. He listened. He could hear the men on the deck above, the small, ordinary sounds of a ship being readied for an action it had not gone to yet. He could hear Thurian of Lies above, calling out an order in a clipped, quiet Lyseni. He could hear Darian Vance laughing once at some private remark of the bosun's. He could hear, after a long while, the slap of another hull's sea spray very far off, but coming. He did not look at Mikken. Mikken did not look at him. They sat. They listened. Ghost did not move, but Jon could feel the slow, warm rumble in the wolf's chest that was not yet a growl and was not nothing. The other ship hailed them at the third bell of the watch. The hail came across in common tongue from a deeper voice than Thurian's. Jon could not make out the words. He could make out Thurian's reply, which was easy and friendly and did not give an inch of anything. There was an exchange. There was a long quiet. There was, after that long quiet, the soft creaking of a hull moving alongside theirs and the thump of grappling lines striking the rail. Then there were boots on the deck above his head. Then there were a great many boots. There was a shout. There was a thinner shout in Darian's voice. There was the unmistakable snick of a crossbow firing close. There was a man's high cry that was not quite a scream. There was Thurian of Lies shouting now in 3 languages at once, the words running together like coins on a table, and there was the dry clatter of swords coming free of scabbards, and there was, very fast, a long, noisy sequence of fighting that took place over Jon's head, and through which he sat very still in the small cabin with one hand on the hilt of his own sword and one hand on Ghost's neck. Ghost stood up. "Stay," Jon said, very quietly. Ghost did not stay. Ghost paced once, twice, in the small cabin, and then put his front paws on the bunk and looked at the cabin door with the long, red, watchful look of a wolf that has decided that the boy he loves is not in the right room. "Stay." There was a thump on the deck above, very close, and then the sound of a body being dragged. Mikken, on the bunk, made a small, involuntary noise, and Ghost turned his red eyes briefly to Mikken, and Mikken stopped making the noise. The fighting went on for what felt to Jon like a long time. He understood later that it lasted perhaps 3 minutes. It was the longest 3 minutes of his life. He understood, sitting on the cabin floor with the back of his head pressed against the bulkhead, and his eyes on the door and his palm on the wolf, that he was not afraid in the way he had thought he would be afraid the first time he was inside a fight. He understood it in a quiet, still way, like understanding the answer to a question Maester Luwin had set him months ago. He was angry. He was angry that he was below. He was angry that his sword was here in his hand, and the men he had begun to like and to know, Thurian, Pyro, Darian, were up there without him. He felt Ghost's chest rumble under his hand into a sound that was, now, a growl. Above, a man was thrown against the cabin door. He was thrown hard. The door bowed inward, and the latch held, but the wood cracked, and a hand, a brown hand in a torn red sleeve with a heavy ring on the 3rd finger, appeared briefly through the cracked panel as the man scrabbled at it for purchase. The man was making a small, wet sound. He was being killed on the other side of the door. Jon knew it. He drew his own sword without rising and held it across his knees and watched the door. The hand twitched and went away. There was a heavy thud as the body fell. Then there was, for the first time in 3 minutes, quiet. There was the long, small sound of a sea against a hull. There was the slow, heavy panting of men breathing hard. There was a single voice saying, very calmly in common tongue with a Lyseni lilt, "Search. Make certain of the captain. Bind any of theirs who still breathe. Mind the cargo." Thurian of Lies. Jon let his head go back against the bulkhead and closed his eyes for a moment. Mikken, on the bunk, made a small, thin sound that was not quite a sob. Ghost padded once, twice around the cabin and lay down again at Jon's feet, and laid his head across Jon's boot, and did not move. A long time later, Thurian's voice came at the door. "Young lord, we are well, I will open. Stand back from the door if you please." Jon stood back. The latch lifted. Thurian stood in the doorway with a long, curving sword in one hand, and a broad smile on his face, and a fresh cut over his left eye that was bleeding into his beard. Behind him on the deck, Jon could see past him, into the bright air. There were 3 bodies in red sleeves laid out under sailcloth, and there were 2 of Thurian's own men sitting on the boards with cloth pressed to one shoulder each. And there was Darien Vance leaning against the mainmast with his bravo's blade across his lap and a long red stripe across his thigh, looking at Jon with something between amusement and pride. "Pirates," Thurian said. "Stepstone's rats. They thought we were a fat merchant. We are not a fat merchant. They have learned this. We have lost no man. You may come up if you wish. There is a thing you should see." "What thing?" "You should learn the look of these men. You should learn what manner of man dies for what manner of cause. A young lord ought to have walked across a deck after the work is done at least once. Come." Jon came. He walked across the deck with Thurian at his elbow. He looked at the 3 bodies. He looked at them with the slow, careful attention of a boy who has been told to learn what he is being shown. They were not very different from any other bodies. One of them had a small scar across the cheek that gave his slack face a strange, wry cast, as if he were about to make a joke. One had no shoes. One had not been a man much older than Robb. Jon looked at them. He tasted, at the back of his throat, the small copper taste he had not tasted before, and that was, he understood without being told, the taste of having been near a thing that meant to kill him and had not. "This is what they bought," Thurian said quietly at his elbow. "This is what their captain promised them. They thought it would be silver and silk. It was a rope and a sailcloth shroud. Remember it, young lord. The men who sail under the flag of a wrong cause die for nothing in particular. It is true on the sea. It is true on land. Remember it." "I will remember." He stood on the deck a long time. The sun was warm on his neck. The wind had shifted to the east. The other ship, the pirate ship, was a low, dark hull off the lee bow, with no living man visible on her deck, and a slow, lazy spiral of smoke coming up from a small fire someone had set in her stern. Thurian's men were going through her holds. They would be going through her holds, Jon understood, for the rest of the afternoon. He walked back to Darien at the foot of the mainmast. "You did well, lad," Darien said. "I did nothing. You did not panic. You did not throw open the door. You did not get yourself killed in a way that would have made your father weep into his ale. That is doing well. That is, in fact, the principal thing." Darien winced and adjusted the cloth at his thigh. "I will be days mending this. The next time you see me on this voyage I will be a less generous teacher. I am too old to take a cut on the leg without sulking about it for a week. Forgive me in advance." "Forgiven." He sat down beside Darien. He did not pick up the practice sword. They sat there as the sun began to go down, and the boatswain's men carried the bodies one by one to the rail and committed them to the sea with the Lysani words for the ceremony, which Jon did not understand, and which Mikken, who had come up at last to stand beside Jon, translated under his breath in a small, hesitant voice. "Be at peace," the words said in their rough common shape. "Be at peace, brothers, the sea will keep you. Be at peace, sons of mothers we did not know, be at peace." Jon stood at the rail for the words and bowed his head and said nothing. They put in at Tyrosh on the 17th day to take on water and to offload Darien Vance. Tyrosh, when Jon stepped onto its quay, was a smell before it was a sight. The smell was the dye vats. The whole city, the captain had warned him, smelled of the dye vats, and the men of Tyrosh did not notice it any more than the men of Winterfell noticed wood smoke. The smell came up out of the lower city. in a thick, complicated wave that took the breath for the first half-hour. The dye was every color. There were yards of cloth hanging on long lines from every roof, long sheets of cloth in the colors of poison and flame and old wine, and small banners in green and purple, and the particular hard yellow of a Tyroshi mercenary's sash. And the wind moved through them, and the colors moved. And the eye could not rest. Darien Vance walked down the gangplank with his arm slung and his small pack on his shoulder and stopped at the foot and turned and looked back up at Jon at the rail. "Well, lad." "Well, sir, Darien, it has been a pleasure. Wherever you go after, mind your foot, mind your point. Do not think about the swing. The swing is the lazy man's prayer. Yes, yes. Good. If we meet again, I shall expect to be disarmed in the first pass. See that you can do it." "I will." Darien lifted his hand in the small soldier's salute and turned and walked off up the quay, and was lost very quickly in the small crowd of dock men and money changers and cloth sellers. And Jon, at the rail of the Sea Star, watched the place he had been until he was certain Darien was not coming back, and then he turned to look at the city he had come to. He went ashore for an hour with Thurian. They did not go far. They went to a small public garden 2 streets up from the quay where there was an iron statue of an old triarch and a fountain and a few benches in the shade. And they sat on a bench and ate sweet small white grapes that Thurian had bought from a woman at the gate. And Thurian talked to him about the city. "Tyrosh," Thurian said, "is the city of dye and of mercenaries. The dye is the older trade. The mercenaries are the louder. Lies, where I am from, is the city of merchants and of pleasure houses and of poisons. You may quote me on the order. Pentos is the city of bankers. Mer is the city of glass and of small cruel craftworks. Volantis is the city you are going to. Volantis is the oldest of the free cities. Volantis is the daughter of old Valyria, or so Volantis says of itself, and Volantis says it loudly. Volantis has the black walls, which are old as the world, and the long bridge, which is the great market of the south. Volantis has elephants and tigers in her ruling councils. You will see when you are there." "Are we going to Volantis?" Thurian looked at him sidelong. "You did not know." "I did not know." "Ichem. Well, we are going to Volantis. We will dock at Volantis. You will be met at Volantis. I have been told no more than that." Jon nodded. He turned the small white grape between his fingers. He looked at the fountain. After a long while he said very quietly, "Captain, the man who is meeting me. Have you ever seen him?" Thurian looked at him. The Lysani eyes set deep in the leather of his face were kind. "Young lord, I have not. I have been paid very well by a hand I have not seen. The hand was not your father's. The hand was a man in Volantis. He pays in old gold. The old gold is from the Dragon Kings. It is good gold, and it is rare, and it is the gold of a man who has had it for some time and is not afraid to show it. That is all I will tell you. That is all I know to tell. Thank you, Captain. You are welcome, young lord." They walked back to the ship without speaking. They sailed at the evening tide. The wind held east by southeast. 3 days later they entered the Sea of Meath, and 4 days after that they raised, on the southern horizon, the long, low, golden coast of Essos that meant the mouth of the Rhoyne and the road to Volantis. He saw Volantis on the morning of the 26th day, at the 3rd hour after dawn, when the sun came up behind the city and put it for a long quarter hour into a kind of hot bronze silhouette against its own hinterland. The long bridge was the first thing visible. It was longer than any bridge he had imagined could be. It crossed the mouth of the Rhoyne in a long, stately set of stone arches, and on its back there were houses, buildings of 3 stories, with bright awnings over open shop fronts, with people moving on the roof terraces, with smoke from cook fires. A bridge with a city on its back. He stood at the rail of the Sea Star and watched it for a long time. The black walls came into view as they drew closer. They rose out of the haze like a long, low cliff of old basalt. Stones cut bigger than any man could move, fused at the seams with what Mikken whispered at his elbow was Valyrian art. The walls enclosed an inner city that the rest of Volantis had grown up around like a young oak around an older stone. Above the walls, Jon could see the tops of pale towers and the green of long gardens. "That is the old city," Mikken said. "Inside the black walls. Only those of pure Valyrian blood may live there. They do not let any other inside, except servants by day, and the servants must be out before the gates close at sunset. And we are going there. I do not know. Thurian of Lies came up behind them. You are not going there. You are going to a private dock. The dock is on the south bank, half a league below the city. Your friends do not wish to be seen in the harbor. The harbor is many eyes. The dock is one eye. We will be at the dock by the bell of the next watch. Pack your things, young lord. Take your wolf. Take your sword. Take your apprentice. Be ready when I call you." Jon went below. He did as he was told. He did not have many things. Everything he had was in the small chest at the foot of his bunk, and most of it had not been unpacked for the voyage. He folded his northern cloak, his good northern cloak, the one Catelyn had not made for him but had at least permitted to be made, and laid it on the top of the chest. He laid his sword across his lap. He sat with one hand on Ghost's neck and waited. When Thurian called, he came up. Mikken came up behind him, with his small leather book pressed to his chest as it had been for the whole voyage. The sea star had drawn in close to a small wooden dock that ran out from a stand of cypresses on the south bank of the Rhoyne. There were no other ships at the dock. The dock had a small stone hut at its inland end with a single closed door. There was a dirt road running from the hut up over a small rise and disappearing into a grove of orange trees beyond. A man stood at the foot of the dock. He was a tall man with red hair gone gray at the temples and a square, weather-burnt face. He wore a plain dark cloak with no badges and no colors. He had a sword at his hip with a scarred wooden hilt. He was not a young man. He was perhaps 50. Jon had not seen him before in his life, but he understood, looking at the man across the narrow water, that he had been seen before himself. The man had been studying him in the bow of the ship as the sea star came in, and was studying him now. And the look the man was giving him was not the look of a stranger. The look was the long, careful look of a man finding, in a face he had never seen, the face of someone he had known. The sea star warped into the dock. The gangplank went over. "Young lord," Thurian said softly, behind Jon. "Down you go." Jon went down. He went down with Ghost at his right and Mikken 3 paces behind him with the small chest. He set his foot on the dock. He walked the length of the dock with the man at the foot of it watching him every step, and he did not break stride, and he did not look down, because his father had once said that a Stark walked on a strange shore the same as a Stark walked on his own shore, and Jon had remembered it. He stopped 2 paces from the man. "You are Jon," the man said. The voice was a Westerosi voice, deep, with the small soft burr of the Stormlands in it. "I am. You favor your mother." The man said it without preamble. He said it the way a man says a thing that has been in his mouth for years. He said it with a small private rough catch in his throat that he did not bother to hide. Jon looked at him. "You knew her, my lord." "I did." The man's eyes, they were brown eyes, set deep, with a small yellow flicker in them in the sun, went over Jon's face slowly the way a man's eyes go over a page he is reading for the second time. "I knew her. Not well, once or twice. She was a great-hearted lady. You favor her. You have her brow, you have her." The man stopped. He cleared his throat. "Forgive me, I am keeping you on the dock. I am Lord Connington. I am your father's old friend. I will take you to him now. My father is here. He is here, half a league up that road, through those trees." He is waiting for you. He has been waiting for you a great while. Come." Jon did not move at once. He looked at the man, Lord Kennington, and he waited until the man's brown eyes met his and he held them. "My lord," he said, "what is the name?" Lord Kennington went very still. He had been about to turn toward the road. He turned back. "The name, lad, the name of the man who is waiting for me. My father, Lord Stark, said I would learn it from him. I would like to know it before I see him." Lord Kennington looked at him a long moment. Then he looked briefly away at the small stone hut at the end of the dock, and at the road climbing into the orange grove, and at the bright Volantine morning above. He looked back at Jon. "That is for him to give you, lad, not for me. Forgive me, he has earned it." Jon nodded. He had thought as much. He had asked because he had needed to ask. "Then let us go to him, my lord." "Aye." They walked up the dock and along the dirt road. Ghost walked beside Jon, the great white head almost level with his hip now. Mikken came behind with the chest. Thurian of Lies watched them from the deck of the Sea Star. Jon did not turn around to see, but he knew Thurian was watching, because Thurian had bowed once as Jon stepped from the gangplank, and a captain who had not yet been paid for a passage did not bow without reason. The road climbed. The orange grove closed over them. The smell of orange flowers, the same smell that had filled a small white house on a street in Lies 12 years ago, came up into Jon's nose, and he stopped walking for half a step, because the smell was so strong and so unfamiliar that it made the back of his throat ache. "Aye, lad," Lord Kennington said, walking on. "It will surprise you in this country. There are flowers here that grow nowhere we know. Come." They came over the rise. The manse stood in a small fold of the land below the rise, surrounded by old olives and 3 taller cypresses and a low, pale stone wall. It was a long, low building, 2 stories at most, with a red tile roof and a small inner courtyard and a single high window above the door that caught the morning sun. Standing in the doorway of the manse was a man. He was not tall. He was not short. He was thin in the way of a man who had been ill and had not entirely come back from it. His hair was a long pale silver, longer than the fashion of Westeros, and it had been brushed and tied back at the nape, and the morning sun caught in it. He wore a plain dark robe with no embroidery and no chain. He was holding a small Lyseni harp in one hand. He did not move as they came down the rise. He stood in the doorway and watched them come. As they came closer, Jon could see that the man was watching not Lord Kennington, and not Mikken, and not the white wolf at Jon's hip, but Jon himself. And that the man's face, long, high cheekboned, very pale, was the face of a man who had been waiting for one particular thing for so long that he was no longer entirely sure what he would do when the thing arrived. They stopped at the foot of the steps. Lord Kennington bowed briefly and stepped back. The man in the doorway set the harp down very carefully on a low table inside the doorway. He did not take his eyes off Jon. He came down 2 of the 3 steps to the small flagged stone of the path. He stopped there. He did not speak at first. Then he did. He spoke very quietly, in a voice that was deep and slow, with a soft Westerosi cadence Jon had not heard since White Harbor, and an old horse roughness underneath the softness that suggested he had not used the voice often in the morning. "Aegon," he said. The name went into the orange-scented air and stood there. Jon, standing on the small flagged stone of the path with Ghost at his hip, and the long sea behind him, and the great new continent at his back, looked at the man in the doorway and understood, all at once, the thing he had not let himself name in the dark of the cabin during the storm, and the things underneath it, and the shape of what his life had been. And he looked at the man, and he heard his own voice come out very steady, more steady than he had thought it would, and he said, "My lord." The silver-haired man drew a breath. "Come in, Aegon," he said. "Come in. Your father has been waiting for you a very long time." Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The Prince Across the Water. The first room of the manse was a long, pale room with a high ceiling and a row of arched windows that looked out into the inner courtyard. The floor was old stone, polished smooth by feet that had worn it long before any Targaryen had set foot on it. There were 3 chairs by the windows, arranged with care. There was a low table in the corner with a clean white cloth and a clay pitcher and 3 cups. There was, above the doorway through which they had come, a small carved wooden sun and spear that Jon did not at first recognize, and that he would later understand had been put there by the Dornish woman who had kept the house for the silver-haired man for the last decade. The silver-haired man led him into the room. Lord Connington came in behind them and stopped in the doorway with his hand on the lintel, the way a man stops who is making a polite distance for a thing that is not his. "Sit, Aegon, my lord. You are tired. Sit." Jon sat. He sat on the chair the silver-haired man indicated, the chair nearest the courtyard window, and he laid his palms flat on his knees, the way Sir Roderick had taught him to sit on a chair he was not yet sure he would be allowed to keep. The silver-haired man sat opposite him, in the chair across, and looked at him for a long time without speaking. Ghost paced once around the room, a single slow circuit, sniffing the corners with the small careful courtesy a wolf pays to a new den, and then came back to Jon and lay down across his feet. The silver-haired man watched the wolf settle. A small line moved at the corner of his mouth. "He is yours." "Yes, my lord," from a litter on the road. "Yes, how many in the litter?" "6, my lord, 1 for each of us." Jon stopped. He had said us without thinking. He had meant himself and his brothers and his sisters at Winterfell, and he heard himself say it in the small new way the word now sounded outside its own house, and he set his teeth a moment and went on. "There were 6. The mother had been killed by a stag. We took them home. You named him, Ghost, because he is white and he does not bark or howl or make sound. Ghost." The silver-haired man tasted the name. "It is a good name. It is a name that gives the wolf back to itself. There is an art to that. Most men name their hounds for what the hound does for them. They are bad names. Ghost, yes." He looked at the wolf for a longer moment, then he lifted his eyes to Jon's face again. "Forgive me, I have not introduced myself." He paused. Jon waited. "My name," the silver-haired man said, "is Rhaegar." He said it the way one says a word that has not been said in a long time, in the silence of a private room where it can be said safely. He said it and watched Jon's face for what it would do. Jon did not, he later understood, do anything with his face that he would have wished to do. He had thought he would. He had thought, in the small dark cabin during the storm, of all the faces he might wear in this moment, and he had imagined the calm one and the courteous one and the cold one, and he had practiced them silently against the bulkhead. None of them was the face he wore now. The face he wore now was a face that had no choice in the matter. It was the face of a small boy who had been told, in a single quiet word, the answer to a question that had been at the bottom of his chest since he was old enough to ask anything at all. He did not stand up. He did not bow. He did not weep. He sat and he looked at the man across from him, and he made the small, slow turn of the head that came when the world had moved a hand's breadth on its hinges and was now resting against a different stop. "Rhaegar," he said. "Yes. Of House Targaryen. Yes. You are dead." "I am not." A long silence. "They told me you died at the Trident. I should have. I did not. Ser Arthur Dayne pulled me from the river and put me on a fishing boat. I do not remember it. I remember a great cold and a hand on my collar, and then a great while of dark. Ser Arthur. He is here. He is in the courtyard at this hour training a Dornishman in the old grip. You will meet him later. He was, a good friend to your mother. He was a good friend to me. He has been the most loyal man I have known." Jon nodded. He nodded because his neck wanted to do something, and the nod was the smallest thing it would consent to. The silver-haired man, Rhaegar, he made himself say the name in his own head. Rhaegar leaned forward in his chair. He did not reach for Jon. He laid his own hands together on his knees, the same way Jon had laid his. Aegon, my lord. That is the name your mother and I gave you. Aegon, after the conqueror. Your mother thought it a high name. She did not, in the end, want you to have to live up to so much. She told me once, with that particular crooked smile of hers. He stopped. He cleared his throat. The roughness was back in the voice. Forgive me, I have not. There are not many people I have spoken her name to. I am out of practice. She said to me, Rhaegar, do not put a conqueror in his cradle. The boy will hate us both. I said he will not hate us. She said he will until he is 20. And then she laughed. He stopped. Jon watched his hands. You have been Jon all this time, the silver-haired man went on more steadily. You have been Jon Snow. That was the name Eddard Stark gave you on the day you came into his keeping. It was a good name. It is a name that has belonged to you for 12 years. I will not take it from you. You may keep both. You may keep the one in the world you have known and the other in the world you are coming into. They will sit together on you in time. They will not be the same name. You will not be the same person to the men who say one and the men who say the other. That is, he looked at his hands. That is the price. There is a price. There is always a price, my lord. Rhaegar, my lord, Jon said again more quietly. Forgive me, I will get to it, not yet, of course. There was another long silence. Ghost sighed into the silence in the soft particular way a wolf sighs when he has decided that the room is not hostile and that he can take the slow, long breath of an animal at peace. Jon laid his hand on the broad white head between his feet. My mother, he said. Yes, you loved her. I loved her. She loved you. I think she did. I would not have said it for certain at the time. I was. The silver-haired man paused. He looked away at the courtyard window, at the small square of bright Valentine morning beyond. I was a man who had been told a story since I was a child and had begun to act upon it. I told her the story. She was not a woman to be told a story. She made her own. But she came with me and she stayed with me and he stopped. She bore you, yes, she loved you. There is no doubt of it. About me, ask me again in 20 years. I am not certain enough to answer. About you, ask anyone who saw her face when you were laid on her breast. Jon nodded. He found he had no words. There is much I will tell you, Rhaegar said. I will not tell it all today. I will not tell you today the long story of your mother and me. I will not tell you today what I have done that has cost the realm a great deal. I will not tell you today how the Trident came to be the Trident. There will be time. We have a great deal of time. Today I would only have you eat and rest and meet a few of the household. And in the morning, if you wish it, I would teach you a single song on the harp. I do not play the harp. No, I will teach you. It is. Rhaegar looked toward the small Lysine harp on the table inside the doorway. It is what I have to give you that I am sure of. Many things I am not sure of. The harp is one I am. He stood up. He stood up the way an older man stands, with one hand to the chair back, and the small, slow, careful work of straightening the legs that came from a body that had been hurt and had not forgotten it. Jon, who had not yet seen the silver-haired man on his feet from a sitting position, saw the small effort and saw the quiet way Rhaegar gave it no notice and stored the seeing. Connington, your grace, take Aegon to his chamber. Send Ashara up to him with water and a meal. We dine at the table at sundown. We will be 6. You will lay a place for the boy. Yes, your grace. And Aegon. Rhaegar turned at the door. The wolf eats with you. There is a strip of land outside the south wall where he may run. We will speak about that this evening. Jon stood up. He bowed the small northern bow of a son to the head of a household, which was the closest thing he had at hand and which seemed not to be the wrong thing. Yes, my lord. Rhaegar's mouth moved very small, not a smile, something at the corner of it. He inclined his head and went out. Jon stood in the long pale room with Ghost at his ankle and the smell of orange flowers coming through the courtyard window, and thought, I am 12. I have been 12 for 2 months. I am the son of the man whom my whole country has thought dead since before I was born. He thought it. He let it sit. He waited to see what it would do to him. It did not do, he found, what he had thought it would do. It sat. It did not run him over. It did not crush him. It was a heavy thing, and it sat in him like a stone, but it sat where he could carry it. And he understood, with the slow clarity of a boy who had been carrying something else for years, and had only just been told he could lay that other thing down, that this stone was the one his back had been built for. He turned to follow Lord Kennington out of the room. Ghost stood up and went after him. Hash's chamber was small, with whitewashed walls and a narrow window that looked east. It was not the great soft bed of Newcastle. It was the kind of room he understood, the kind he had had in Winterfell, the kind a man slept in to rest, not to be impressed. He approved of it without thinking. The Dornish woman who came up with the tray was a tall woman of perhaps 35, dark-haired with pale gray-violet eyes. She set the tray on the small table by the bed and turned to look at him with a long, open look that had no falseness in it. You favor her, Lord. Your mother. Yes. I knew her, briefly. Once, long ago, she bowed very slightly and turned to go. My lady, she stopped at the door. Forgive me, Jon said. Your name, Ashara, Lord, Ashara Dayne. She said the name with no weight. She said it as if it had always been a name she had worn and was wearing still. She did not wait for him to find a thing to say to it. She inclined her head and went out and closed the door behind her without sound. Jon sat on the edge of the bed with the tray on his knees. He thought of the names. Ashara Dayne. The name was at the edge of a story he had heard once from old Nan, told at the foot of the stairs of the kennels on a winter evening. A story of a Dornish girl with violet eyes who had thrown herself into the sea from a tower at Starfall after the war, for love of a man whose name old Nan had not said, and that Catelyn, hearing the story end, had told old Nan not to tell again in front of the Stark children. He thought of the name now. He looked at the closed door. He thought, she is alive then. Many things are not what we were told. He ate. The food was good. The bread was a soft white that he had not had in Winterfell. The cheese was sharp and salty. There was a small bowl of olives on the tray. He had never had an olive before. He ate one cautiously and made a small face and ate another and decided that he could come to like them. He drank the water. The water tasted of the orange grove. He set the tray aside. He lay back on the bed. Ghost laid himself across the foot of it. He slept. He slept hard and dreamlessly, the way a boy sleeps on the day a long road has ended and he has not yet had time to think about the next one. The afternoon faded outside his window. The light through the casement turned from white to gold to the soft pink that was. He thought as he half woke once and saw it on the wall, the color of a winter sunset on the snow at home. He slept again. When he woke, the light was the deep amber of an evening lamp, and Ashara Dayne was at the door with a clean tunic over her arm and a small smile on her mouth. Lord Aegon, Lord Rhaegar bids you to the table. He got up. He washed. He put on the clean tunic, which was a fine, soft blue-gray, and which fit him as if it had been made for him. He understood, looking down at himself, that it had been. He went down to the table. The table was a long wooden table in the dining room of the manse, lit by 3 brass lamps, and laid for 6. The 6 were seated when he came in. They did not stand, but they all turned to look at him, and the looking was not the looking he had grown up with, which had always had a small private weight on the side of bastard. The looking now had a different small private weight on the side of son. He stopped in the doorway. Rhaegar sat at the head, Lord Kennington at his right. At Lord Kennington's right, a tall, lean man with hair the color of a moon that had been too long behind a cloud, and eyes the violet color of an old bruise, Ser Arthur Dayne, plainly. The family resemblance to Ashara at the foot of the table was unmistakable. At the left of Rhaegar sat Ashara herself. At her left, an older man in a dark blue robe with a maester's chain hanging short and discreet inside the collar, a man Jon did not know. The sixth chair, set across from Ashara, was empty. It was for him. Rhaegar lifted one hand toward the empty chair. Aegon. Jon went to the chair. He sat. The others around the table did not bow. The table was not a court. They looked at him with the small, grave courtesy of a household that had made room for one more. Aegon, Rhaegar said, this is Ser Arthur Dayne, of whom I have spoken. This is the Lady Ashara, his sister, who keeps this house with more grace than it deserves. This is Maester Marwyn, who came to me from Old Town, and who has been my counsel and my conscience for a great many years. Marwyn was a heavy-shouldered man with a black beard streaked with iron and a small private knowing in his eye. He inclined his head once at Jon. And this is Lord Jon Kennington, of whom you have already had the courtesy this morning. Honored, Jon said. The word came out softer than he had meant it. His throat was dry. He cleared it. Honored sirs, my lady Maester. Honored lord, Ser Arthur said. He had a low, calm voice. He looked at Jon for a long, steady moment. He did not say more. The food came. The food was simpler than the table. A lamb stew, dark bread, a wedge of soft cheese, a salad of bitter greens dressed in oil. There was a thin red wine that Jon did not touch. Ser Arthur, observing him not touch it, said quietly, "Water for the lord." And the small Dornish boy who served brought him water in a clay cup. The table did not at first talk much. It was, Jon understood, observing him with the careful courtesy of a household at the first meal of a guest who is not yet certain what kind of guest he is. He ate. He answered a small question from Ashara about the voyage. He answered a small question from Maester Marwyn about Maester Luwin, whom Marwyn had known at the Citadel. He answered a small question from Ser Arthur about Sir Roderick Castle, whom Ser Arthur had met once at a tourney in the Vale, 20 years past, and remembered as a man with a temper. It was Rhaegar at the head of the table who said the largest thing of the evening. Aegon, my lord. This is your household. He said it without flourish. He said it as one says a fact that has been true for a long time and is now being acknowledged. He set his cup down on the table and looked along the length of it. This is your household, such as it is. We are 5 who knew your mother and who have known of you since the day you were born. We have lived these 12 years to see you sit at this table. There is no ceremony for what is being done tonight. There is, perhaps, something simpler. There is the sitting at the table. There is the eating of the bread. There is the saying of the names. Welcome, son, you are home. He lifted his cup slowly. The others lifted theirs. Jon lifted his. He drank the water. It tasted faintly of orange flowers. He could not sleep that night. The narrow room was warm. Ghost was a long, warm shape across the foot of the bed. The orange flower smell had lessened with the falling of the dew, and the smell of the night now was a dry sage smell from the herb garden in the courtyard. Jon lay on his back and looked up at the whitewashed ceiling and thought. He thought about everything in pieces. He thought about the shape of his father's voice, Lord Stark's voice, Eddard's voice. He had been making himself add the qualifier in his own mind for several hours now. The way a man practices a new word he is afraid he will forget. When his father had said the man across the sea has waited 12 years. He thought about the shape of Rhaegar's voice when he had said, I am not certain enough to answer. He thought about Lyanna Stark, whose name he had heard 100 times in his life and never once had the right to attach to anything important. He thought about Robb. He thought about Arya. He thought about Catelyn's hand on his cheek. He thought about what he was now. He was, by name, two things. He was the bastard son of Eddard Stark. He was the true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. Both names were, in some measure, true, depending on which keep one stood in. Both names, he thought, would survive contact with the open air. That was, he understood without anyone telling him, the work the man down the hall had been doing for 12 years and had brought him here at last to learn. The work was the carrying of two names at once, and the choosing, when the choosing came, of the one that the realm could be made to live with. He did not yet know which name he wanted. He turned this over slowly, with a kind of careful curiosity. He had been told all his life that he was a bastard, and he had carried it the way a boy carries a small weight tied to one ankle, never forgotten, but sufferable. He had thought, sometimes in private, of what it would be like to be otherwise. He had not let himself think of it often. He thought now, and found that the wanting was less than he had expected it to be. He had been a bastard in a keep he had loved. He was not sure that being true-born in a keep he did not yet know was, by itself, a thing to want. The question was, did he want to be the boy whose name had been given to him this morning by a man he had not known, who carried a weight that had cost a king his throne and a queen her life and a realm, in fragments, the long, quiet 10 years of bad rule that had followed? He did not, he realized, know enough to want either. He did not know enough yet to want anything at all. He slept at last, just before dawn, and dreamed that he was sitting on the foot of his bed at Winterfell with Arya across his knees, and she was working a long red ribbon through her own hair, and he was telling her about a horse he had not yet ridden but knew would be a gray, and she was laughing. And the room was warm, and the room was warm, and the room was warm. He woke to the cool morning and the sound of a harp. It was being played in the courtyard, very softly. The notes were simple, the way the first notes of a piece are simple before the piece has decided what it will be. The hand at the strings was steady. The notes rose into the air and settled there, and another note followed, and another, and Jon lay on his back with the orange flower smell faint at his window again, and listened. After a long time he rose and washed and dressed and went down. The courtyard was small and walled in pale stone, with a single old olive at the center and a stone bench against the far wall. Rhaegar was on the bench, the small Lyseni harp on his knees, the morning sun in the silver of his hair. He did not look up when Jon came out. He went on with the slow, simple notes. He played the little phrase 3 times, slightly different each time, the third time with one note moved a step lower, and then he laid his hand flat on the strings and stilled them. Aegon, sit. Jon sat. He sat on the stone bench beside Rhaegar and looked at the harp and at his father's hand on it. Did I wake you? No, my lord. Rhaegar. Rhaegar. The name still did not come easily. He put it out of his mouth and waited to see what it would do in the air. It was a name. It sat. It did not run him over. Good. We will work at the harp, you and I. I do not promise that you will become a player. I promise only that you will become a listener. There is a difference. A man who can listen is rare. A man who can play is common. You will hear them at every wine shop in Lies. A man who can listen to a harp, to another man's voice, to the room he is in, that man wins more wars than the swordsman in the end. Begin. He took Jon's right hand in his and laid it flat on the strings. This is the place. The thumb here, the first finger here, the second here. Do not worry about the third yet. Pluck, not pinch. Pluck. Jon plucked. The sound was a small, unsteady note that did not stay where he had set it down. He plucked again. The note steadied a little, again. For half an hour they did this, and only this. Rhaegar said almost nothing. He moved Jon's fingers occasionally, with the small, precise touch of a man who had done this work for himself 50 years ago and had remembered every step. Jon's wrist began to ache. He did not say so. The ache was a small, clear thing, and he understood that this was, in its small, clear way, a teaching. At the end of the half-hour, Rhaegar took the harp into his own hands again and played, very simply, the phrase he had been playing when Jon had come out into the courtyard. He played it through with all the right notes, and then he played it again with the third finger doing a small, unobtrusive work in the bass. And then he played it again, softly, and at the third repetition he said, "This is the song your mother liked." He did not look at Jon as he said it. He played the phrase to its end. He let the last note ring out into the courtyard until it died of its own weight. He laid his hand on the strings to silence the harp. Then he turned his head and looked at Jon. She did not like much music. She liked horses. She liked to ride into a wood and not come back for a day. She did not like to sit indoors for any reason that involved a needle or a song, but she liked this one. She liked it, I think, because it was a northern song. My own master taught it to me when I was 8, but it had come down to him from the north, from a singer at the court of Winterfell. I played it for her once at a feast at Harrenhal, the year she was at Harrenhal, and she said after, "Where did you learn that?" And I said, "From a master who learned it from a Northman." And she said, "Then you have known a Northman somewhere," and she smiled at me, and the smile. He stopped. He looked at the harp. The smile was, I think, the moment in which I was lost. He set the harp down on the bench between them. "You will know that song." "Yes, Rhaegar. You will play it for her in the godswood at Winterfell the next time you go there." Jon looked at him sharp. "My lord Rhaegar, I do not know if I will go back." Rhaegar looked at him. "You will go back. Whether by my doing or no, you will go back. The North is in your blood. You have been Eddard Stark's son for 12 years, and that is a thing one does not put off because one has put on a different name. You will go back. I do not know if I will see you go. I would like to. We will see. Many things to see. For now, again. The harp. The thumb here, the first finger here, the second here. Begin." They worked at the harp until the sun cleared the courtyard wall. When at last they stopped, Jon's wrist was a small tired ache and his fingertips were sore, and there was, sitting in his throat, a small odd warm thing that was not quite happiness and not quite grief, and that he was not entirely sure he had felt before in his life. He did not give it a name. He did not have a name handy. He stood up and bowed very slightly and went to break his fast. 3 weeks passed. In 3 weeks, he learned the names of the household staff. 3 Dornishmen who had come north to Volantis with Ashara and who were, between them, the kitchen and the gate and the small night watch, and the route from the manse to a particular small public garden on the south bank that Maester Marwyn liked to walk in at evenings, and the names of the 3 trees in the courtyard, and the Lysany courtesy phrases for good morning and thank you and please pass the bread and I am sorry. I do not yet speak well. Will you forgive me? He learned the smell of the orange flowers in the morning, and the smell of the dust on the road in the afternoon, and the smell of the night-blooming jasmine that crept up the south wall, and he learned to identify by ear the hour by the call of the muezzin from the temple of the Red God 2 streets over, who sang at sunset in a voice so deep and so old that it sounded as if he were singing from underneath the city. In 3 weeks he met a great many people. He met no Volantines. The household kept its borders. He met a Tyroshi sword merchant called Bellin, who came twice a week with packages for Ser Arthur, and who looked at Jon once with a long appraising look the second visit, and did not look at him again the third. He met a Pentoshi banker called Illyrio Mapatis, who came once in the 2nd week, and who was a fat-fingered man with rings on every finger and a laugh that did not reach his small black eyes. Rhaegar received the banker in the long pale room and kept Jon out of it, but Jon, passing the room on his way to the courtyard, heard the banker's voice through the door. "Rhaegar, my friend, you have grown a son out of your sleeve. How do you keep such secrets in this small house with the orange trees so loud?" and heard after his father's voice very low, asking the banker not to speak that name at this house. Please, not even in jest, friend, not yet, not today. He did not meet the banker again. The banker went out by the back gate before sunset and did not return, and Jon understood, without being told, that the banker had asked something Rhaegar had not chosen to give. He met Ser Arthur every morning. He met Ser Arthur in the courtyard at the second hour after dawn, and they worked at the sword. Ser Arthur was different from Ser Roderick. Ser Roderick was a bluff northern teacher with a temper and a long memory for small wrongs done to him. Ser Arthur was a quiet Dornish teacher with no temper and no apparent memory for anything at all. He showed a thing once. He waited. He showed it again. He let Jon try it. He did not correct in words. He corrected by moving slowly to the place Jon ought to have been, and letting Jon see the place by the absence of him from where Jon had expected him. There was no shouting in Ser Arthur's yard. There was no cursing. There was only the soft, repeated pattern of feet on the flagstones, and the small, dry slap of practiced swords meeting at the right angle. Jon worked. He worked well. He had been worked well at Winterfell, and he had Darien's water dance lessons from the Sea Star fresh in his hands. And he understood after the first morning, more in him than he had been let to discover at home. Ser Arthur put him through the basic forms of the Dornish style for the first week, the one-handed grip, the high guard, the sliding step, and then put him through the forms of the bravo for the second week, on Darien's foundation, and then began to mix them. On the third week, on a morning when the sun came over the courtyard wall earlier than it ought to have, Jon disarmed Ser Arthur. It was not a clean disarm. It was a clever one. Ser Arthur had laid down the high guard a half-beat too long, or perhaps had let it down deliberately to see what Jon would do, and Jon had stepped inside it and turned the wrist with the sliding step Ser Arthur himself had taught him. And the practiced sword left Ser Arthur's hand and went clattering across the flagstone. The courtyard went very quiet. Ser Arthur looked at his empty hand. He looked at Jon. For the first time in 3 weeks of mornings, Ser Arthur smiled. The smile was a small, slow smile that began in the corner of the mouth and spread only halfway across. It was not the smile of a man who smiled often, and Jon understood, watching it appear, that he had been given a thing very rare. Again, Ser Arthur said. They went again. Ser Arthur disarmed Jon in 3 passes. Then they went again, and Jon disarmed him again, and Ser Arthur said, very quietly, "Aegon, your hand is your father's, your eye is hers." Jon did not answer. He could not have answered. He picked up the practiced sword off the flagstone, and bowed, and they went again. That night at the table, when Ser Arthur sat down opposite him with a cup of Dornish red in his hand, Ser Arthur leaned over and said, in his low, calm voice, with no other man at the table appearing to listen, "Aegon, the hand. There is a thing in it. Do not be too quick about it. A hand like that finds a use. It always finds a use. Whether it finds the right use is a thing the man behind the hand decides. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Eat your stew." He ate his stew. The first letter came in the 4th week. It came not by raven, but by the hand of a small, dark Pentoshi messenger boy, who knocked at the back gate of the manse at the 2nd hour after sunset, and would not give the letter to anyone but the Maester. Maester Marwyn took the letter, and went into the long, pale room, and did not come out for a long while. When he did come out, he did not speak. He went up the stairs to Rhaegar's chamber, and Rhaegar came down with him, and the 2 men went out into the small night garden behind the manse where the jasmine grew, and they walked there for a quarter hour in the dark. And then Rhaegar came back into the manse and went up the stairs without speaking, and Maester Marwyn went to the kitchen and asked Ashara for a strong wine and sat at the kitchen table for a while with the cup between his hands. Jon, who was crossing the back corridor with Ghost at his heel on his way from the courtyard, heard the Meister's slow, careful breathing through the open kitchen door and stopped. He looked in. The Meister looked up. "Aegon, Meister, forgive me. I did not mean to. Come in, lad. Sit. There is a thing your father will tell you tomorrow. I will not tell it tonight. I will say only that there is a name in the world that he has carried for 20 years, and that the name has just passed across his desk in a way it has not passed across it before. I will say also that you should not be afraid. Sit. Drink water. Tell me what Ser Arthur taught you this morning." Jon sat. He drank the water Ashara without being asked set in front of him. He told the Meister what Ser Arthur had taught him that morning, a small variation on the sliding step, with a half-rotation of the wrist that he was still working out. The Meister listened with the slow, grave attention of a man listening to a different conversation. He nodded in the right places. He drank his wine. When at last the Meister rose, he laid one heavy hand briefly on Jon's shoulder. "Sleep, lad, sleep well. Tomorrow your father will speak of his sister." The Meister went out. Jon sat at the kitchen table for a long time after he was gone, with Ghost's head on his knee and a cup of water in his hand, and he turned the Meister's words over in his mind. His sister. He had not known until this evening that Rhaegar Targaryen had a living sister at all. He went up to bed slowly. He laid down. He did not sleep for a long while. He looked at the white ceiling and turned the new word over in his head, aunt. He had not had an aunt in the keep he had grown up in. He had had only the absent shape of his mother, who had been an aunt to all his cousins and who had not been there for any of them. He fell asleep at last with the new word still in his mouth. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. Lessons in fire and salt. Rhaegar told him about Daenerys in the morning in the long pale room with the window open onto the courtyard and a small breeze from the south moving the curtain. "My father," Rhaegar said, "had a wife and 3 children. The wife was Rhaella. The children were Rhaegar, myself, and a brother born after me who did not live a year, and a 3rd child born much later. The 3rd child was a girl. She was born after the war ended. She was born on Dragonstone, in a great storm, on the night her mother died and the island fell to Stannis' Baratheon siege. She was carried out of the storm by Sir Willem Darry, who was the master-at-arms of the household, and who took her and the older brother Viserys, who was 8 at the time, and ran for the free cities." Jon listened. Ghost lay across his feet. The breeze moved the curtain. "Viserys is now of an age with you, give or take 3 years. He is older. He is," Rhaegar paused, he was looking at his hands. "He is by all reports a difficult young man. I have not seen him since he was an infant. I have men who have seen him. I have a man in Pentos and a man in Myr and a man who has lately reached Karth. The reports they send me, Aegon. They are not reports a man wants to send about a brother. He has been kept by petty merchants for years. He has been used as a bargaining chip by men whose names I will not put in your ear. He has grown up believing that the world owes him a throne, and that any moment in which the world fails to give it is a moment in which he is being insulted. He was a small boy in a difficult place. He is now an angry young man. There is a difference of degree, not of kind. And the girl, the 3rd child, Daenerys. Yes. She is some years younger than Viserys. She is, by the most recent count, 14, perhaps 15. Until last year she was at Illyrio Mapates's house in Pentos. You will remember Illyrio. He came here in my 2nd week. You sent him out before sunset. I did. Illyrio has been the keeper of my brother and sister for some years now. He has done the keeping for his own purposes. He is a man whose purposes are never one purpose. Last year he gave my sister to a Dothraki Khal. To the man, he sold the marriage as an alliance. To my brother, he sold it as a road back to the throne. The Khal would lend his horsemen, my brother would have his crown. To my sister he sold nothing. My sister was not asked. She is now somewhere on the great grass sea east of Pentos, in the company of 40,000 horsemen and a brother who is, by the same reports I have just told you of, becoming each month a smaller man than the month before. He stopped. He looked at the window. The breeze moved the curtain again. I should have gotten to her sooner. He said it quietly, the way a man says a thing he has already settled with himself but has not yet made peace with. He did not look at Jon when he said it. After a moment he went on. It has been a balance. Aegon, I will tell you the balance. I have been alive in this house in one form or another for 12 years. I have done it by being a man no one knew was alive. The first year I was a fever. The second I was a convalescent. The third I was a Westerosi merchant in lies who kept his face down. By the fourth I was here in Volantis, in a small house, with 2 friends and a sword. The kept thing about being dead is that you must never appear to be alive in any place that connects to where you were when you were last seen alive. If I had ridden east the year my sister was given to the Khal, the men who watch the roads to the east would have written down my passing. The men who watch the roads to the east are paid by Tywin Lannister. Tywin Lannister has men in every port that touches the disputed lands. I have been keeping the small shape of my life small for 12 years. I knew of my sister. I weighed the going. I did not go. I sent men instead. The men sent the reports. The reports were what they were. I could not, in those years, walk away from the keeping I had done because the keeping included you. He looked at Jon then. You will hate me for that in time. You will hate me for not having gone for her. You will be right to, my lord, Rhaegar. Rhaegar. Jon found, to his own surprise, that he had a thing to say. He did not have it in finished form, he let it come out as it would. You did not let her come to harm because of me. There were many things to weigh. I have had a brother, 2 brothers. I know what it is to have to wait until the right hour to do a thing for them. Sometimes the right hour does not come. That is not the same as not having done the thing. You have not abandoned her. You have weighed. Rhaegar looked at him a long time. You are kind, Aegon. I am. I have only said what I think, my lord. Yes, that is the kindness. There are men who think things and there are men who say them, and the saying of a kind thought is the work of a kind man. Your mother had it. I was not, on this point, sure that I had passed it on. He smiled, very small, a thing that lasted half a heartbeat. You will see her in time. Daenerys. We will not let her wander the grass sea forever. The men I have sent, they will report this season or next. When we know where she is firmly, we will write to her. Or rather, we will go to her. I will think on it. I will not act yet. Now you know. Now I know. Yes, now you know about her. There will be more in time. There is a third child of my father's line of whom I have not yet spoken. That is a longer story. I will not tell it today, not all of it. Today the harp. He stood up slowly and gestured toward the courtyard. Jon stood up too. He went out with him into the courtyard. He did not, that morning, ask the question he had wanted to ask, which was who is the third child. He had begun, in the 4 weeks of living in this manse, to learn how Rhaegar laid out his answers, which was the way a man laid out the steps of a winding stair, one at a time in their proper order with a pause at each landing. He let the pause sit. He did not push past the landing. They worked at the harp for an hour. When at last they were done, Rhaegar set the harp down and looked at him a long moment and said, "You have been here a month." "Yes, my lord." Do you think you can stay?" "I am here, my lord." "That was not what I asked." Jon considered the question. It was, he understood, a real question. Rhaegar had not asked it before. Rhaegar had built a month around him without asking it. The asking now was a deliberate thing, asked at the right time, which was the time at which the answer might be the answer of a boy who had come into the house and had had a chance to look around it. "I can stay," Jon said. "I can stay as long as you would have me." "Good. Then we will begin the longer work." The longer work was not, at first, very long. The longer work was simply this, that the days began to acquire a shape. The shape was a northern shape. Rhaegar, who had lived for 12 years in the free cities and had grown soft in his hours, took on, for Jon's sake, a northern hour. They rose at dawn. They worked at the harp for an hour while the sun came over the courtyard wall. Jon went to the courtyard for an hour with Ser Arthur, and they worked at the sword. Then a meal. Then Maester Marwyn for 2 hours in the long pale room. High Valyrian first, then Giscari, then the political geography of the free cities in great detail, then the political geography of Westeros in greater detail, then the histories, slowly and over weeks. The histories of the Conqueror, and of Meager, and of Jaehaerys the Conciliator, and of Aegon the Unworthy, and of all the long line of Targaryen kings in the great book of Septon Hesar, page by page, with Maester Marwyn making small dry comments that Maester Luwin would never have made. Then a second meal. Then an afternoon for languages, riding in the country, a market visit twice a week with Lord Connington, who was teaching him to look at men in a market the way a king's man looks at a market, which was to say, never directly. Then the evening. Then dinner with the household. Then an hour in the long pale room with Rhaegar, talking of whatever Rhaegar wished to talk of that night. The talking was, in some ways, the best of the lessons. Rhaegar did not lecture in the evenings. He thought aloud. He set out a thing he was puzzling at, a report from his man in Mer, a half-remembered passage from the Septon Barth who he had read in his youth, a small detail in the management of a court that he had been turning over for years, and he let Jon talk back. The first weeks, Jon did not talk back much. He was 12 and had the northern habit of listening before he spoke. By the second month, he had begun to find that Rhaegar was actually waiting for him to say the thing he was thinking, and that Rhaegar was not waiting in the way that a maester waits for a student to say the right answer. Rhaegar was waiting in the way that a man waits for another man's read of a problem he himself does not entirely see. It took Jon a long time to understand this, because no one in his life had ever wanted his read of anything. The understanding came when it came, on a particular evening in the 3rd month, a wet evening, with the rain coming down in the courtyard and the smell of the wet stone coming in at the window. Rhaegar had laid before him a problem that had to do with a Lyseni magister who was attempting to buy up the trade in a particular grade of wool, and whether the magister was working alone or working for a Volantene triarch. He had explained the problem at length. He had laid out the names of 3 other magisters who would be affected and what their alliances were. He had asked Jon what he thought. Jon had said the obvious thing, which was that the magister was probably working for someone larger. Rhaegar had nodded. Good. Yes, he is. For whom? Jon had thought. For the Volantene, for one of the triarchs. The wool will be needed for an army of size. Why an army? Because the wool is the grade for cloaks, many cloaks. A small number of cloaks is not bought up like that. Many cloaks is bought up like that. The Volantenes are buying for a campaign. Where is the campaign? He had thought again. He had thought of the geography. He had thought of the Volantene quarrels he had been hearing about for 2 months. He had thought of where he himself had heard the word campaign in the long political histories Maester Marwyn had been laying out for him. East, he had said. Not west. They will not come at us. They are looking east. They are looking at the disputed lands, or past the disputed lands. They are looking at. He had stopped. He had not been sure of the next word. At Slaver's Bay, he said. Rhaegar had looked at him for a long moment. Then he had laid his cup down on the small table between them. He had looked at the fire for a long moment. He had looked back at Jon. That is, I think, the right read. Jon had felt, on hearing it, a small warm thing in his chest that he had not yet had a chance to feel in his life. It was not pride. It was the smaller cousin of pride, the small warm thing a boy feels when an older man whose mind he has begun to respect, looks at the boy and finds that the boy has looked at the same thing and has seen the same thing. He did not say anything about the warm thing. He drank his water. "There is more," Rhaegar said. "If the Volantines go east and they win in Slaver's Bay, the fall of the slave cities will rebound on every free city. Tyrosh, Pentos, all of which are slave cities themselves to one degree or another. The free cities will not let it stand. There will be a war of cities here after. But that is for next year. This year is the wool. We will not buy the wool, we will short the wool. We will short it through Illyrio, quietly, do you understand, through a man who does not know he is buying for me, and we will take a small profit from the magisters over each. Aegon. Mark this in your book. This is a thing kings live or die by. The man who knows the small trade 3 months before everyone else knows it can pay for a great many soldiers when the soldiers are needed. Yes. Yes. Good. Drink your wine." Jon drank a sip of the wine. He did not yet like the wine. He was learning. He learned in the months that followed that the household was not just a household. The household was a court. It was a small court. It had 3 Westerosi knights, Ser Arthur, who had come here from the Trident, Ser Oswell Went, who had come up from the disputed lands the autumn after Jon's arrival, and Sir Richard Lonmouth, an old companion of Rhaegar's youth, who turned up in the second winter from the Stepstones with a thinning beard and a long set of stories. It had 2 Maesters, Maester Marwyn, who was the senior, and a younger man called Pylos, who was a Pentoshi by birth, and who had been trained at the Citadel in Old Town. Pylos was the household's ear in Pentos, and made the journey north 4 times a year to keep up his connections there. It had Lord Connington, who was the steward and the captain of the house and the chamberlain rolled into one, and who had no wife, and who managed the small affairs of the manse with the precision of a man who had once governed a great keep and would never govern one again. It had Ser Arthur Dayne, who managed the inner house, the food and the linens and the small Dornish staff, who ordered Jon's clothes, who kept a small mews on the back roof where she flew a single pretty merlin in the evenings, and who could, when pressed, name the great houses of Westeros and their current heads and the marriage politics of the last 4 generations from memory. It had, in addition, a small steady stream of visitors. The visitors did not come often. They came one at a time. They came at night. They came up the back road from the dock through the orange grove, and they were received in the long, pale room, and they were given supper at a small side table, and they were sent away again before sunrise. They did not introduce themselves to Jon. Some of them were Westerosi by their dress, some were Tyroshi, some were Myrish. One, Jon thought, was a summer islander, very tall and very dark, with a soft, careful common tongue and a small iron-bound book on his belt. They were the men who, between them, were the eyes and ears of Rhaegar Targaryen across the world. They had, all of them, the same small watchful look about them. They looked, Jon thought after the 3rd visitor, like the captains of small ships meeting in mid-ocean by a quiet arrangement. He did not, at first, get to sit at the small side table for the suppers. In the 2nd year he did. By the 3rd year, when he was 15, Rhaegar would, more often than not, summon him to the long pale room when a visitor came and present him by his name, "My son Aegon," and let him listen. The visitors took the new fact in stride. They had, plainly, been told to expect it. He listened. He learned the geography of his father's network. That there were 2 men in King's Landing, both of them clerks in the offices of small Crownlands lords. That there was a man in Sunspear whose name was Doran Martell's master-at-arms. That there was a woman in Highgarden who was a maid companion to the Queen of Thorns, and had, in some prior life, owed Ashara Dayne a kindness Ashara had never called in. He learned that the network was thin on the ground in the Vale and the Westerlands both. The Vale because Jon Arryn was a hard man to listen to without being heard. The Westerlands because Tywin Lannister was a hard man to listen to without dying for the trouble. He learned, too, a thing his father did not tell him in so many words but that he gathered from the careful structure of every conversation, that the network was not a network for war. Not yet. It was a network for waiting. It was a network for knowing what was happening, so that on the day a new thing happened, a death, a famine, a marriage gone sideways, the network would be able to tell Rhaegar before any other man in the world, and Rhaegar would be able to decide what to do with the knowing. The decision was, all this time, not yet. Jon understood by his 15th name day that not yet was its own kind of decision. He understood that his father was not a man waiting for the moment to come in the way some men waited for storms, passively, hoping that the storm would not come and that life could be left alone. His father was a man who had decided, 12 years ago, that he was not, alone, the man to put right what had been broken, that the realm did not deserve the cost of his trying alone, that he would wait until either he had the means to do it without breaking what was left, or until the means came to him in a shape he had not foreseen, or until he died of old age in this manse and left the work to other men. He understood that his father was at peace with each of these outcomes. He understood that this peace was a hard-won thing, and that it had cost his father was costing him still, a daily working at himself. He understood that the work of being his father's son now would be the work of being part of that not yet, of growing into the means Rhaegar had not yet had, of being the change in the calculation. He did not yet know, at 15, what shape the change would take. He worked. He wrote letters home. He wrote them in the 3rd month of the 1st year and continued after that, twice in each year. He wrote them by hand in his small whitewashed chamber on heavy paper. Ashara brought him from a Volantine shop, and he wrote them in the careful northern script Maester Luwin had taught him, and he sent them by Lord Cannington's hand through a network of small ships that took them, eventually, to White Harbor, and from there by Manderley's hand to Winterfell. He wrote to Robb. He told Robb about the harp. He told Robb about Ser Arthur. He did not tell Robb the Targaryen part. The letters in the 1st year had been a careful exercise. Rhaegar and Maester Marwyn had read each one before it went, not to censor him, but to make certain that, in his enthusiasm, he had not put a thing on the page that the wrong eye could turn into an arrow. By the 2nd year, Maester Marwyn had stopped reading them. Jon had learned by then the shape of what could be written and what could not. He wrote to Arya. He told Arya about a small bay mare he had been given, who he had named, at her instructing in her last letter, not after a queen, please, brother, queens are for stuck-up fools. He had eventually, after some thought, named the mare Quill, because the mare's white blaze on the face came to a small sharp point above the muzzle. Arya had written back approving the name. She had also written back, at 13, in the spiky, angry hand of a girl who was being made to learn the sept that year, and who hated it, about a tournament father had taken Robb to in White Harbor, and a hawk Bran had begun to train, and a small red-eyed cat she had named Sir Pounce, and that had bitten Septa Mordane in the 3rd week. He wrote to Bran. Bran wrote back single sheets in a careful, slow hand about climbing. He wrote twice to Sansa. She wrote back once, with a careful prim courtesy that asked after his health and reported the name-day celebrations of a Karstark cousin, and stopped without a sign-off, as if she had run out of polite topics, and could not, even at 14, find an impolite one. He wrote once in the second year to Catelyn. He had not been sure he should. He had laid the question before Rhaegar one evening over the harp, and Rhaegar had thought a moment and said, "Write the letter you would write if you were a son writing to a stepmother who had been kind to you in your last hour at home. She will not write back. She does not need to. She will read it." He had written that letter. He had kept it short. He had not heard back. He had, in the second year and the third, stopped looking for a letter from her and had felt in time that he had been right to write the one and right to leave it. He did not write to Eddard. The letters between his fathers, for so he had come slowly to think of them. The two fathers, one in each hemisphere of the world, went through other hands and went in coded forms that he was not yet shown. He understood that the two men were in correspondence. He understood that Eddard had been told, by Rhaegar's letter at his arrival, that the boy had reached the manse safely. That Eddard had written back briefly to acknowledge the receipt. He understood, in a slower and quieter way, by the small absence of his father's name from any mention of the network, that Eddard had asked not to be brought into the larger work, that he had given his promise 12 years ago and would honor it as honor required, and would not, beyond that, lift any further weight. This Jon understood. He did not, at first, agree with it. By the end of his second year he had grown enough to see the shape of the thing more clearly and had agreed with it after a fashion. He understood that Eddard Stark had given him as much as Eddard Stark could give, and would not be asked for more. The sword work continued. By the end of the first year Jon was, in Ser Arthur's quiet judgment, a competent boy with a northern strength and a bravo's foot. By the end of the second year he was a young swordsman with promise. By the end of the third, at 15, with a small new shadow of beard along the jaw and a new height that took him over the head of Lord Kennington, he was, in Ser Arthur's quiet judgment, a swordsman. He did not say this to Jon. Ser Arthur did not say compliments. Jon learned that Ser Arthur had said it because Sir Oswell went told him, one evening at the table, that Arthur had said it to Lord Kennington in the courtyard after a morning's training, and that Lord Kennington had nodded and said simply, "Good." He continued to work. He worked with Sir Arthur each morning and with Sir Oswell each afternoon when Sir Oswell was in the manse. Sir Oswell came and went on Rhaegar's small errands, and with Sir Richard Lonmouth, when Sir Richard was sober, on the heavy older Westerosi grip. He worked on horse with Lord Kennington in the country outside the city, riding the long flat road north along the Rhoyne with Ghost loping ahead through the long dry grass. The wolf grown now to the full great size of his kind. A long lean white shape that stood at Jon's hip when Jon was on his feet, and that no man on the road would willingly look at twice. He worked at the bow with one of the household Dornishmen, who had been a hunter in Dorne before he had taken Ashara's coin to come to the free cities, and who taught Jon the long Dornish bow, slower than the northern, with a deeper draw and a cleaner release. He worked at the languages. He worked, more than at any of the others, at the harp. The harp had become, after the first year, the place where he went when he was not working at anything else. He had not had, in his Winterfell life, a thing of his own that he had loved doing for its own sake. He had been competent at many things and had liked enough of them, but had loved none. The harp was a different matter. He had taken to it in the way some boys take to a hawk or a small dog, with a slow, surprised affection that became, over time, a daily appointment. He went to the courtyard each day at the hour Rhaegar had taught him. He worked the exercises Rhaegar gave him. He worked on his own at the songs Rhaegar had played for him. He learned in the second year to play the song his mother had liked. He played it for his father one evening in the long pale room without warning, in the middle of a conversation about a Tyroshi banker, and Rhaegar had stopped speaking and listened, and at the end had not said anything for a long while, and had then said, very quietly, "Thank you, Aegon." And they had moved on. By his 3rd year in Volantis, Jon could play the harp with no thinking about the strings. He could play the harp and watch a face across the room at the same time. He could, in fact, play the harp specifically to watch a face. He had learned from Ashara that a face listening to music gives away things a face listening to words will not. He had begun to use this. It was, Rhaegar said the first time he caught Jon doing it, the meanest of the small, useful arts of a king's son. Rhaegar had said it without disapproval. Ashara taught him the dances. She did this in the 2nd autumn, in the long, pale room after dinner, with one of the Dornishmen humming the old Westerosi tunes from the wall. She set Jon's hand at her waist and her hand on his shoulder, and walked him through the patterns of the great hall, the slow dances of court, and the fast turn of the bridal dance, and the formal pattern of the king's walk, which had not been danced at any Westerosi court since the conquest, but which she insisted he should know, because someday, she said, you will be at a feast where someone will start it, and you will know whether to laugh or to bow, and the difference will matter. He learned. He was clumsy at first. He had not danced with a woman before. He had been a northern boy of 12 when he had left, and dancing was a thing the Stark girls had been made to learn while the Stark boys had been made to learn the lance. By his 3rd spring, Ashara declared him passable. "Lord, you will not embarrass me at a wedding," and stopped tutoring him in the steps and began, instead, tutoring him in the small art of conversation between steps. "The dance," she said one evening with one hand on his shoulder, "is not the dance. The dance is the conversation. The dance is the only place in any keep, in any city, where a man and a woman who do not know each other may speak with their hands at each other's bodies, and no one in the room thinks them ill for it. You must learn to use the time. A pattern lasts a verse. A verse lasts perhaps a minute. In a minute a careful man can find out a great deal. Where is your father this season? Is your sister married? What is that ring? When did you last see Lord X? What did you think of him? You ask gently. You listen. You move your feet. The next pattern, you ask the next thing. By the end of 3 patterns, if you have done it well, you know more about the woman and her household than you knew at the start of the meal. And if she is asking me, she is asking you, if she is any good at all, you are answering. You are answering with what you have decided to give. Ashara smiled. The small private smile that he had come to know meant she was pleased with him. You are learning, Lord. You are learning quicker than I expected. Your father did not learn it. He went to feasts and read books in corners. Your mother did not dance. She sat the steps out and said things to her own brothers that made them laugh. You will not be like either. You will be the 3rd sort. You will be the dancer who watches. You will be very useful. There was, in the 3rd year, a small day of trouble that taught Jon a thing he had not been taught before. It began when a Volantene noble, a young triarch's son named Meliandar, who had, somehow, gotten word that there was a new young Westerosi at the manse outside the city, sent his card to Lord Connington asking for a small social courtesy, by which he meant a meeting of his own and the Westerosi young lord at a private supper. Lord Connington brought the card to Rhaegar in the long, pale room. Rhaegar read it. He read it twice. He laid it down. He is a Volantene. Yes, and not a friend. Not a friend. He is an elephant. The tigers have been buying our wool through Illyrio. He has heard, perhaps, of a Westerosi young man under our roof. He wishes to satisfy himself. He wishes to satisfy himself of what? That we are not what we are, that we are as quiet as we have appeared. That nothing he should know about is being kept under our roof. Rhaegar laid his fingers flat on the table. Aegon will go. Lord Connington looked at him. Lord Connington did not, by habit, contradict Rhaegar. He did, on this occasion, raise an eyebrow. Your Grace. He will go. You will go with him. You will be the senior of the party. Aegon will be the young northern cousin of a friend of yours, here for his education, of no consequence, and he will play that man with care. He will be polite. He will be interested in nothing of any importance. He will not speak Valyrian at the table. He will speak it badly when forced and lapse into common. He will not eat much. He will drink 1 cup of wine, watered. He will compliment our host on his floor tiles and on his harp if his harp is in the room. He will not play the harp. He will leave with you at a polite hour. You will judge the right hour. Your Grace. He is 15 now. He is the right age. If he cannot pass for a small northern cousin in a Volantene parlor, he will not pass for it ever, and we will not, after this, send him into another such parlor for some years. We test, this evening, whether the boy can wear the small face. If he can, we know what he can do. If he cannot, we know what we have not yet taught him. Yes, Your Grace. Rhaegar turned to Jon. Aegon, you have heard. I have heard. You can do it, Jon thought for a moment. He thought of all the small northern boys he had known at Winterfell, the cousins of the lower Stark vassals, the sons of manderly captains who came up to Winterfell once a year to be seen. He thought of how they had spoken at the long table. He thought of the small, shy way they had asked their questions. He thought of how they had eaten their stew. I can do it, Rhaegar. Good, tonight. The supper was at a great house at the edge of the black walls, the kind of house that pretended to be older than it was by sheer expenditure on stone and on slaves. Meleandar received them in a long dining hall, lit with too many candles, and decorated with small bronze elephants on every available shelf. He was a thin, pale young man in a robe of blue silk, with rings on every finger and the affected accent of a Volantene who had spent a year in Tyrosh and meant for everyone to remember it. Lord Connington introduced Jon as Jon Snow, of the north of Westeros, the son of a small bannerman of one of my old houses, here under my care for his education. He used the name Snow without flinching. Jon, hearing his old name in his old shape, took it without flinching too. He bowed in the small northern bow he had given Rhaegar 4 years ago at the door of the manse. He sat where Meleandar's man placed him. He played the part for 2 hours. He spoke common tongue with the careful, slow shyness of a small bannerman's son visiting a city for the first time. He answered Meleandar's questions with bland, small answers. He asked, dutifully, about the floor tiles, which were a green Lyseni marble with a wave pattern, and Meleandar talked at length about them. He ate his stew. He drank 1 cup of watered wine. He complimented the harpist who came in after the meal, an old Volantene woman with long, arthritic hands, for her playing, which had been competent but uninspired, and Meleandar smiled at the compliment and looked, very briefly, at Jon's hands. Jon, who had been watching for it, did not move his hands. He kept them in his lap. He kept them where the calluses on his fingertips, the harpist's calluses, the very particular calluses of a man who had played a small Lyseni harp for an hour every morning for 3 years, could not be seen. Meleandar's eye lingered on his lap a heartbeat longer than it should have. Then it moved on. The harpist played another set. The wine was poured again. Jon refused his refill. They left at a polite hour. They walked out under the black walls into the cool Volantene night, and Lord Connington did not speak until they were 2 streets away from the great house, and then he said very quietly, "Well done, lad." He looked at my hands. He did. You hid them, did he see? I do not believe so. He was looking for a man's hands, not a young man's. He saw nothing. He looked away. Good, he may yet wonder. We will be careful for a season. We will assume he wonders. But you played the part. You played it well. You may in time have a use for that art that I would not have predicted of you when you came to us. Your father was bad at it. I am bad at it. You are, it appears, not bad at it. My mother, Lord Kennington walked another half a street before he answered. Your mother could not have done it, lad. She was a great-hearted lady. The small face was beyond her. She could lie like a fishwife when she had to. She could not pretend to be small. I am the better for the lying then. You are the better for it tonight. Whether you are the better for it in the long run is a thing each man learns at his own cost. Tonight, lad, it served. Take the win. They walked back to the manse along the Orange Grove Road. Ghost came up out of the grove to meet them at the inner gate. Jon laid his hand on the great white head and went inside, and went up to Rhaegar's chamber, and reported on the evening. Rhaegar listened. At the end he laid his hand briefly on Jon's shoulder, the way a father lays a hand on a son's shoulder for a thing well done, and said, "Good night." Aegon and Jon, who had not been touched on the shoulder by his father in this way before, took the touch and went to his own chamber and lay on his bed and looked at the ceiling for a long time. He understood, becoming a son. He thought about Eddard Stark, very far away in a stone keep at the top of the world, who had been the only father he had known until 4 years ago and was, in some measure, still the only father he knew. He thought about Eddard's face. He thought about how Eddard's face was different in his memory from Rhaegar's face. Eddard's face was a face that had taught him by silence and by example, and Rhaegar's was a face that taught him by speaking. He thought about whether one could love both. He thought he could. He thought he did. He slept. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. A King in the Snow. The first letter came in the spring of Jon's 17th year. It came not by a private hand but by the common post, which was unusual in itself. The household had a small standing arrangement with a Tyroshi merchant who carried their correspondence inside the lining of his cloak, and the common post was used only for a kind of letter that was not, in itself, a secret. The letter was sealed with a heavy red wax stamp that bore the running stag of House Baratheon and the small lion of House Lannister quartered in the seal. It was not addressed to Rhaegar. It was addressed to the merchant Marys of Volantis, which was the small assumed name Lord Kennington used at the docks. It was a notice. It read, in a clerical hand, by the will of His Grace King Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. The customs duties on Westerosi grain leaving the southern ports to the free cities are doubled effective at the next moon. All merchants doing trade in such grain are advised. Signed for the Master of Coin, Petter Baelish, this 15th day of the 3rd moon. Lord Kennington brought the letter into the long pale room and laid it on Rhaegar's table with the small dry remark that they had at last received a piece of personal correspondence from the king, signed in the king's name. Rhaegar read it. He looked up. Baelish. Yes, I have not heard the name. He is new, younger man, a Riverlander minor, Lord Hoster Tully's ward once. He is the king's master of coin lately appointed. By whom appointed? By the hand. By Jon Arryn. Jon Arryn appointed a clever Riverlander minor to be his master of coin. Why? Because Jon Arryn is old and wishes to delegate the coin to a man with the energy to handle it. Because the crown is in significant debt to certain Lannister and Iron Bank houses. Because the man is, by all accounts, deeply gifted at money. Rhaegar laid the letter down. He looked at the courtyard window for a moment. Then he looked at Jon, who was sitting in the 3rd chair at his customary station with the small Lyseni harp on his knee, and said, "Aegon, what does it tell us?" Jon thought. He had been growing into these conversations for a year. He had learned, after the Valentine supper, that his father expected him to read what was set in front of him, not to wait to be told what was on the page. He turned the letter in his head. He read it not as a notice but as a piece of news that had reached him. It tells us the crown is in debt. He said, "Doubling the customs is what a crown does when the crown cannot raise tax in some other way. The crown cannot raise direct tax without summoning a council of the lords. Doubling the customs lets the crown reach for coin without asking. It is unpopular only with merchants and with the free cities, and the king does not stand for re-election from either. He paused. It tells us, too, that Jon Arryn has decided to manage the debt rather than to confront the spending. He has put a younger man on the books. He has not, by anything we have heard, put a younger man on the king. Why? Because he cannot. The king will not be put. The king has been the king for 17 years, and the spending is the spending, and any hand who tried to put a younger man on the king would be a former hand within the moon. Arryn is doing what he can. He is doing it under the king. Will it hold? Not forever. Why not? Because Arryn is old. He must be 65 at least. And once Arryn is gone, there is no man at the king's elbow who will be both willing to manage the debt and able to manage the king. Stannis is at Dragonstone and is loved by no one. Renly is in the Reach and is loved by everyone but trusted by no one. The Lannisters will simply call in the debt. Tywin will not lend money to a king and then not call it in when the lender stands across the table. And once the Lannisters call it in, the crown will have to choose between paying with land, with title, or with the king's son's marriage to a Lannister daughter that is already arranged, or— He stopped. He had been going farther than he meant. "I have gone too far, Rhaegar." Rhaegar smiled the small thing at the corner of his mouth. "You have not gone too far. You have read it correctly." He looked at Lord Kennington. "Send our man at White Harbor a letter. I want a courier in Winterfell by midsummer. I want him to ride to Lord Stark and to ask, courteously, whether Lord Stark has any news of Jon Arryn's health. The phrasing of the asking will be, I will write the phrasing. The answer will tell us much. Yes, your grace. And I want Pylos sent to King's Landing. Through Pentos, through the usual route. I want him in the city by the start of the autumn. I want him to listen at the right walls. The crown is in worse health than the king is letting on. We will know first. We will know first, or we will be of no use to anyone, ourselves included." "Yes, your grace." Rhaegar laid the small notice flat on the table. He smoothed it with one hand. He looked at the seal, the running stag, and the lion together. The king and the queen's house joined in red wax in a small clerk's office in King's Landing. "It begins," he said very quietly. "After 17 years, it begins." He looked at Jon. "You are 17 this year, Aegon. Tell me, are you ready?" Jon considered the question. "For what, Rhaegar? For whatever comes. For me to die in my bed, for us to ride west tomorrow. For nothing to happen for another 5 years and then everything to happen at once. For my brother to come to a bad end on a bad horse. For my sister to come back into the world with what she has. For any of it, all of it, none of it. You do not need to give me the right answer. You need to tell me where you stand." Jon set the harp down on his knee. He laid one hand flat on the strings, the way Rhaegar had taught him at the start, to silence them. "I am ready, Rhaegar," he said. "I am ready in the way a man is ready for the next thing the world will do. I am not ready in the way a man is ready who has already chosen what he will do. I do not yet know what I want. I know what I do not want. I do not want to take the throne by burning the realm. I do not want to leave the realm in the hands of men who do not see it. Between those two there is a great deal of room. I do not yet know where in the room I belong." "Good," Rhaegar said. He looked at the harp on Jon's knee. "Good. I would have been frightened of any other answer. A boy of 17 who already knows where in the room he belongs is a boy who has not looked at the room. You have looked. Continue to look." Pylos went to King's Landing. Pylos came back in the late autumn with a face that had thinned on the road and a small wax tablet of close-written notes. And he sat in the long pale room for half a day and reported to Rhaegar and Kennington and Maester Marwyn and Jon. And the report was longer than any report Jon had heard before. The crown was, Pylos said, closer to the edge than they had thought. The debt was not a debt that could be carried in another year. It could be carried, perhaps, in another 6 months. The hand was sick. Jon Arryn had taken to his bed in the middle of the autumn with a fever he could not shake. The maesters at the Red Keep were attending him at all hours. He was not yet dead, but he was not the man he had been. He was, by Pylos's careful read, a man who would not see the spring. The king had not been told the worst of his hand's condition. The king was on a long hunt in the Kingswood with his brother Renly. The court in the king's absence was a circus. The queen, Pylos reported, was a woman whose contempt for her husband had hardened in the last year into a kind of policy of state. She had drawn around her 2 of her father's bannermen and a small council of household knights, and she ruled, not formally but in the day-to-day in the king's absence. Her elder son, the Prince Joffrey, was 12, and was, by every account Pylos had been able to gather, an unstable boy. The whispering in the city, Pylos said, was not a whispering yet about a Targaryen restoration. The whispering in the city was a whispering about who would replace Jon Arryn when Jon Arryn died. The 2 great names being whispered were Stannis Baratheon and Eddard Stark. Rhaegar listened in silence. At the end, when Pylos had set down the wax tablet, Rhaegar drew a long, slow breath and said, "Eddard." "Yes, your grace. The king will go north when Arryn dies. The king will go north and ride to Winterfell and ask Eddard Stark to come south with him. The king will not take no for an answer. Eddard Stark will not refuse. Eddard Stark will go to King's Landing as the new hand." Rhaegar laid his hand on the table. "He will go to King's Landing as the new hand. Yes. Eddard Stark, who has kept my son for 17 years. Yes." There was a long quiet. Lord Connington was the first to speak. He spoke quietly, "Your Grace." "Yes. This is a turn we did not foresee. No. The Stark cannot be in King's Landing. No, his face will give it away. He is not a man who can lie. He is a man who has been keeping a thing for 17 years. He has been keeping it in his own keep, with a wife who will not look at it and a maester who is loyal to him. He has not been keeping it in a Red Keep with a Lannister queen and 3 Lannister-paid spies in every chamber. The Stark in King's Landing, he will be cut to pieces by the Lannisters before midwinter. Yes, he must be warned. Yes. By whom?" Rhaegar looked at the table. He looked at the small notice from Petyr Baelish, still flat on the table from the spring. He looked at Pylos's wax tablet. He looked for a long while at the small Lyseni harp on Jon's knee. "Aegon," he said. "Yes. Write him a letter." Jon went still. "Me." "Yes, not me, not Connington. You, the letter must come from you. It must not be coded. Eddard does not have a cipher, and our cipher men cannot reach him in time. It must be in your hand. It must read, on its surface, like a letter from a son to a father, written in the hour the son has heard about his father's possible great office. There must be nothing in it that the Lannister readers, when the letter is opened in King's Landing, and it will be opened because Eddard is too honest to know to hide it, will find suspicious. Beneath the surface there must be 3 things. 1, a warning. 2, a plea. 3, a name. What name? The name of the Maester at the Citadel who you will have him write to in the event of his needing anything at all. Jon looked at his father. "I do not know the Maester, Rhaegar. I will give you the name. The man is a friend of Marwyn's. He is in our network. He is not flagged. He is a man Eddard can write to under any pretext. A question of medicine, a question of history, the Stark girl's education, and the letter will reach us. He is the only such man Eddard will be able to use. He must know the name before he goes south. That is Aegon. That is the most important thing in the letter. The first 2 are the framing. The third is the substance. Yes, Rhaegar. You will have to be careful. You will have to write as a son who has not been told what we just heard from Pylos, Eddard cannot know we have a man in King's Landing. He cannot know. He will not protect himself well unless he believes he is protecting himself by his own judgment. The letter must read as if you have heard the rumor of his promotion through some idle Volantine gossip and have written to congratulate him. Beneath that, every line must be the warning. Yes, Rhaegar, you can do it. Jon swallowed. I can try. Try tonight, bring me what you have written tomorrow, I will read it. I will say nothing if it is right, I will help you if it is not. We have a fortnight before the news of Arryn's death will reach us, and the letter must go before the news reaches us, because once the news reaches us, the letter we write after will arrive in King's Landing too late. Yes, Rhaegar. Aegon. Yes. I am sorry to lay this on you so quickly. You are not, Rhaegar. Rhaegar looked at him. No, he said after a moment. No, I am not. I am proud that you are the one I am laying it on. That is the more honest thing, forgive me. Go right. Jon went. He went up to his chamber. He sat at his small desk with a fresh sheet of paper and the inkwell Ashara had filled for him and the quill she had cut. He sat for a long time. He did not write at first. He thought about the two fathers. He thought about what he would have written had this letter been only a son's letter, and about how different the actual letter would have to be from that simpler one. He wrote 3 drafts. He burned 2. He made the 3rd clean and tight and brought it down to Rhaegar in the morning, and Rhaegar read it twice, and at the end, Rhaegar laid the paper down and said, "This is right, send it." He sent it. In the Red Keep, on a wet morning that smelled of the sea and of the burnt sugar smell of the cook fires of the Street of Steel, Lord Tywin Lannister was reading a letter. The letter was the 3rd to come across his desk that morning. The first 2 had been household, bills from Casterly Rock, a marriage report from a cousin in the West. The 3rd was a small folded paper from a man in Volantis, and it had been opened with the small private knife Tywin kept for letters that came from his nameless men. The letter was, on its surface, a complaint about a delayed shipment of Lyseni dye. Tywin read it twice and then turned it over and held it briefly to the candle flame, very lightly, until the lines of a second hand showed up between the lines of the first in the faint brown of milk ink. The second hand said, "The silver merchant has taken in a young man, 16 or 17, with a northern face. The young man has been at the manse for some years. I have not been able to see him close. The household are unfailingly polite and tell me nothing. The young man rides east twice a week with a great white wolf at his heel." Tywin Lannister read the second hand twice. He laid the letter on the desk. He looked at the wall for a long time. He had received from the same hand 3 earlier reports about the manse outside Volantis. The earlier reports had been about a quiet Westerosi household kept by a former Stormlands lord and a Dornish lady, and had not, in any of their lines, been worth more than a careful filing. He had filed them. He had filed them under a cover marked simply VOL in his own hand and had not looked at them again. He looked now. He pulled the cover from the long drawer at his right knee. He laid it open on the desk. He read the 4 reports together, slowly, one after the other, and at the end he laid the letter from the candle flame on top of the others and closed the cover and sat with his hands flat on the cover, and he thought, a young man at a Westerosi household in Volantis. A young man with a northern face, a young man with a great white wolf. The wolves of the north were a small kind that ranged in the wolfswood, by all accounts not particularly large. The wolves of the white kind, the great kind, were a vanished kind that had not been seen in living memory in any wood south of the wall. There had been some talk, 2 or 3 years past, of a litter of direwolf pups taken near Winterfell by Eddard Stark's children. Tywin had heard the talk and had filed it. The runt of the litter, by his recollection, a white runt, had gone to the Stark bastard. The Stark bastard's name was Jon Snow. The Stark bastard had, by the gossip Cersei had passed to him from the Red Keep court 3 winters ago, gone abroad to study some years previously. The gossip had not been certain where. Tywin Lannister sat at his desk for a long while. He did not enjoy the small cold feeling at the back of his neck. He had not had that feeling since the morning he had read the first report from the captain of the Trident search, 19 years ago, that had told him no body had been found. He pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. He dipped his quill. He wrote in his own hand to my agent at Volantis, "I require by the next ship a sketch of the young Westerosi at the manse, a sketch in the hand of a man who can draw a face. Pay what you must. Send the sketch by the swiftest means. Do not let it lie at any port. If it cannot be sketched, send a written description of the young man's eyes, hair, height, mouth, jawline, gait, and the color of any livery he wears at any time. Particular attention to the eyes. T." He sealed the letter with his ring. He did not call for a clerk. He took the letter himself out of his solar and down the back stair to the small white-walled chamber off the kitchen where the silent man waited. And he gave the letter to the silent man, and he watched the silent man go. When he had returned to his solar, he sat at the desk again, and he opened the cover marked VOL again, and he sat reading the 4 old reports for a long time, slowly. And then he closed the cover, and he laid his palm on the small lion and flame device on the cover, and he said, very quietly, "To no one in particular, he has him. Of course he has him. He has had him for years." He rose. He went to the small, narrow window of the solar and looked out at the wet morning over King's Landing, the long roofs of the city falling away under him, the sea beyond. He stood at the window a long time. "You should have come to me with him, Stark," he said, very quietly, to a man 2,000 leagues to the north. "You should have brought him to me when he was small. We could have made a great use of him. Now he is out of my reach, and I will have to do this the long way." He turned back to the desk and resumed his work. Jon Arryn died on the first day of the new year. The news reached Volantis by the fast channels in the 3rd week of the 2nd moon, and Rhaegar received it without expression in the long pale room with Connington at his elbow and Marwyn at the door, and he laid the small paper down and said, "It begins. Properly this time." 3 weeks later, the second piece of news came. Robert Baratheon had ridden north with a great train. Robert Baratheon had reached Winterfell. Robert Baratheon had indeed asked Eddard Stark to be his hand. Eddard Stark had accepted. By the time the news of the acceptance reached the manse, Eddard Stark had already been 4 months on the road south, with his daughters in his household and the Queen and her party in her own train ahead of him. The girls had been taken, Sansa to attend Princess Miechella as a small lady-in-waiting, Arya, by Eddard's particular insistence, simply as Eddard's daughter with her own septa and her own chamber. Jon read these details in a coded report from the man in Pentos, in the long pale room, with the same small private warmth he had felt for years now, whenever a piece of news from Winterfell came. Then he read further down the page, and the small private warmth stopped. The further down the page said, "Robert and his train traveled at speed and reached the city in the 2nd moon. Within the 1st week, the king's brother Stannis fled south to Dragonstone with a small party. Within the 2nd week, the man who held the office of Master of Coin, Petter Baelish, has been seen in the company of the new hand on 5 occasions. Within the 3rd week, the eunuch Varys has called twice on the new hand's solar. The new hand has begun, by all accounts, his own private inquiry into the death of Lord Arryn." Jon laid the report down on the table. "He is doing what he is doing," he said. Rhaegar, across the table, laid his fingers together. "He is doing what he must do. He believes Arryn was killed. He is trying to learn by whom. He will learn by Cersei Lannister. Yes, He will learn by her, and he will be slow about what to do with the learning, and he will be killed for it. Likely, Rhaegar. Yes. Jon looked at his father. I cannot do nothing. You will do nothing. You will write him. Once. Carefully. The cipher is in place, the Meister at the Citadel I named you. He has used the Meister for one letter so far. You read the answer last week. He is Aegon. He is being warned by us, through us. We are doing what we can. We cannot ride west. We are not in a place to ride west. We do not have the army, and we do not have deaneries, and if we move now, before either, we waste him, we waste you, we waste everything. He knows this. He agreed to this 17 years ago. He will agree to it now if it comes to it. Rhaegar. Yes. He is the only father I had until I came to you. Rhaegar looked at him. He did not answer at once. He looked at the table, then at Jon's hands. I know. He has been a good man to me. I know. He must not die for the keeping of me. Rhaegar laid his palm flat on the small notice from Petyr Baelish that was still flat on the table from the previous spring. He looked at it. He looked at Jon. I will do what I can, Aegon. I will do what I can in the time we have. I will write him myself. I will offer to bring him to us by ship if it comes to it. I will offer to bring his daughters first, even as a small, useful courtesy in the cover of the spring trading season. But you will understand, that he will say no. He will say no because he is who he is. He will say, I owe a debt to my friend Robert and I will pay it, and he will not move. We can offer. He will refuse. He will refuse with thanks, and then we will be where we are. I am sorry. I am sorry, Aegon. I would have wished a different shape to this. Jon stood up. He stood up because the small heat at the back of his throat was the heat that had to be walked out of, and because the long, pale room had begun to feel very small, and because he had learned in the 4 years of training that, when the heat was on him, the thing to do was to take it to the courtyard and put a sword in his hand for an hour, and let the body do what the head could not. Permission to go to the yard, Rhaegar. Granted. He went. He worked at the post for an hour with a heavy practice sword that he had not, in 2 years, picked up. The heavy practice sword was for breaking through bad heat and bad temper. Ser Arthur had taught him, and he picked it up now and used it on the post until his shoulders shook. Ser Arthur came out into the courtyard at the half-hour and sat on the bench under the olive without speaking and watched. He did not interrupt. He watched until Jon, at the end of the hour, set the heavy sword down on the flagstone and stood with his hands on his knees and his head down. Better. Ser Arthur said quietly, Not yet, sit, drink water. Jon sat. He drank water. Ser Arthur passed him the small linen cloth and he wiped his face. The sweat ran cold against the morning chill. Ghost came out of the corridor and laid himself down across the flagstones in front of him, and Jon laid a hand on the great white head and let himself breathe. After a while Ser Arthur said, You have heard the news of your father in King's Landing. Yes, he will manage. He will not, sir. Perhaps not. He is a stubborn man. Stubborn men sometimes outlast the smart ones. The smart ones underestimate them. He is up against 3 smart ones, sir. Tywin Lannister, the Spider, and the Master of Coin. He will not outlast all 3. He will not outlast one. He has the long northern habit of the truth on his face. Ser Arthur did not answer at once. He looked at the courtyard wall. Aegon, he said, you knew when you came here that the world had a shape. You knew the shape was difficult. You knew that some who you loved would die for the shape's sake, and that you would not be in a position to stop the dying. You knew this the way a boy knows it, which is to say, you knew it without having looked at it. You have looked at it now. It is a worse thing to look at than to know without looking. I know it. I have looked at it for a long time. I have outlived a great many men whose dying I could not stop. Your prince father has outlived more. We have all looked at it. There is a thing that comes after the looking. There is a thing that comes when you have looked at it and you have not turned away. You will find it. It is a small private thing. It is the thing that makes a man who has lost everything stand up the next morning and put his sword on his hip and walk out into the yard. Your prince-father has it. I have it. Connington has it. Your aunt who you have not yet met, your aunt has it. You will have it. You have it already, perhaps. We will see, sir. Yes. Will you tell me what it is? Is there a name? Sir Arthur looked at him. The Dornish violet eyes were very steady. It does not have a single name. The closest word in the common is purpose. The Valyrian word is closer. Balerion. It is a word that meant in the high days the thing that made a Targaryen mount his dragon when he had nothing left to lose. Balerion. The thing that takes you up onto the dragon's back. You will know it when you find it. Do not look for it. It comes. Do your work, drink your water, sleep, train. The thing comes. It always comes. Jon nodded. He drank the water. He stood up after a long while and bowed to Ser Arthur, and went into the keep. Robert Baratheon died on a hunt in the Kingswood at the end of the 7th moon. The news reached the manse on a morning in the 8th by the swift channel out of Pentos in a sealed pouch that Pylos brought up to the long pale room without speaking. Rhaegar opened the pouch. He read the contents standing. He laid them down on the table. Robert, he said. Yes, a boar. A boar, your grace. By the report, the king was drunk. He was charging the boar on foot in the old Stormlands fashion. He was. Pylos paused. He looked at the floor. He was wounded badly. He lived 3 days at the Red Keep. He named Lord Eddard protector of the realm and regent for the Prince Joffrey on the day before he died. Rhaegar laid his hand on the report. He did not move for a long time. Then he said very quietly, Robert. He said the name once. He said it with a small old grief in it that Jon had not heard before in his father's voice. Jon, watching him from across the table, understood, slowly, the way one understands a complicated thing only at the 3rd or 4th look, that the man who had taken the killing blow at the Trident had also been a man his father had loved. In the long-ago way of a boy who had been sent to foster at Storm's End for the summer when he was 12, and had played at swords with another boy who had laughed too loud, and had not yet been the man who would swing the hammer. He understood that his father had carried Robert Baratheon for 19 years, not as an enemy, but as a great wound that had been a friend before it had been a wound. And that now, with Robert dead in his great gored bedchamber, the wound was changing in him to a different kind of pain. Rhaegar drew a breath, and Eddard. Eddard is uncertain, your grace. The dying king named him protector. The queen has not accepted the naming. The queen's brother, the Kingslayer, is in the city. The city watch has a new commander, recently appointed by the Master of Coin. Eddard had begun to gather men to him on the day the king died. He had begun to write to Lord Renly and Lord Stannis. By the morning of the king's death, the spider had forgive me, your grace, I am getting it out of order. The morning the king died, Eddard moved. He moved to bring the prince to him to be made to swear his fealty. The plan was sound. The plan failed. The Master of Coin betrayed him. The city watch took Stark's men in the throne room. Stark himself was struck down from behind by a Lannister man-at-arms. He is, by the latest report, 2 days old. He is alive. He has been taken to the black cells beneath the Red Keep. The new king is the Prince Joffrey. The hand is now Tywin Lannister in absentia, with the queen as regent until he can ride south. Rhaegar laid the paper down. He stood very still for a long time. Then he laid his hand on the back of the chair he had been standing beside, and he sat down slowly. His hand on the arm of the chair was not steady. Jon, watching him, saw the small, sustained tremor he had not seen in his father's hand for some years now, and saw his father, after a moment, laid the other hand over the trembling one to still it. He is alive. Alive, your grace. For now. Rhaegar looked up. He looked at Jon. The look was not the look of a father. It was the look of a man who had laid in front of him the worst piece of a long-prepared plan, and who was making himself look at the cost of it before he allowed himself to think of the next step. Aegon. Yes. Your other father is in a cell. Yes. Held by men who will use him as a card. Yes. Jon looked at his hands. He thought about Eddard Stark. He thought about the small bare cell under the Red Keep. He had read enough of Maester Marwyn's books to know the shape of those cells. He thought about Sansa, somewhere in the upper keep with a Lannister scepter at her elbow. He thought about Arya, who he hoped to all the gods he had not yet learned the names of had managed, somehow, in the chaos of the morning of the king's death, to slip her scepter and to be hidden somewhere in the long warren of the city where a small fast girl could be hidden. He looked up. What do we do, Rhaegar? His father looked at him a long moment. We do, Rhaegar said, what we have always been going to do, only now we begin doing it. We send for Daenerys. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. The beggar king Ser Arthur Dayne sailed east in the first week of the 9th moon. He went on a small fast Lyseni galley out of the south dock, with 3 Dornishmen of the household and a small chest of old gold and a single sealed letter from Rhaegar's hand. He did not say goodbye to Jon at the dock. He had said it the night before in the courtyard, in the small Dornish way which was a hand on Jon's shoulder, and the words be a good son to him, while I am gone, Lord, and a good prince to all of us as well. Then he had walked into his own chamber and shut the door. Jon stood at the gate of the manse the morning. Arthur left and watched the small dust of the road as the cart took him to the dock. He stood there until Lord Connington came out of the house behind him and put his hand briefly on his shoulder. Lad, he will find them, he will find them. Arthur Dayne is the best man for finding what he is sent to find. He has gone east before. He has friends in the camps. He will find your aunt and your uncle if they live, and he will be back by midwinter at the latest. And if they do not live, then he will be back sooner. Lord Connington walked back into the house. Jon stayed at the gate a long time after he could no longer see the cart. The autumn was the longest of his years in Volantis. It was longer because he had nothing to do in it but wait. The household work continued, the harp at dawn, the sword at the second hour, languages in the morning, riding in the afternoon. But it was the work of a household waiting for news, and the work felt small. Rhaegar himself was the most patient of them, but Jon could see at the small daily things that the patience was practice and not nature. His father drank 1 cup of wine at dinner and made it last the meal. He read the books in his solar in the late hours. He played the harp in his chamber when he thought no one heard. He did not, in the autumn, ask Jon any of the long questions about the realm that he had been asking the spring before. The questions had become too pointed to ask of a boy who could not answer them in any way that did not also answer for himself. The news from Westeros came in pieces. The King Joffrey had taken his throne. The hand Tywin Lannister had not yet ridden south. He was still in the Westerlands, raising armies. Eddard Stark was alive in the cells, and was being kept alive by Pylos's Reed, for one of 2 reasons. As a card to be played with Robb Stark, who had marched south with 20,000 Northmen and was burning Lannister fields, and as a card to be played with the Vale, where Jon Arryn's widow had retreated with her son and her late husband's bannermen. Sansa was at the Red Keep, attended by a Lannister septa and frequently in the company of the king. Arya was missing. Pylos's man at the Red Keep had searched for her the day after the king's death, and had not found her in any chamber, in any cell, in any servant's quarter. The Lannisters had searched for her too. They had not found her either. Jon read this part of the report twice, and laid it down on the table and said good very quietly, and Rhaegar looked at him sidelong and said nothing. Robb Stark crowned himself king in the north in the 11th moon. The news of the crowning came to the manse in the 12th moon. Jon read the report sitting at the courtyard bench under the olive, with Ghost laid across his feet and the small, cool autumn sun on his head. He read it. He laid it on his knee. He looked at the courtyard wall a long time. He had not seen Robb in 5 years. He had been a boy of 12 when he had last clapped his arm around Robb's shoulder. Robb was, at the time, 14 and had been the wider of the two of them by an inch or so across the chest. Robb was now 19 and was, by the report, the king of half a country and the leader of an army that had taken 3 Lannister castles in 3 moons. He was, Jon understood, the man Jon would have been if Jon had stayed at Winterfell and not been called across the sea. He was Jon's brother. He was now also a thing Jon was not, a king in his own right, in the place Jon had grown up, with the bannermen Jon had grown up with riding behind him. Jon turned the report over in his hand. He thought of Robb on the lake stones in the moonlight, on the night before Jon had ridden south. He thought of Robb's clap on the back at the stable door. He thought, whatever you become, whatever they make you, I am still your brother. He folded the report. He went into the long, pale room. Rhaegar. Yes, my brother Robb is the king in the north. Rhaegar nodded. He had read the report already. What does it mean for us? Jon said. If we are to come west, what does it mean? Rhaegar looked at him. He laid his quill down. He looked at his own hands. It means, he said, that the North will not rise for a Targaryen. It means the North has its own king. It means that our way west, when it comes, must be a way that does not require the northern bannermen. It means that we must look to Dorne and to the Stormlands and to the Reach for the men we will need. And it means, Aegon. It means that if we go to your brother, when at last we will go as one king to another, and the meeting will be a meeting of 2 crowns, and the meeting will be difficult. He is my brother. He is your brother. Yes. But he is also a king now, of a people who do not know that you are not what you were told you were. He will accept you, perhaps. He will accept you, I believe. He loved you as a brother, and that love does not vanish at the news of a different father. But his bannermen will not accept you as a Targaryen prince, and he cannot lay down his crown for the love of a brother. He will be in a hard place. So will you, so will I. Yes, Aegon. Yes. It is good that you are thinking on it. Continue to think on it. The day will come when we will have to act on it, and you will need to know what you mean to do. I do not yet know. I know. Ser Arthur came back in the 2nd moon of the new year. He came back at the back gate of the manse, just past midnight on a moonless night, with 3 of the 4 men who had gone with him. The 4th had died of a fever in a Yunkish slave village 2 months past, and with a face that was thin and sunburned, and carried the small hard set of a man who had ridden a long road to deliver bad news. He did not eat that first night. He went straight to the long pale room, and Rhaegar received him with Connington at his elbow and Marwyn and Jon at the door. Your Grace. Arthur, I have found her. And she is alive. She is well. She is changed. I will tell you in order. I will tell what I saw and what I heard. May I sit? Of course. He sat. Ashara, without being asked, brought him a cup of warm Dornish red and a heel of bread, and he took both. I went east through Qohor, he said. I went east of Qohor by the small caravan road that runs south of the forest of Qohor. I crossed the great grass sea at Vys Dothrak. I stayed at Vys Dothrak a fortnight. I asked for the names you gave me. I learned in Vys Dothrak that the Khalasar of Khal Drogo had been broken in the autumn of the last year, broken not by another Khalasar, but by a wound the Khal himself took at a wedding feast in the spring. The wound went bad. The Khal was a long time dying. The Khalasar broke up in pieces, as Khalasars do when the Khal cannot ride. The small khals took their men and their horses and rode their separate ways. The remnant, the few who stayed loyal to the dying khal and to his queen, went south to a small place near the Lazarene lands, to a town called Ves Teloro, which is dry and ruined and was once a great place of the Sarnori. I went south to Ves Teloro. He paused. He drank the wine. At Ves Teloro, he said, I found the Princess Daenerys. Tell me, she is 15, your grace, or 16 now, I am not entirely sure of her birth. She is small. She has the silver hair. She has the violet eye. She has the air of your mother, though she will not have known her. She speaks common tongue with a Pentoshi accent. She speaks Dothraki as a Dothraki. She has the carriage. She has been a queen of 40,000 horsemen, and the carriage was learned the hard way, and she has not put it down. She received me in the small hall of the small palace of Ves Teloro on a stone seat with no cushion, with a single old blood rider at her right and a Lazarene woman at her left, and she heard me out for the better part of an hour without interrupting me once. She is, your grace. She is your sister, there is no doubting it, the brother. Arthur drew a long, slow breath. The brother is dead, your grace. He died at the wedding feast at Ves Dothrak in the spring of last year. He was a difficult young man. He had drawn his sword in the temple of the stallion. The Dothraki took it ill. Khal Drogo killed him in the old Dothraki manner, which I will not describe to you. I am sorry. He was not fit to rule. He had become not fit to rule. His sister mourns him. She mourns him, your grace, in the way one mourns a brother who has died badly. She mourned him to me on the second night in a small private hour. She was 9 years his junior. She remembered him at his best. Those memories are real to her. They are also old. The man who died at Ves Dothrak was not the boy she remembered. She knew it. She mourned both. Rhaegar laid his hand briefly across his eyes. Viserys, he said. Yes, your grace. He was an infant when last I saw him. He was a small soft thing in our mother's arms. He was. Yes, your grace. It was Pentos that did it. Pentos and the Beggar's Road. He was used by Illyrio, by a half-dozen others. By the time the Dothraki had him, he was already. Yes. A long silence. And the dragons, Rhaegar said very quietly. Arthur looked up. Your grace. I had a report last spring that Illyrio had given Daenerys 3 dragons' eggs as a wedding gift. They were said to be the eggs from Aegon's wedding crown, the petrified ones from the Meister's Museum in Pentos. I had thought them a curiosity. I had filed the report. Pylos has been bringing me, since you left, 2 further reports about a great pyre at Ves Dothrak on the night Khal Drogo's body was burned. The reports have been third-hand, and I have not believed them. Tell me, were there dragons? Arthur did not answer at once. He set his cup down. He looked at the table. He looked at his own scarred hand on the table. There were dragons, your grace. The room went very still. I have seen them with my eyes, Arthur said. I saw them on the 3rd morning at Ves Teloro. I saw 3. They are small. They are the size, at the time I saw them, of large hunting hounds. They are growing. They have wings. They breathe a small, steady fire. They sit, the 3 of them, on the shoulders and at the feet of your sister, and they go where she goes. They have been fed on goat. The black is the largest of them. The green is the second. The cream is the smallest. They have been in the world, your grace, for nearly a year now. A long quiet. Rhaegar did not move at first. He looked at his own hands on the table. He looked at the courtyard window. He looked at Jon. The look at Jon was the small, open look of a man who has just been told a thing for which he has been waiting a very long time and has not, in any of the imagined hours of the waiting, imagined the actual telling. Then he looked back at Arthur. 3, your grace. Hatched. By what means I do not know, I asked. Your sister will not say in words. The Lazarene woman who was at her elbow said only, The prince Drogo's body, the woman's body, the goddess gave the children. The prince paid the price. Your sister sat through this without speaking. I read in her face that she would not speak more than the Lazarene woman had spoken. I did not press. I will press in time. I would rather she came to it herself. Yes, your grace, there is more. There is always more. Your sister, Daenerys, she has heard of you. She has heard of you for some years. She has heard of you in the way Viserys heard of you, which is the way a small child hears a name from a brother who does not love the name. She heard of you in the way Viserys told it as the brother who left them to their mother and to the storm, who did not ride back from the Trident, who left them to be raised by strangers. I tell you this honestly. She has not, in the words she said to me, hated you. But she has not loved the name either. She has not had the chance to love the name. The name has been a thing in her brother's mouth that was always followed by a curse. She, your grace, she listens. She is intelligent, she is a queen in a way Viserys never was. She heard me. But you must, when we go to her, you must understand that she is not your sister at the door. She is your sister after a year of conversations. We do not have a year of conversations. We have a meeting. We must use the meeting carefully. Yes. She has accepted the meeting. Rhaegar lifted his head. She has. She has said it through her bloodrider. She has said, let the prince come if he is alive. Let the prince come and let him bring his son. She knows of you, Aegon, she does, not in detail. She knows there is a son. The reports had reached her through a Lazarene merchant by way of a Volantene cousin. She has been gathering her own information. She is her father's daughter, and she is yours. She is not waiting in the dark. Arthur looked at Rhaegar. She has set us a place at Meereen, your grace. Meereen. She has taken Meereen. In the moon she heard of our coming, she took the city. She is sitting in the great pyramid of Meereen. The slavers have been broken. The crucified masters of Astapor and Yunkai are a longer story. She has done work in that country that has not endeared her to the masters of any of the slave cities. She is doing what she can with what she has. She has set us a place. We are to come at the end of the spring. We are to bring nothing showy. We are to bring our own ships. We are to come to her under our own flag, the three-headed dragon, because the bloodrider said, my Khaleesi has one ready in her chamber and would like to see it on a ship that is not her own. A long silence. Rhaegar laid his hand on the table. He looked at it. 3 dragons, 3, and a sister. And a sister. And the throne sitting empty in King's Landing for the first time in 19 years. Yes, your grace. Rhaegar looked at Jon. Jon at the door met his eye. He had not, until that moment, fully understood the shape of what had happened in the year past. He had read the reports, he had heard the names, he had thought about them. He had not, until Arthur Dayne, sun-burned at the long pale table, set the small word 3 on the air and let it sit there. He had not understood that the world he had grown up in, the world of Eddard Stark's Westeros and Robert Baratheon's drinking, and Jon Arryn's slow, careful management of a fragile peace, had simply ended. That the world that was beginning, with 3 dragons in it and a Lannister king and a Stark king and a Targaryen prince in exile and a Targaryen queen on a stone throne in a city of slaves, was a different world. That the world he had been trained for since he was 12 was the new one. That he was the new one. He looked at his father looked at him. It was Lord Cannington, after a long while, who broke the quiet. Your grace. Yes, Jon. It is time to ride west. Rhaegar nodded. It is time. He stood up from his chair. He laid his hand for a moment on the back of the chair, the way he did now whenever he stood. The old wound, in the long winters of Volantis, had grown stiffer with each year. He looked around the table at Cannington, at Marwyn, at Arthur, at Ashara at the door. She had come up at some point in the telling and was standing very still in the doorway, at his son. "We sail in 3 weeks," he said. "We sail to Meereen. We meet my sister. We see her dragons. We see what she will give us and what we will ask of her and what we will do for her in return. After Meereen we shall see. After Meereen the road will tell us." He looked at Arthur. "Eat, Arthur. Drink. Rest. The hard part is now mine." Arthur bowed his head. "It has been all yours, your grace, since the river. I was glad to take a share of it." Rhaegar laid his hand briefly on Arthur's shoulder and went out of the long, pale room. The others looked at one another. They did not speak. Ashara, after a moment, came in and laid out the cold dishes from the kitchen, and they ate slowly, the way men eat at a table on the night the long waiting has ended. Jon ate. He ate without tasting. He thought, all through the meal, of a small pyre in the long grass of the east, of a girl with silver hair walking out of the smoke with 3 small things on her shoulders. He thought, aunt. He thought, I have an aunt and she has dragons. He thought, I am about to meet her. He laid down the bread when he was done, and he stood up, and he excused himself, and he went up to his chamber. He could not sleep. He went down to the courtyard at the 3rd hour after midnight, with Ghost padding behind him on the stone, and he sat on the bench under the olive and looked at the stars. The Volantine sky was very clear in the late winter. He could see, through the small leaves of the olive, the long bright band of the river of stars that the Meisters called the Cloak of the Crone, and that the Lyseni called the Path of Sailors. He looked at the path. He thought about the road east. A door opened at the far end of the courtyard. He did not turn his head. He knew the step. His father came out and sat down beside him on the bench without speaking, and laid the small Lyseni harp on his knee and set his fingers on the strings. He played a few small notes. Not the song. Not any song, just notes. He played them softly until the air over the courtyard had been touched and made still by the hand at the strings, and then he stopped and laid the harp flat on his thigh. "Aegon, Rhaegar, a silence. You are afraid of her." "I am." Jon looked at his hands. "I am afraid that I will not be the brother she needs me to be. I am afraid I will be the brother she has been told to expect. I am afraid that I will say the wrong thing in the first hour and the rest of it will be uphill." "Yes. Are you afraid?" "I am terrified, Aegon. I have been terrified for an hour, and I will be terrified for the next month. She has every reason to look at me as if I am a man who left her. I left her. I left her the way one leaves a baby in a cradle in a burning room, which is the only way one leaves a baby. The fact that I had the cradle pulled from the room before the room burned does not change the leaving. She will look at me. She will see her brother who left her. It is a thing I will have to bear. I will bear it. I have prepared for it." "How?" "By rehearsing it. You may try the same. You sit in your chamber before you sleep. You imagine her face. You imagine her saying the thing you most fear she will say. You let the words land. You sit with them. You do not flinch in your imagining. You imagine yourself not flinching. You imagine yourself answering. You answer. And you do this until the imagining is no longer fresh, and you can look at it without pulling away. Then, when she says the thing, you have already heard it, and you have already not flinched, and your answer is there in your mouth. It is a small private trick. It is a trick that has saved my life more often than my sword has. You taught yourself that. My mother taught it to me. The night before I was sent to be fostered at Storm's End when I was 12. She said, "Rhaegar, you will be in a great hall full of strangers tomorrow, and they will say a thing to you and the thing will hurt and you will not have time to learn how not to flinch. Learn now. Imagine the hall. Imagine the thing. Imagine yourself in it." I sat in my chamber on Dragonstone all night and imagined a great hall full of Stormlinders. The next day I walked into a great hall full of Stormlinders. They said the thing. I had heard it the night before. I did not flinch. I have done the trick 1,000 times since. I will do it tonight before I sleep with my sister. He played a small note. You will do it with your aunt. Yes, and with your brother, Jon looked up. Robb. Yes, Robb. The next thing after Daenerys is Robb. I have been thinking on it. We will not be able to sail straight from Meereen to Westeros without a second decision. We will need to know before we land whether your brother will receive us. We will need to write him before we sail. And the writing, Aegon, the writing will have to be from you. From me. Yes. Because if I write to him, the letter is from a Targaryen prince to a northern king, and the letter will have a particular shape. It will be about armies and alliances. He will read it as a letter from a man who has heard about the price of the North and is making an offer. If you write to him, if Jon Snow writes to Robb Stark, it is a brother writing to a brother, and the brother is telling him in his own hand the truth. The truth that has been his to say since you came to me, and that you have not, until now, had cause to say. It will be, Aegon. It will be the hardest letter you have ever written. I am telling you about it now because you should begin thinking about it. The thinking will be a long thinking. You should not have to do it on a ship in 2 weeks. Jon looked at the dark courtyard. He will believe me. He will believe you. He will believe your hand. He will believe Aegon. Robb Stark will believe your hand because he has been receiving your hand twice a year for 5 years. He has the shape of your letters. He has the cadence of your jokes. He has the smell of the paper, possibly. Lord Wyman uses a particular oilcloth. He will believe the letter. The question is what he will do. Yes. Eddard Stark would have known what to do. Robb Stark. Robb Stark is 19, and is a king and has bannermen, and has, by all reports, a northern wife or a northern betrothed. I forget the latest, and has the burden of his father's life on him, and has, behind him, 2 younger brothers in Bolton hands and 2 younger sisters lost. He is in the worst position of any king in this generation. We will not lay an easy thing on him. We will lay a true thing on him. He will choose. Yes. You are not the cause of his hard position, Aegon. Do not take it on yourself. Whatever you are not the man who put your brother in that hard position. The men who put him there are dead or fleeing or in cells. You are the man who, 18 years late, can perhaps offer his brother a way out of the hard position. That is the offer. It is a true offer. You will make it. He will choose. And the choice will be his, and we will live with it. Jon nodded. Yes. Good. Sleep, Aegon. Sleep if you can. I am going up to my chamber, and I am going to imagine, until I cannot stay awake any longer, every face my sister could wear when she sees mine. You should imagine a few of your own. He stood, slowly. He laid his hand on Jon's shoulder for a moment, and then he went into the manse, and the door closed behind him. Jon stayed in the courtyard a while longer. He looked at the band of stars. He thought about Robb, riding under the wolf banner of Winterfell at the head of an army. He thought about Eddard, in a cell under the red keep with his honor weighing on him like an iron neckring. He thought about Sansa, somewhere in the upper rooms of that same keep, doing whatever it was a girl did when she had been raised to believe in songs and had been delivered by the songs into the hands of the boy the songs were not about. He thought about Arya, lost somewhere in the warren of King's Landing, or perhaps already out of it on the long road with a sword and a small fierce mouth and the determination not to weep. He thought about Bran, somewhere under the Bolton boot at Winterfell, alive or not alive. The Maester had not been able to say. He thought about all of them. He thought about them in the way Rhaegar had taught him. He imagined their faces, and he sat with the imagining, and he did not flinch. Then he stood up, and he went into the manse, and he went up to his chamber, and he sat at his small desk with a fresh sheet of paper, and he began the first draft of the letter to Robb. He wrote until the sky began to lighten outside his window. He had not finished when the first morning bell rang in the city. He had been on the 3rd paragraph for an hour. He laid the quill down. He left the unfinished letter on the desk. He blew out the candle. He laid down on his bed in his clothes and slept for 2 hours and rose, and went to the harp at the courtyard at dawn. They sailed on the 3rd day of the 3rd moon. They sailed on a small, fast Lyseni galley called the Storm's Daughter, which Thurian of Lies himself had brought up from the southern shipyards at Rhaegar's request, and which carried, in addition to her crew, the small armed party of the household: Ser Arthur, Sir Oswell, Sir Richard, Lord Cannington, Maester Marwyn, 6 Dornish men-at-arms, 2 of Cannington's old Stormland's men who had drifted east in the years and presented themselves to him last spring, and a small dark Pentoshi man named Thoros who had been a red priest before he had not been one, and who Rhaegar had hired at the dock the morning of departure for reasons he did not, at the time, explain. Ashara stayed behind. She was to keep the manse, she said, against the day they returned, and someone, she said, had to be in Volantis with her Merlin. She kissed Jon on the brow at the gate and laid her hand briefly on his cheek and looked at him a long moment with her gray-violet eyes. "You favor her, Lord." "You have said so before, my lady." "I have. I will say it once more. There is a thing in your eye that is hers. You will see it when you look at your aunt. It is not the silver hair, it is not the violet eye. It is a way of looking at the world. You and your aunt will share it, you will know. Tell her, Lord, tell her that an old Dornish lady at the door of a manse outside Volantis sends her love, even though we have not met. Tell her also." Ashara stopped. She smiled, very small. "Tell her I would have come if I had been younger and braver. Tell her I am thinking of her." "I will tell her." He kissed her hand, the small Westerosi courtesy, and he turned and went down to the dock with Ghost at his heel. The Storm's Daughter slipped away from the south dock at the 3rd hour after dawn. The wind was a light easterly. The long bridge of Volantis was a long, pale shape in the morning haze. The black walls were a long, darker shape behind them. The smell of orange flowers, which had been the first smell of Essos for him and had been, for 5 years, the smell of his daily life, faded out behind the ship and was, by the time they cleared the river mouth, gone. He stood at the rail with his hand on Ghost's neck. Rhaegar came up beside him. He did not speak at first. He stood at the rail beside Jon and watched the long coast of the Rhoyne slide past on their left. "Aegon." "Yes." "What did you bring with you that you did not have when you came to me?" Jon thought about it. "A harp. A pair of boots Ashara had made for me. The brooch. Quill, my mare, she is in the hold. I had Cannington bring her aboard. The wolf, the clothes, the languages, He stopped. "The 2 names. And, I think, a way of looking at things, Rhaegar. I do not know how to say what I mean. I had a way of looking when I came. It was a northern way. It was the way of a boy who was useful and quiet and did not expect to be asked. I have a different way now. I am not always easy with the new way. I miss the old. I sometimes think I have lost a thing I cannot get back. That I will not be the boy on the lake stones with my brother again, that I will not. You will not. I know. Aegon, listen to me. You will not be him. You cannot be. He was 12. You are 17. Even without me. Even in another life in which you stayed at Winterfell and learned the sword from Sir Roderick and married a northern girl at 20, you would not be him. He was a passing thing. He was meant to be a passing thing. We do not get to keep the boys we were. We get to keep, sometimes, what they were trying to be. The boy on the lake stones, what was he trying to be? Jon thought. A good man. And you, the man you have grown into, is he trying to be a good man? I think, yes. Then you have not lost him. You have done his work. He is not gone. He is in you. He is doing what he meant to do, only with a longer reach now. Jon looked at the water. The wind was warm on his face. He laid his other hand on the rail. Ghost leaned against his thigh. I will remember that, Rhaegar. Good, now go below and sleep an hour. The voyage is 15 days. We will need each other to be rested. Sleep. He went below. The voyage was 15 days. They went south along the coast of the Demon Road, past the smoking sea. They did not approach the ruined coast. They took the wider sea lane that the smugglers had marked out a century ago for the passage of dragonbone and old Valyrian glass. And then they bent east into the great open water of the summer sea and rode the long current that carried them around the southern arm of Slaver's Bay and up at last toward the broad mouth of the Skahazadhen and Meereen. They sighted the city at dawn on the 15th day. Meereen was a different shape from Volantis. Volantis had been a city of pale stone and red tile. Meereen was a city of great brick pyramids, stepped, in the old Giscari style, rising out of a flat brown plain in long staggered ranks, their flat tops bright in the morning sun. The great pyramid of Meereen rose at the center, larger than any building Jon had imagined could be larger, its sides going up in long flat planes for what looked, from the deck, like the height of a small mountain. The bricks at the base were a deep blood red. The bricks at the top were a paler color, almost gold in the sun. He stood at the rail and looked. He looked for a long time. A small dot was moving slowly across the sky above the Great Pyramid. He watched it. He watched it go in a long, slow circle around the upper terraces, and then back across the sky and then up, high up. And then it dropped, very fast, down toward the river mouth, and as it dropped he saw, suddenly clearly, the shape of it. The long neck, the wide spread of the wings. The small pale fire that came from its mouth at the bottom of the dive when it pulled up. A dragon. A live dragon in his sky in his lifetime in front of his eyes. He had read of them all his life. He had read of them in Maester Marwyn's books for 5 years. He had heard Arthur Dayne 6 weeks ago say the word 3. He had thought he had been ready. He had not been ready. The dragon, the black one by Arthur's description, the largest of the 3, turned in the air over the river mouth, leveled, and flew very near the Storm's daughter on its long way back to the city. It passed perhaps 50 paces above the masthead. It did not breathe fire at them. It gave them, instead, a single long, slow look as it went past, the great yellow eye holding the ship in a way that was not the way an animal looked at a thing, but the way a hawk looked at a thing it had decided was not its prey today. The wind from its wings, Jon felt it on his face, a hot, dry wind that smelled faintly of something he did not have a word for, of something between metal and pepper. The wind stirred his hair. The wind ruffled Ghost's fur. Ghost did not move. Ghost watched the dragon go past with his red eyes very steady, and his ears not back, and his tail very still. The wolf and the dragon, in the moment they passed, looked at one another. The dragon went on. Jon stood at the rail with his hand in Ghost's fur and did not move for a long while. His father came up beside him at last and laid one hand briefly on the rail. Aegon. Yes, that is your aunt's eldest, the black one. She has named him Drogon. Yes, you are crying. Jon lifted his hand from Ghost's fur and touched his own face. There was wet on his cheek. He had not known. He looked at the wet on his fingers. I did not know I was. It is the dragon, I cried the first time I saw one in a book. There is a thing in our blood that answers them. You felt it. You did not know what it was. You will know it again. It will not always make you weep. The first time it does. After that you will simply look at them and they will look at you, and you will be home with one another in the small particular way that we are home with the dragons. He laid his hand on Jon's shoulder. Jon nodded. He looked at the city. The dragon was a small dark dot now over the Great Pyramid, descending in a slow, lazy spiral to the upper terrace. He could see on the terrace, even at this distance, the small bright shape of a person standing at the parapet, a small person in white, with a wash of silver at the head, watching the dragon come into the perch, his aunt. He closed his hand on the rail. He looked at the small, distant figure. He took a long, slow breath. He let it out. Chapter 7, End Chapter 8. A Targaryen reunion. The Great Pyramid of Meereen had 800 steps from the wide, flat market square at its base to the Queen's Hall on the first inner terrace, and Daenerys Targaryen had once made a Yunkai noble climb every one of them. In the heat of a Meereenese summer, to deliver a personal apology for an insult he had paid one of her freedmen. The man had not made it past the 400th step. He had sat down on the 401st, panting, with his small, soft, Yunkish feet swelling in his small, soft, Yunkish shoes, and one of her freedmen, the very freedman the noble had come to apologize to, had carried him the rest of the way on his back. Daenerys in the hall had been told of the carrying. She had received the noble. She had accepted his apology. She had, in addition, on the strength of the carrying, freed the man's 3 Nathai house slaves and given the entirety of his Yunkish trade share in Meereen to the freedman who had done the carrying. She had taken the lesson, her own lesson, not the Yunkai nobles', that a queen who set the price of admission high enough would learn a great deal about the men who came to her. She had set the price high ever after. She had not asked the prince of her own house and his son to climb the 800 steps. They were brought up by the brazen beasts in a curtained palanquin from the dock, with their men following on foot in a long, careful line up the great processional that ran from the harbor to the base of the Great Pyramid. Jon, riding in the palanquin with his father, parted the curtain at one point and looked out and saw the long crowd of Meereenese watching them, the freed slaves of the city, who had been gathered by some careful order of someone in the pyramid, along the route, and who were quiet, and who were many, and who watched the small dragon banner on the front of the palanquin with the small grave attention of a people who had been told, not in so many words but in the small careful gestures their queen had been arranging for a year, that the Silver House was their house and that the men under the Silver House's banner were not enemies. He let the curtain fall again. "They are quiet," he said. "They are watching," Rhaegar said. "They have been told who we are. They have been told to watch. They are watching." Are they friendly? It is not the word. It is not friendly and it is not unfriendly. It is attentive. Your aunt has trained them to attentiveness. They will have an opinion of us by the end of the day. I would prefer their opinion of us to be neutral. We are not their queen. Their queen is at the top of this pyramid. We will be careful today to remain not their queen. We will be guests. We will be kin. We will be no more than kin until your aunt invites us to be more. Yes. The palanquin bearers stopped at the base of the Great Pyramid. The curtain was drawn back by a small dark brazen beast in a polished bronze mask shaped like a panther's head. Jon stepped down. His father stepped down. They were led, not up the great outer stairs, but through a small inner door at the base of the pyramid, into a long, cool corridor lit with brass lamps, and then up a winding inner ramp that went up and up and up in long spirals, with small landings at each level, where the brazen beasts waiting in their masks watched them pass and did not speak. Connington and Arthur and Marwyn followed behind them at a respectful distance. The other men of the household waited at the base. The ramp went up for a long time. Jon counted the landings. He had counted to 23 when the ramp opened, at last, into a wide, low antechamber paved with old Giscari blue tiles, with a tall doorway at the far end hung with an embroidery of a rampant black dragon on a field of red. A small woman in a white gown stood waiting in the antechamber. She was small, smaller than he had expected. He had thought, from Arthur's description and from the small, distant figure on the terrace, that she would be of a size. He had not understood that her queen's bearing had been making her seem larger than she was. She was, in person, perhaps a head shorter than him, with a long fall of pale silver hair held back by a small silver clasp at the nape, and eyes the violet color of a Dornish bruise, Ashara's color, but darker, with the faint dragon slate of his father's eye behind it. She wore no crown. She wore a single necklace of small, flat silver discs that looked old, and a pair of small silver bracelets at the wrists, and a pair of soft knot-thigh sandals on her feet. The white gown was simple. The simple gown was the choice of a woman who did not need ornament to be looked at. She looked at his father first. She looked at him for what felt to Jon like a long time. She did not speak. Her face did not move much. She looked at the silver in his father's hair, which was longer than her own and not held back at the nape. She looked at the small old scar at the corner of his father's mouth, which Jon had never thought about until he saw the new eye taking it in for the first time. She looked at the line of his father's jaw. She looked at the small, slow way his father's hand was holding the doorway behind him, the way a man's hand holds a doorway when he is steadying himself against a long climb. Then she looked at his face. His father did not flinch. She did not flinch. After a long while she said, in a voice that was lower and steadier than Jon had imagined it would be, with the small pentoshy softness around the consonants that Arthur had warned him of, "You are smaller than my brother told me." His father drew a long, slow breath. "Viserys was 8 when he saw me. Children remember their elders larger than they were. He did not remember you with kindness. I know. Did you know? I knew it after. I did not know it at the time. I should have. I will not, Daenerys. I will not begin by making excuses. I have come a long way to make none of them. I have come to look at you and to let you look at me and to say, for as much as the saying is worth, that I am sorry. For the long quiet, for the not coming, for what was done to you and to him in those years, for the years themselves, I am sorry." She did not answer at once. She lifted her chin a degree. The line of her jaw, Jon saw it, and saw for the first time that it was the line of his own father's jaw, the small Targaryen sharpness set. "Sorry is a small word, brother. Yes, it is a small word for what was done. Yes." She took one step toward him. Then she stopped. She had been about to do something. Jon could see the half-formed shape of it in her hand and had decided, mid-motion, against it. "Why did you not come for us, Rhaegar?" She said the name. She said it plainly, without honorific, as a sister says a brother's name. And in the way she said it, Jon understood that she had been sitting with the saying of it, possibly for years, possibly only since the night she had heard he was alive, and that the saying of it was a thing she was doing for the first time in his presence. She said it again, because she had found that she could. "Why did you not come for us, Rhaegar?" His father looked at her. "Because, Daenerys. Because I was a man broken at the Trident, and was a year in coming back to my body, and another year in coming back to my mind. And the men who had broken me would have ridden me down a second time on any road I took toward Pentos in those years. Because by the time I was the man who could have ridden, the world had moved, and you were not at Illyrio's any longer, and the road was longer than I could walk. Because I had a son in Winterfell who would have died if I had moved a foot. Because I made the calculation, Daenerys, and the calculation said, 'Send men, do not go yourself,' and I sent men, and the men did not find you fast enough. None of these is a good answer. Each of these is the true answer to a different part of the question. I took them all into my mouth and I made the calculation. I have lived with the calculation for 14 years. I know what it has cost you. I do not know what it has cost you in detail because I was not there to see. I have only the reports of men. I would have you tell me in time. Not today. When you are ready, I would have you tell me. I would have me listen." She looked at him. She held his eye for a long moment. A small thing in the muscle of her jaw moved. "You do not get to be the man who listens, Rhaegar, not yet. You do not get to take that first. No. You are not the man at the door of my hall who has come to listen. You are the man who is in my hall because I have permitted you to be in it. You will speak. You will answer what I ask. You will not. She paused, and her hand at her side closed on a small fold of the white gown. "You will not absolve yourself by being humble. I am a queen. I do not need a humble brother. I need a brother who tells me the truth when I ask it, and who sits in the chair I tell him to sit in, and who does not, in the small ways men think the women do not see, decide what is being done in my city while pretending to defer. Yes, you understand me. I understand you, Daenerys. Good." She looked at him a moment longer. Then her eye, for the first time, moved past him to Jon. She looked at Jon for what felt, to him, like a much longer time than the look she had given his father. Jon did not flinch. He had imagined her face, in the long nights since Arthur had returned, and he had imagined what she might say to him, and he had imagined himself answering. The imagining had been useful. The face she wore now was not exactly any of the faces he had imagined, but it was close enough that the trick worked, and he stood very still and let her look. "You are the boy," she said. "I am my—" He stopped. He had been going to say "my queen," and had thought, in the half-instant before he said it, that queen was a thing she had not yet asked of him, and that it would be wrong to give without being asked. "I am Aegon. I have been Jon, all these years. I am at your service, Daenerys." The use of her name, the bare name, was a small considered thing on his part. He had decided, on the ramp, that he would not call her aunt and would not call her queen until she had instructed him in which she preferred. He used her name. He watched her face for what the name would do. Her face did not move much. The corner of her mouth for the smallest possible time lifted, then it was still again. "At my service are you? Yes, you are 17, just turned. The fourth moon, my nephew, is older than me by a year. Yes, that will take some getting used to." She tilted her head a small degree. You favor your mother more than your father." "So I have been told, Daenerys. You knew her, I did not. I have heard from those who did, from Ser Arthur, from Lord Kennington a little. From the man who raised me. He wrote me a letter after I left, and he wrote of her in it. I have a flower of hers in my chest. I would tell you about her if you wish. I do not know much. What I know I will tell, in time. She looked at him a moment more. Then she looked at Ghost. Ghost had been at Jon's hip throughout. Ghost had not moved. Ghost had stood with his red eyes very steady on the woman in white, and had not lifted his lip and had not lowered his ears. She looked at the wolf for a long, quiet moment. The wolf looked at her. "You have brought a wolf into my hall." "I have, Daenerys. He goes where I go. If you would have him kept elsewhere, no." She lifted her hand slowly. She held it out palm down the way one holds a hand to a strange dog. Ghost looked at the hand. Ghost looked at Jon. Jon nodded once. Ghost stepped forward. He lowered his head and laid the white muzzle briefly against the back of her hand. Then he stepped back to Jon's side and sat down. The small private smile, for the second time, came up at the corner of her mouth. "He will do," she said. "He will, Daenerys. My dragons will need to be told. The black does not love things that are not me. The green is more generous. The cream is small still. We will not have the meeting today. Tomorrow, perhaps, we will see. Come into the hall." She turned, in the small, clean way of a woman who has finished an introduction and has decided to move on, and she went through the embroidered doorway into the Queen's Hall. The Queen's Hall was not large. It was not, by the standards of the great halls of the free cities, large at all. It had been, before Daenerys' siege, the private dining chamber of the master of the pyramid, and she had taken it for her audience hall on the deliberate principle that she did not want a hall in which the men she received could pretend to grandeur. It was a long, low room with a vaulted ceiling and 3 tall, narrow windows on the western wall that looked out over the city. There was a single long table along the eastern wall. There were 3 chairs at the table. There was no throne. She took the middle chair. She gestured Rhaegar to the chair on her right and Jon to the chair on her left. A small, fair-haired woman in a freedwoman's white robe, a Nathai, Jon thought, by the small dark face and the pale hair, entered with a tray of 3 cups and a small clay pitcher of cool water. "Missandei, thank you, you may go." Missandei bowed and went. The door closed. They were 3 in the room. Daenerys lifted her cup. She did not drink. She held it between both palms as if to warm her hands at it, although the water was cold. "I want," she said, "to know where we stand. I do not want Rhaegar. I do not want a long, careful telling of the years. We do not have the days for it. Not today. The black must be flown in the evening or he gets restless. I have a city that requires my judgment for an hour at least each day, and I have not yet given it today's hour. We have today and tonight and tomorrow and perhaps another 2 days after that. Then the Estapori envoy comes and I will be busy with him. So today, where do we stand?" Rhaegar set down his cup. "You are queen here, I am. You have 3 dragons, I have 3. The dragons answer to you alone. They answer to me alone. Your army, 8,000 unsullied, 2,000 stormcrows, 2,000 of what I once would have called second sons, they now call themselves the Queen's sons. 3,000 freedmen I have armed and trained for the past year, who are not yet of the unsullied's quality but who fight better than the Yunkai militia they last fought. 2 commissars of the Dothraki, totaling perhaps 15,000 horse, who have come into me in the last month. A small fleet, perhaps 30 ships, mostly captured slaver galleys in the harbor below. That is not enough for Westeros. It is not by half, not by a quarter if Tywin Lannister is the man at the gate, I know. You will need more, I will need more. From where? That Rhaegar is one of the things I had hoped you would tell me." Rhaegar inclined his head. "I have," he said, "a small army of words. I have men in the free cities. I have a name in Dorne that has been kept warm by Ser Arthur and his sister. The Martells will rise when called for the daughter of Elia Martell who was murdered in her own bed 19 years ago, and they will rise for the son of that same Elia, whom they believe, wrongly, to be also dead. I have in the Stormlands the bones of an old loyalist faction that has not held a sword in 20 years, but which can yet raise, if pushed, perhaps 6,000 spears. I have the Golden Company if we can pay them. They are loyal to the memory of Eager Rivers, who was my great-great-grandfather's brother by an unlawful bed, and they have stayed sellswords on the long understanding that one day a Targaryen would hire them again. They number 10,000. Not enough by themselves, enough to make the difference. I have nothing in the west, nothing in the Vale, and nothing in the Reach without long talking. The north is my son's brothers, and the north, I think, will come to my son if my son asks. He has not yet asked." Daenerys looked at Jon. "You have a brother in the north." "I have, Daenerys, the man who raised me, his eldest son. He is the king in the north. And he is your brother. He is my brother. He was my brother. He still is. We were raised in the same chamber for the first 6 years of my life, and at the same table for the first 12. He is the closest friend I have ever had. And he has crowned himself, he has. For what cause? For the cause of his father in a Lannister cell. For the cause of the North. He did not crown himself for vainglory. The North placed the crown on him. He did not refuse it. It was not Daenerys. It was not a man's grasp at a throne. It was a son's response to a father's danger. I will write him. I have spoken with my father about the writing. I will write him before we sail west. I will tell him the truth of who I am. I will ask him in the same letter what he means to do. And what do you think he will do? Jon thought about it. I think he will not at once know what to do. He will sit with the letter for several nights. He will speak to no one. He will write back when at last he writes back, the letter of an honest man trying to honor 2 oaths at once. He will say, that he loves me as a brother and will not raise a sword against me, and that he cannot lay down the crown of the north while his father is in a cell, and his sisters are in Lannister hands. He will say that we may treat with one another as kings, but that he will not bend the knee to me. He will say, I think, that if our cause is just and our quarrel is with the Lannisters, he will fight beside me, that if our cause is the Iron Throne for its own sake, he will not. And his cause? His cause is his father, his sisters, his bannermen, the North. Are those our cause? Jon looked at her. He looked at his father, then he looked back at her. Daenerys, I think that if our cause is the Iron Throne for its own sake, we will not have my brother. If our cause is the breaking of the Lannisters, we will have him. If our cause is something larger, a remaking of the realm, a thing he has not yet had cause to think on, we will have him only if we can persuade him that the larger cause is real. He is honest. He is not a man to be persuaded with words alone. He will need to see. She nodded slowly. She set down her cup. You are a thoughtful young man, Aegon. I have been raised by thoughtful men. Your father, both your fathers, have done well by you, I will note it. It will count with me when I am weighing the rest of what they have done. She sat with her hands flat on the table. She looked at the western windows for a long, quiet moment. The afternoon sun was lying long across the city outside. I will think tonight on what you have both told me, she said. I will speak with my advisors, my hand. The knight Sir Barristan Selmy, who came to me last year out of Westeros and who is in the upper chamber at this hour writing his own report. I will speak with my freedmen Missandei and Grey Worm, who are my eyes and ears in the city. I will speak alone with my dragons. I will give you my answer in the morning. Your answer to what, Daenerys? She looked at her brother. My answer to whether we sail west together. My answer to whether we sail west at all. My answer to whether Rhaegar. To whether we are family or merely allies. The two are not the same. I would have you know I have not yet decided which of them you are to me. I will know in the morning. I am asking you, both of you, to bear another night of uncertainty. I am sorry to ask it. Tonight you will eat at my table. Tonight the dragons will fly. Tomorrow morning at first light I will see you again here alone. Yes, Daenerys. Yes, Daenerys, Jon said. She inclined her head. She rose. They rose with her. She walked to the western windows and stood there for a moment looking at her city. And then she turned, and she came back, and she laid her hand, for the smallest possible moment, on her brother's shoulder, the way a sister lays a hand on a brother she is not yet certain of. It is a strange thing, she said, to see your face. And yours, sister. I will see you tonight. She went out. Jon and his father stood in the long, low room for a moment without speaking. Ghost padded once around the table and lay down at Jon's feet. Aegon. Yes. That went better than I had imagined, did it? Yes. She is Aegon. She is everything I had heard and a great deal that I had not. I think we will sail together. I am not yet certain. I think we will. I think so as well, Rhaegar. And your brother. Jon looked at the western windows. The city lay in the long, flat sun. I will write him tonight. Yes, do, and Rhaegar, yes. What do I say? Rhaegar laid his hand briefly on Jon's shoulder. He looked at him, and his eye was soft. You know what to say. You have known for a year, Aegon. Sit, right, he is your brother. Jon nodded. He turned. He walked out of the Queen's Hall and down the long corridor with Ghost at his heel, and his father followed him. And they went down the inner ramp to the chamber that had been set aside for them. A small whitewashed chamber with a narrow window that looked east, and Jon sat at the small table in the chamber, and Ashara's pen was in his pack, and a fresh sheet of paper, and a small bottle of ink. He sat for a long time before he began. Then he wrote. He wrote the letter to his brother in 3 drafts. The first draft was the hardest, because he had to put down, in plain words, the truth he had been carrying for 5 years. He wrote it in the small hand he had used for letters home all those years, on the same heavy paper Ashara had bought him from the Volantis shop. He wrote, "Rob, brother, I am writing this from a chamber in Meereen, in the great pyramid of the Queen Daenerys Targaryen, who is my aunt." He stopped. He looked at the line. He thought, that is the wrong door to come through. He crossed it out. He started over. The second draft began further back. He wrote, "Rob, brother, I have a thing to tell you that I have known for 5 years and have not had the right to tell. I have not had the right because the telling would have endangered you, and our father, and our sisters, and our brothers, and the whole house, and the man whose name I am about to set down. I have it now, because the world has changed. The man whose name I will set down is now, in some small measure, in a position to bear the weight of having his name said." He stopped. He thought small measure was wrong. Small measure was a thing one wrote in a careful note to a Pentoshi banker. He crossed it out. The third draft was the one he sent. He wrote it slowly, with the quiet care of a boy who had been taught in the 4 years past by a man who knew the weight of every word a man set down on paper. He wrote, "Rob, brother, I am in Meereen. I am with the Queen Daenerys Targaryen of the House of the Dragon. She is my father's sister. She is my aunt. My father did not die at the Trident. He was taken from the river by a friend, and he has lived these 18 years in hiding in the free cities. He is the man I have been fostered with these past 5 years. The name he gave me when I was born is Aegon. I am the true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, who were married in the godswood at the Prince's Pass before I was born. The proof of the marriage is held by Howland Reed at Greywater Watch. Our father, your father, Eddard, knew this from the day he came to my mother in the Tower of Joy. He swore an oath to her before she died that he would raise me as his own to keep me alive. He has kept that oath at a cost no man should have asked of him. I am writing this in my own hand, and you will know my hand. I am writing it from a chamber that has a narrow window looking east. Outside the window there is a city of brick, and the sea is just visible at the horizon between 2 pyramids. I tell you the small details so that you will know I am writing this in the world we share, and not from a story. We sail west in the 3rd week of the next moon. We sail with my aunt and with 3 dragons. The dragons are real. I have seen them. I have not yet ridden one, and I do not know if I will. The dragon is your aunt's, and the dragon goes where my aunt sends him. We sail because the realm cannot be left to the Lannisters, and because our father, Eddard, your father, is in a Lannister cell and is being kept alive only as a card to be played against you. We sail to break the Lannisters. We sail to set our father free. We sail with, and this is the most important part of this letter, brother, so I will set it apart on its own line. We sail with no quarrel against you. I do not ask you to bend the knee. I do not ask you to give up the crown the North laid on you. I would not ask if I had the right. I do not have the right. The crown is yours, the North is yours. You are king there because you are the man your bannermen need. I will not stand in the way of that. I would not, even if I could. You are my brother. You will always be my brother. I am writing this from across an ocean and across a name, and the brother is still the first thing in the letter. What I ask is this. When we land at Dragonstone, for that is where we will land, I would have you write me. I would have you tell me what you would do. I would have you tell me whether you can fight beside me against the Lannisters as a king beside another king, or whether the war you are fighting is your own war, and ours is ours, and the two will not meet. I would have you tell me, Rob. I would have you tell me whether you and I can sit at one table again, even if we have crowns on our heads when we sit. I would have us be brothers at the table even if we are kings in the hall. The crowns are the work of the day. We are the work of our lives. You will need to know one more thing before you write back. There is a thing that has come to us by Raven from the Wall in the last month. The Lord Commander has written that there is a thing in the lands beyond the wall that the Watch has not seen since the Meisters stopped writing of such things, in the long ago, in the histories of the long night. I will not put more on this page. I do not know how much more is true. I tell you only that there are letters from beyond the wall, and that I have read one. If what the letters say is true, the Iron Throne is not the only thing the realm will be fighting for in the next year. I would have you weigh that when you sit down to write me back. I have put on this page everything I have to give. I will say one more thing only, which is the thing I would say if we were on the lake stones at the wood instead of with this paper between us. Whatever I become, whatever they make me, I am still your brother, Aegon, Jon. Whichever name you would call me by. They are both, in some measure, mine. He read the letter through, he read it twice. He copied it clean. He sealed it with the small wax seal Lord Connington had given him at 15. A small dragon's head pressed into a circle of red wax, the dragon's head looking left, the way the seals of a younger son were always cast. And he gave it to Lord Connington in the corridor. And Lord Connington gave it to a small dark courier whom Thurian of Lies had retained at the dock. And the small dark courier rode out of the city before midnight on the long road back to the harbor, and the Storm's daughter, on the morning after, sent the letter to a free city fast galley that would carry it to White Harbor by the swiftest of the spring lanes. Then Jon went up to the upper terrace of the Great Pyramid for dinner. The dinner was a small dinner. There were 6 at the table. There were Daenerys and Rhaegar and Jon, and Daenerys' hand, an old white-haired knight in a plain dark surcoat with a long, careful gravity in his face, who Daenerys introduced to them as Ser Barristan of the White Hills, of House Selmy of the Stormlands. The name Selmy went into the small silence around the table the way a stone goes into a pool, and Ser Barristan, who had clearly been expecting it, inclined his head once and waited, and Daenerys' 2 freedmen, the small Nathai woman Missandei, and a tall, unsullied with a small, deep scar at the corner of his mouth named Grey Worm. The dinner was simple. Boiled lamb, flatbread, olives, a cool, pale wine that Jon was permitted now to drink unwatered. There were honey cakes for after. The small dragons were not at the dinner, which was a relief. Daenerys had explained on the way up that the dragons did not, by her preference, attend meals at which she was meeting strangers, because the dragons did not eat slowly enough to be polite about it. The talk at the table was small. Ser Barristan, who had served as Lord Commander of the Kingsguard until the day Joffrey Baratheon had taken his cloak from him at the small council table and given it to a younger man, spoke a little of the journey he had made east. Daenerys spoke a little of the freedmen she had been training in her army. Rhaegar asked a single careful question of Missandei about her work as the Queen's interpreter, and Missandei answered in her quiet, careful common that she spoke 19 tongues, and that the Westerosi was the 17th she had learned. Jon, beside her, said in the small Nathai greeting Maester Marwyn had taught him at 13, "Be at peace, Sister of the Morning," and Missandei looked at him in surprise and lifted her cup to him and gave him back the small Nathai response that he did not have. The table laughed, very gently. Daenerys looked at Jon over the rim of her cup, and her eye for a moment was warm. After dinner, with the lamps lit and the long Meereenese twilight outside the windows turning the city the color of soft bronze, Daenerys rose. "The dragons fly at sunset. Will you watch?" "I would, sister. I would, Daenerys." She led them out onto the great upper terrace. The terrace was a wide, flat space of brick that ran the full circumference of the pyramid's first inner step, with a low parapet at the edge and a small carved Giscari altar at the eastern corner. Above them, the second and third tiers of the pyramid rose, Below them, the long gold dropped to the city. The dragons were on the upper steps. Jon saw them first. 3 shapes, 2 large and 1 smaller, on the higher tier, sunning themselves in the last of the light. The black was the largest, the long, sleek, dark shape that he had seen past the masthead in the morning. The green was nearly as large, with a long, supple neck, and a smaller crested head, and a green that was almost blue at the wing edges. The cream was the smallest, the size, as Arthur had said, of a large hunting hound, with pale wings and small dark veins running through the membranes. When Daenerys came out onto the terrace, the 3 dragons turned their heads at the same time. The cream, Viserion, by the names Daenerys had taught him on the way up the inner ramp, because she had named the smallest after the brother who had not lived to see them, which was a thing she had done partly out of grief and partly out of a stubborn private decision that the brother she had loved could be remembered in a thing that flew. Viserion lifted off the upper tier and sailed down to her shoulder in a single long glide and landed there. And she did not flinch. She had been landed on enough times that her shoulder had adjusted, the way a hawker's gauntlet hand adjusts, to the small shock of the great weight. The dragon settled. The dragon's head turned once, taking in the 3 new humans on the terrace, and the dragon's tongue, small, forked, dark, flickered once at the air and went away. The black and the green did not come down at once. They watched. Daenerys walked to the parapet. She stood at it with the cream on her shoulder and the others above her on the upper tier, and she looked back at her brother and her nephew, and she said, "Come." They came. They stopped a polite distance from her. Rhaegar, the older man, the man who had read every book on the dragons in the Citadel and who had been to Dragonstone as a boy, and had laid his hand on the long cold bones of Vermithor in the great vaulted hall of the dead. Rhaegar lifted his hand, very slowly, and held it out, palm down. The way Daenerys had held her hand to Ghost. The cream on her shoulder turned its head and looked at his hand. The cream did not strike. The cream did not fly. The cream simply looked. After a long, quiet moment, the cream stretched its small neck the small extra distance, and laid its small dark muzzle briefly against the back of Rhaegar's hand. Rhaegar's face did not move much. The corner of his mouth, for the smallest possible time, moved. "Hello, little one," he said very quietly. "Hello, yes, I see you." The cream withdrew its muzzle. It did not fly off. It settled back on Daenerys' shoulder. The black on the upper tier lifted off. It came down in a long, slow circle and landed not on the terrace but on the parapet itself, 6 paces from where they stood, and the parapet groaned under the weight, and the great long black neck stretched out toward Jon. And the great yellow eye, the eye that had passed the masthead in the morning, settled on his face. Jon did not move. He did not move because Ghost beside him had not moved, because his father behind him had laid one hand briefly on his back, steady, Aegon, and let it fall away, because Daenerys at the parapet was watching him with the small, careful, watchful look of a queen watching to see how a stranger would be received by her son. Jon lifted his hand, slowly, palm down. He held it out toward the long black muzzle. The black did not strike. The black sniffed. The small black tongue flickered. The great yellow eye held him. After a long moment, the black lowered its muzzle and laid the long, warm, hard nose, briefly, against Jon's open palm. The skin of the muzzle was hot. It was warm in the way a hearthstone is warm on a winter evening, a heat that did not come from outside, that came from inside the thing. He could feel the slow, great breathing under his palm. He could feel, faintly, the deep, steady thrum of the great chest somewhere a foot below his hand. He kept his hand still. He said very quietly in the high Valyrian he had been working at for 5 years, the small old greeting Meister Marwyn had taught him for a thing that had to be greeted in its own tongue. Ritzes, Zaldrizes, Nuha Q Inunti Tauba Issa. Hello, dragon. I am your kin. The black breathed out slowly. The small jet of warm air over Jon's wrist smelled of the same metal and pepper smell he had smelled on the deck. The dragon's head lifted. The dragon's eye held his. The dragon did not breathe fire. The dragon did not strike. The dragon, very slowly, let its hot dark muzzle slide off Jon's palm and stepped back along the parapet and folded the long black wings against its long sleek back and settled. Daenerys at the parapet drew a long slow breath. "He has accepted you, nephew," she said. He has only accepted the king greeting, sister. He has accepted you. He does not accept men. I know of perhaps 3 men he has not killed for setting a foot near him, and one of those is dead now. He has not killed you. He has greeted you back. He has done a thing I have not seen him do before. You are kin to him. You are the first kin to him that has ever stood on this terrace beside me." She looked at her brother. Two Daenerys. 2 who are kin to him on this terrace. You and me. I had thought, until 5 minutes ago, that I would always be the one. I am Rhaegar. I had not thought it would feel like this. She looked at her brother, and her face, the careful queen face she had been wearing all afternoon, moved for a moment into a younger thing. Her mouth softened. Her eye went bright. She did not weep. Daenerys Targaryen had not wept in any room a man could see for some years, and would not begin tonight. But the careful queen face was, for a moment, the face of a girl who had been alone in a small chamber in Pentos with 3 petrified eggs for company, and had not, in that small chamber, dreamed that there would be a night when she would stand on a terrace at the top of her own pyramid with another Targaryen at her shoulder. She turned to Jon. "Aegon. Yes, Daenerys. You will sail with me. You and your father. We sail in the 3rd week of the next moon. We sail to Dragonstone. We will write your brother. You have written him, you said." "I have, Daenerys. The letter went tonight." "Good. He will have it before we land. He will have time to think on it. We will land at Dragonstone. We will set the fleet in the harbor under our flag. We will see who comes to us. We will see what your brother writes back. We will see what the Lannisters do. We will," she paused, and her hand on the parapet closed once on the brick. "We will hold a war council on the night we land, and we will decide together what we will do with the realm we have come back to. The 3 of us, with our advisors, together, as kin." She held out her hand to her brother. Rhaegar took it. He took it slowly. He took it the way an older brother takes the hand of a sister he has not seen since she was an infant. Then he turned and held his other hand out to Jon, and Jon took it, and the 3 of them stood at the parapet in the falling Meereenese twilight with the dragons above them and around them and the city below them, and the wind off the sea moved through them. And they did not let go of each other's hands for a long time. Behind them, on the terrace, Ghost stood up and stretched, very slowly, the way a wolf stretches when it has decided that the long watch is at last over for the night. The black, on the parapet, lifted his great head and looked east into the rising dark, and let out a single soft sound that was not a roar, and that was not a hiss, and that was, perhaps, the closest sound a dragon makes to a song. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. Crowns of Salt Rob's letter found him on a small ship in the open water 2 days west of the Stepstones, in the 2nd week of the long voyage to Dragonstone, on a morning when the wind was an even southeasterly, and the sea was the color of an old slate roof. The letter came aboard with Thurian of Lies, who had taken the Storm's daughter into the small Lysany port of Lies to take on water, and had returned with 3 sealed pouches from the household's network. 2 of the pouches went to Rhaegar. 1 came to Jon. He took it down to his small cabin under the wheelhouse. He sat on his bunk. Ghost laid himself across his feet. He cracked the seal. The running gray direwolf of House Stark, in dark gray wax, with a small line of pine resin pressed into the wax under the seal that Robb had been making his Meister use since they were boys. A small private mark Jon had taught Robb at 10, and that would, Jon understood now, be Robb's way of telling him that the letter was Robb's own and not his Meister's clever copy. He looked at the small line of resin a long moment. He drew a breath. He read. The letter was in Robb's hand. He would have known it in any kingdom, the slight slope to the right, the long careful T-crossings, the place at the bottom of the Jaitikes where Robb had never quite kept the descender clean. He read it slowly. He read it twice. "Brother, I have read your letter 4 times. The 4th time it was not different from the first. I have set it on the table in my own tent and looked at it for a long while between readings, and I have decided what to write back. I am writing it in my own hand because the thing should be in our hands, both of ours, and not the hand of any Meister. You are my brother. I will write that first because it is the thing that comes first. I do not care what name was given you in a Dornish godswood before you were born. I do not care what house your father stands at the head of. You were beside me on the lake stones 8 summers ago, and you said you were still my brother whatever you became, and I am writing back to say the same. I am the king in the north. I have been the king in the north for a year. I am writing this from a tent in a camp at the Trident, 3 days' ride from the river Aegon set down at, and I have your letter on my camp table, and I am still your brother. You ask me what I will do. I will tell you what I have decided, and I will tell you what I have not decided, and I will tell you what is not within my hand to decide. I have decided that I will not raise a sword against you. Whatever crown is at your head when we meet again, I will not raise a sword against you. I will not bend the knee to you, brother. I cannot. The North has placed her crown on me on the understanding that the North does not bend any longer to a southern throne. I am bound to the men who placed it. They will not let me lay it down. I will not lay it down on them, because they have given me their lives and their sons. So we will be 2 kings standing in a hall, brother. We will be 2 kings in a hall, and we will treat with one another as kings. And when the cups are down and the bannermen are gone, we will be brothers again, and we will sit by the fire, and we will drink the small cup of wine you stole from Meister Lewin's stores. And the kings will be elsewhere for an hour. That is what I have decided. I have not decided what to do about the Lannisters. I have been beating them for a year. I have not been losing. I have not been winning either. I have been doing what a man does when he cannot choose his ground and cannot choose his enemy and cannot choose his moment. I have been killing the men they send and burning the fields they will need next spring and waiting for them to break. They have not broken. They have a Tywin in the west and a Kingslayer in the south, and a Stafford coming up from the crag with another 5,000 men. I have written to Renly Baratheon, who would have given me the south if he had not died on a maiden's mourning by a thing I do not understand, and that I will not write about in this letter. I have written to Stannis Baratheon, who has not written back. I have written to the Vale, my mother's sister will not move. I have written to Dorne. Doran Martell has thanked me for my letter and has written nothing of substance. I am, brother, I am tired. I am writing this in a tent at the 3rd hour of the night, and the candle has nearly gone. And I am tired in a way I did not know a man of 19 could be tired. Your letter is the first thing in a year that has made me think the war I am fighting is not the only war on the board. I will weigh it. I will weigh it carefully. I will tell you also what I will not weigh. I will not weigh leaving our father in his cell. He is your father too. I know that now. He is also mine, and he is mine in a way you have not been able to share for 5 years. He is the man whose hall I have grown up in, whose word I have learned to weigh, whose silence I have learned to read. He is in a cell because he was true to a king who did not deserve him, and to a friend who turned out not to be a friend. I will not leave him there. If I have to take King's Landing with 5,000 men and a wooden ladder, I will take it. If I have to make a peace with Tywin Lannister that gives him the West and his daughter for life, I will make it. If I have to ride to Dragonstone in the middle of the next moon and sit at a table with my brother and his aunt and 3 dragons and beg for a flying ride west to set our father free with fire on the cells, I will do it. I will not, brother, leave him there. I tell you this so that you will know, when we sit down together, the one thing on which I will not bend, the other thing, Aegon. I will call you Aegon when there is no one to hear me, because the name is yours and our father, gave it to you, and I would like to use it once or twice in private to see how it sounds in my mouth. In the hall, I will call you Snow. I will call you Snow because you have been snow to me since you could walk, and the name is also yours, and the men who follow me will not understand any other name yet. I would have you bear it, brother. I would have you bear both. The bearing of 2 will be a hard work. I think you have been doing it longer than you know. The wedding I cannot escape. I have to write of this. Walder Frey's daughter. I broke a small old promise to him last spring when I was fool enough to marry a Westerling girl out of love. He has since taken back the Bridge of the Twins from my use. I am riding north to make my apology and to give him the apology he has named, which is that one of my uncles will marry a Frey in my stead. I do not love the man Frey. I do not love the bridge. I am riding because I have no other road home, and I am riding because the apology is owed, and because it costs me less to give it than to keep going on without it. I do not write this so that you will worry about me. I write it because, if my last letter to you should turn out to be from before this wedding, I would have you know that the wedding was the small, dirty, necessary thing of any war, and not the thing I was riding to in my heart. My heart was riding to the godswood at home with my brothers in it. I have not been to the godswood at home in a year. I miss it. I miss our father. I miss our sisters. We will speak of our sisters when you are nearer. The news on the sisters is a thing I will not put in a letter that may be read by the wrong eye. Sail west, brother. We will meet at Dragonstone if I can ride to it. If I cannot, we will meet on the open road. We will sit at one fire even if the fire is in a Riverlands inn. The kings can sit on small benches. The kings have been sitting on smaller. We will see one another. The seeing will tell us what cannot be told in letters. Until then, whatever I become, whatever they make me, I am still your brother. Rob. Jon read the letter through. He read it through again. He laid it down on his knee. He sat for a long time on the bunk in the small cabin without moving. Ghost laid his great head across Jon's foot and did not move. The ship creaked under him. The waves went on slapping the hull. The small lantern over the bunk swung in its long, slow arc. After a long time he stood up. He went up the ladder to the deck. He found his father at the rail. Rhaegar saw his face. He did not ask. He laid one hand on Jon's shoulder and looked at the sea, and Jon stood beside him for a while without speaking, and at last Jon laid the letter on the rail and let the wind move it under his palm, and he says he is still my brother. Yes. He says he will not raise a sword against me. He says we will sit at one fire even if it is an inn fire. He says he is going to a wedding at the Twins. He has had to break a betrothal with Walder Frey. He is going to make the apology. Rhaegar went still beside him. Aegon. Yes. When did he write this letter? He does not say. He says the 3rd hour of the night. He gives the place. A camp at the Trident 3 days' ride from the river. By that I think he means 3 weeks past, perhaps. 4. The letter went south through the Riverlands and out by White Harbor, and then, Aegon, listen to me. The letter went out before he reached the Twins. Yes, you understand what I am telling you. Yes, Rhaegar, I have been thinking it. I have been thinking it for the last hour. We do not know what has happened at the Twins. We will not know for some time. I do not, Aegon. I do not know Walder Frey. I do not know him at all. He was a small riverland's lord in my time, with a great many sons and a great deal of resentment. I never had the small reason to look at him directly. Kennington has a man at the Twins. We will hear from the man before long. Until we hear, we will assume the wedding has gone as a wedding goes, and we will hope. Yes, 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 Aegon. Jon laid his hand on the letter on the rail. He looked at the small dark wax of the seal, the running direwolf with the line of resin under it. He wrote it in his own hand. Yes, he has been tired. Yes, Rhaegar, yes. If anything has happened to him at the Twins, if Walder Frey, we do not know yet. We will not until we know, mourn what may not need mourning. That is also a small private trick. It is a hard one. It will not stop the worry. It will keep the worry from becoming the certainty. The worry is bearable. The certainty would not be. We will not borrow it. Do you hear me, Aegon? I hear you, Rhaegar. Good. His father stood with him at the rail for a long while. After a time, Daenerys came up onto the deck. She had been below. In the small captain's cabin she had taken for herself and her 2 interpreters, and saw them at the rail and came over, and Rhaegar told her quietly what the letter had said. She listened. She read the letter herself slowly, with the small, careful attention of a woman who had been told only the outline of Jon's brother, and now had the man under her eye in his own hand. She read it twice. She laid it down. She looked at Jon. He is a good man, this brother of yours. He is Daenerys. He has taken on more than a man of 19 should have taken on. I have not done less, perhaps. He and I will understand one another if we ever sit together. Yes, Daenerys. When you next write him, nephew, I would have you tell him that his sister-in-law sends him her good wishes. He will not have known that he has a sister-in-law in any sense. I would have him know. Jon looked at her. He had not, until that moment, thought of her as his sister-in-law in the small old Westerosi way that the wife of a ruling brother becomes a sister to the brother's brother. He found, looking at her, that the framing was not a wrong one. He nodded. I will tell him. Good. The news from the Twins reached them 4 days later, on a fast Pentoshi cog that Kennington's man at Pentos had sent after them at full sail. And the news was the news Jon had been carrying in his ribs since the moment he had read the wedding line in the letter. The man who brought the news did not, in his small Pentoshi voice, say more than he had to. He said only the essentials. He said the Stark king is dead. He said his lady mother is dead. He said the Queen Talisa, who was new with the king's child, is dead. He said most of the northern lords who had ridden south with the king are dead. He said Walder Frey did it. The Boltons of the Dreadfort did it. The Lannisters paid for it. He did not, beyond these things, embroider. He sat in the small cabin at Thurian of Lysa's table, and he gave his report, and he ate the bread Thurian put before him, and he drank the cup of wine, and at the end he laid his palm against his forehead briefly, in the small Pentoshi gesture of mourning, and went back to his cog. Jon was at the door of the cabin when the man came out. He had heard. He had heard everything through the door. He did not know until much later what he did in the next hour. He has, in fact, no memory of standing aside to let the Pentoshi man pass. He has no memory of the Pentoshi man's small respectful bow as he went by. He does not remember walking to the bow of the ship. He remembers dimly. That ghost was beside him. He remembers the great white head leaning against his thigh. He remembers from later the small wet patch on the fur where his hand had been and where, evidently, his face had at some point pressed itself. The first thing he remembers after the closed door was his father, sitting beside him on the boards of the bow with one arm around his shoulders and the small Lyseni harp on his other knee, not playing, not speaking, simply sitting, and the long Valentine sun going down over the water. and the slow, steady rumble of ghost in his throat that was not yet a growl and was not nothing, the wolf trying in the way a wolf tries to draw the grief out of the boy by sharing it. He sat. His father sat. The sun went down. After a long while his father said very quietly, "Aegon." "Yes." "I am sorry." "Yes, I am, Aegon. I will not say the small, useless things now. I will say them later. Later, when the saying will have a place to sit. Now I will sit beside you, and I will be your father, and we will look at the sea, and that is all." Yes, he sat beside him. The sea moved. After a longer while, with the first stars over the open water, Jon said, "I should have written him sooner. Aegon. If I had written him sooner, if I had written the letter at 15 or at 16, he would have known earlier. He might have made a different Aegon. No, Rhaegar, no. If you had written him at 15, he would have ridden to White Harbor with the letter in his belt, and he would have sailed to find you. And the Lannisters would have caught the courier and read the letter, and the Maesters of the South would have been killing every silver-haired man in the free cities by the next moon. The letter at 15 would have killed your brother and your father and you, and everyone we have built. The letter at 17, Aegon. The letter at 17 reached him on the right week of the right year. He had time to read it. He had time to write back. He died, listen to me, he died with your letter on his camp table. He died knowing that he had a brother who was still his brother. He died knowing he had a sister-in-law who would send him her good wishes. He died. Rhaegar's voice cracked. He took a breath. He died, I think, at peace with that part of his life. There is no man in the world who could have given him more than that with a letter. There was no letter you could have written that would have unmade Walder Frey. The Walder Frey who killed your brother is not a man any letter has ever moved. Do you hear me? I hear you, Rhaegar. Good. Sit with me. He sat with him. The stars came out. The Queen, his aunt, came up from the lower deck very late with a small lamp in her hand, and she did not speak as she came up. She knelt down beside Jon on the boards. She set the small lamp on the deck. She said nothing for a long time. Then she leaned in, very small, and laid her brow briefly against his shoulder. She did not speak. She held the small, careful contact a moment, and then she sat back on her heels. "Nephew," she said, very low, "Daenerys. I lost a brother in the spring last year. I know a little what this is. Not all of it. I will not pretend I know all of it. The brother I lost was not the brother you have lost, but I lost him. I sat on a stone seat in a small palace on a dry plain, and I mourned him. I mourned him for the brother he had been when he was small, and for the brother he had not been able to become. There was a thing my Lazarene woman said to me when I was sitting on the stone seat. She said, 'Khaleesi, the dead do not need our weeping. The living need the weeping. The dead need only that we live for them and that we live well. I have carried it. I carry it tonight. I would give it to you. We live for them. We live well.'" Jon closed his hand on her wrist briefly. He did not speak. He could not. She rose. She picked up the lamp. "There is more news in the pouch the man brought, nephew. There is news of your sister Sansa. I would have you know she lives. She lives in the Red Keep still. The news in the pouch is not entirely bad about her. We will speak of her in the morning. The news is small, but it is real. Of your sister Arya there is no news. The Lannisters have not found her. I would take that as a thing that is in itself news. Sleep now if you can. We make Dragonstone in 5 days. She went down. He did not sleep that night. He sat at the bow with his father until the false dawn began to lift the eastern horizon, and at last his father, who had been awake with him through the long hours, laid one hand on his shoulder and said, "Aegon, go below. Lie down for an hour. The body needs the lying down even if the mind does not need the sleep. Go." Jon went below. He laid down on his bunk. Ghost came up beside him on the bunk, which Ghost was not, by the standing arrangement, supposed to do, and Jon did not stop him. He laid one arm around the great white shoulders, and he laid his face against the warm white fur, and he breathed. He did not weep into the fur. He had wept in the sunset. The weeping had passed. He lay for an hour. He thought. He thought of Robb's letter on the table, and the small line of pine resin under the wax. He thought of the wedding at the twins'. He thought of Catelyn. He thought of her hand on his cheek in the small chapel of the Seven, and of her small, grim refusal in the courtyard the day he had ridden out, and of all the years of cold meals at the lower table. He thought of his sister-in-law Talisa, whom he had never seen. He thought of Robb's child who had not been born. He thought of Robb at 14 with a clap of laughter at being beaten in the yard. He thought of all of them. He let the imagining work on him. He let it work as Rhaegar had taught him to let it work. He sat with the faces. He did not flinch. After an hour he got up. He washed his face. He went up to the deck. He found Daenerys and his father at the eastern rail watching the sun come up over the water. He went and stood beside them. He did not say anything for a long time. He watched the sun. Then, when the sun was a hand's breadth above the horizon and the sea had begun to show its color, he said very quietly in a voice that was steady, "My brother is the king in the north." Both of them turned to him. "Was nephew," Daenerys said very gently. "Is Daenerys. Robb Stark is dead." The crown of the north did not die at the twins. It cannot. The north does not let the crown die so easily. There are heirs. There are heirs. He looked at the sun. Bran, Rickon. They are alive somewhere, I have to believe. The crown of the north will pass to them when the north can find them. If the north cannot find them, the crown passes, by what little law there is in such matters, to the true-born male of the next branch, which would be a Karstark, and the Karstarks have 2 sons in the Lannister cells. Or it passes Daenerys, or it passes to the next bastard line of the Stark trunk, which is me. His father went very still. Aegon, Rhaegar, you are not. I am Rhaegar. I am Eddard Stark's named son. The North does not know I am yours. The North knows I am his. By the law that the North has its own law, but by any law, I am the next male after my brothers if they cannot be found. By blood I am his sister's son and his named bastard. By name I am his. The North, Rhaegar. The North will not take a stranger. The North may take me. He looked at his father. His father looked back. After a long moment, Rhaegar said, "You are saying you would claim the North." "I am saying, Rhaegar, I am saying that the choice is going to come to me, and I would rather have thought about it before the choice arrives. I am saying that if the bannermen of the North write to me, and they will write to someone, before the season is out, I would have an answer in my mouth. I am saying that the North is my brother's people. I am saying that the people who killed my brother are also the people we are going to kill, and that I would not have his people lose their hall on the same day they lose their king." Daenerys looked at him. She did not speak for a long while. Then she said, "You would be a king at one of the tables, Aegon. You would not be a prince of mine. You would be my equal in the council. I would be your nephew, Daenerys, in the council. I would be your nephew first." "Yes." She looked at him a long moment. Then slowly, the small private smile that he had not seen on her since the night of the dragons came up at the corner of her mouth. "You are your father's son, nephew. I am Daenerys. And your other father's also. I am that too. I think I am beginning to understand what kind of nephew I have." She looked at the water. The sun was higher. "We will speak more in council, at Dragonstone. With Connington and Arthur and Selmy at the table, we will think this through. The thing must be done carefully. We will do it carefully. But yes, Aegon, if the North will have you, take the North. The North is the largest of the 7 kingdoms. The North is the kingdom that breaks armies in winter. The North is the kingdom your mother was of. There is no neat reason in the world to set the North aside." She laid her hand briefly on his arm. "We sail," she said. "2 more days, 3 more days, we sail." Chapter 9 Dragonstone rose out of the morning mist on the 9th day after the news of the twins, with the long black dragonglass cliffs falling sheer to a gray sea, and the great fortress of carved black basalt brooding on its high terrace as it had brooded since the days when Aegon the Conqueror had set his foot on the same stone and looked north toward the green country he was about to make his. The castle was empty. It had been emptied over the year past by the slow, careful evacuation that Stannis Baratheon had managed before his death. The death itself, a thing the household had learned of in pieces over the spring, and that Marwyn had finally pieced together from a Pentoshi report at the last port. That Stannis, after a great defeat at the Blackwater, had retreated to his island and had wasted away there over the autumn, attended at the end only by his wife, his daughter, and a red priestess whose name had since vanished from the records, and whose body, by report, had hanged itself in the main hall of the keep on the morning Stannis died. The garrison Stannis had left, perhaps 200 men, had drifted off in pieces to the Crownlands and to the Stormlands when the spring came and the ravens stopped, and the great stone fortress of the Targaryen kings had been left in the hands of an old castellan named Cresson. No. The Maester Cresson had died years ago. Marwyn corrected himself. An old steward then, the steward whose name I cannot recall, and a small handful of fishermen's families in the village below, who tended the small garden plots and waited for whatever came next. What came next was a fleet. The Storm's daughter led the flotilla in. Behind her came the great Dothraki cog Daenerys had taken in a stapper for the crossing of the western current. Behind that came 2 captured slaver galleys with the Unsullied aboard. Behind those came Thurian of Lysa's 3 small fast Lyseni runners, and behind all of them, tracking along the air currents above the masts, came 3 dragons. The black flew the highest. The green and the cream flew lower. They had been flying along with the fleet for the last 6 days. They had taken a goat each morning from the upper deck of Daenerys's cog. They had grown on the voyage by a discernible amount. The cream was the size, now, of a small horse. The green was the size of a mid-sized one. The black was the size of a great aurochs bull, and the wingspan of the black was 3 times its body length. And when the black shadow passed over a deck, the men of the watch felt the shadow as a weight. The fishing village in the Cove of Dragonstone saw the dragons before it saw the ships. The villagers came down to the small stone quay in a ragged line, with their hands lifted in the small old gesture that the people of Dragonstone had used for any Targaryen since before the conquest. The open palm at the brow, then the brow brought briefly down. They stood in a quiet line and watched the Storm's daughter warp into the quay. The old steward was at the head of the line. He was not, after all, very old. He was perhaps 50, with a careful, clean-shaven face and the small black sigil of the house pinned at his collar. He waited until the gangway came over and the queen herself stepped from the gangway to the stone, and then he went to one knee on the quay, and the line of villagers behind him went to one knee with him. And for a long moment, the only sound on the quay was the wind in the dragonglass cliffs and the small wet slap of the sea against the Storm's daughter's hull. Daenerys looked at the kneeling men. She looked at them a long, quiet moment. Then she stepped forward, and she laid her hand briefly on the old steward's shoulder, and she said, very clearly in common tongue in a voice that carried the length of the quay, "Rise. You are my people. You have been my people since before I was born. Rise. We are not in the habit in this house of asking our people to kneel. Come, stand, speak with me. What is your name? Wendell, your grace, Wendell of Dragonstone Town. You are the steward. I am your grace. Walk with me to the keep, Wendell. There are 7 of us who would lodge there tonight. Will you have rooms? There are 7 score of rooms in the keep, your grace. There are not 7 score of bedclothes that have not gone to mildew. There will be, perhaps, a dozen rooms my women can have ready by sunset. The rest will be the work of a week. A dozen will be enough. Lead. He led. She walked beside him up the long sloped causeway from the quay to the inner gate of the fortress. Rhaegar walked at her shoulder. Jon walked at her other shoulder. Connington and Arthur and Selmy and Marwyn walked behind them. The villagers stayed on the quay. They watched. The dragons settled, one by one, on the great flat top of the central tower of the keep. The stone drum, the old name had been, the tower that had been built in the days of Aegon the Conqueror to hold his great map room and his great library, and the village watched the dragons settle. The cream took a long, lazy circle out over the cliffs and came back. The green sat with his head down on the parapet and watched the water. The black settled at the center and folded his great wings and went still, and was, for the long moment that the people of the village watched him, the largest thing the island had seen since the bones of Vermithor had at last been carried away to the Pale, crypt under the great hall in the time of Yehares, the conciliator. The villagers crossed themselves, the small old gesture of the Dragonstone Islanders, made with a thumb across the brow, that had nothing to do with the faith of the Seven, and that no septon had ever quite been able to extinguish. The hall of the keep was, in its dimensions, a hall larger than any hall Jon had stood in before, larger than the great hall of Winterfell, larger than the audience chamber of Wyman Manderly's new castle, larger than the Queen's Hall at Meereen. And the largeness was, on a first walking through it, a thing the body had to be told to be at peace with. The walls were carved with the long old reliefs of the conquest. Aegon on Balerion the Black Dread, his sisters on Hagar and Meraxes, the great winged shapes carved in the old smooth Valyrian style with the long tails curling around the columns. The ceiling was vaulted. The floor was a long expanse of polished black stone, with a single thin band of beaten gold running down the center to the great empty chair on the dais. The chair was not the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne was in King's Landing. The chair on the dais at Dragonstone was the small old seat of the Lords of Dragonstone. The seat Rhaegar himself had sat in as a boy, when his father Aerys had set him out of the way and made him Prince of Dragonstone for the year before Rhaegar's first squiring. It was a black wooden chair with an arched back and a single red velvet cushion that was, the steward apologetically informed them, going to need to be replaced. The chair stood on a low dais at the head of the hall. Daenerys looked at the chair. She looked at it a long moment. Then she turned to her brother and said, "Sit, Rhaegar." He looked at her. "Sister, sit. You sat in this chair when you were a prince. You will sit in it now. It is your chair more than mine. I will sit in the chair beside it. We will have one brought up from the lower hall. Sit." Rhaegar did not sit at once. He looked at the chair. He looked at his sister. He looked at Jon. Then he walked slowly the long length of the hall to the dais. He climbed the 3 low steps. He stood for a moment beside the chair. He did not, in any quick way, lay his hand on the back. He laid it, eventually, on the carved wooden curve of the arm and stood with his palm flat on the wood and looked out over the long, empty hall. "I sat in this chair for the year I was 13, he said, in a voice that carried softly down the hall. My father had taken a turn against me that year. He had decided I would be Prince of Dragonstone for a year before I was sent to my squiring. He believed that if I sat in this chair for a year, I would learn to want what was in the great hall at the end of the throne road. I sat in it. I learned the opposite. I learned that a man who sits in a chair and waits for a kingdom to come to him is a man who deserves nothing of what he is sitting on. I did not, in that year, make myself a prince. I made myself a reader. I sat at the long table by the southern window and I read the great library. I read Septon Barth's Unnatural History. I read the old meisters of Old Town on the Long Night. I read the dragon lore. I read the old prophecies. He laid his hand briefly on the wood. His palm whitened with the pressure for the smallest possible moment, then loosened. The prophecies were the work that made me what I became. I will not blame the chair for it. I made the choices. The chair only held me while I made them. It is a chair. It is a good chair. It is, I believe, a comfortable chair. Deaneries. I will sit in it for tonight because you have asked me. I will sit in it tomorrow if you ask me again. But I would have you understand, sister, that I do not mean to claim it. The chair is not a thing I am owed. The chair is a thing the realm has loaned to whoever sat in it. The realm will take it back when it pleases. Tonight it sits empty under me. That is all. He sat. He sat slowly, the way an older man sits, with one hand to the arm. Daenerys watched him sit. Her face did not move much. Her mouth, after a moment, softened at the corner. You are a strange brother, Rhaegar. I have heard worse from my advisors. I am sure you have. She turned to the steward. Wendell, we will hold a council in this hall in 3 days. We will require, let us see, 12 chairs, a long table, a map of the 7 kingdoms. You will know whether the keep has one. A maester's writing kit, wine for 10, water for the Prince Aegon, who does not yet take wine at council. We will require the stone drum tower for our private chambers. The Queen will take the upper floor, the Prince Rhaegar the second, the Prince Aegon the first. The Lord Cannington and Ser Arthur and the Maester will lodge in the chambers off the lower hall. We will fly the dragon banner over the gate. We will not We will not yet fly the personal banners. The realm has not yet been told what is sitting in this hall. We will tell it ourselves in our own time. Until then, the dragon banner alone. Yes, your grace. Send a raven to King's Landing today. The raven is to bear no message. The bird itself is the message. King's Landing keeps a careful count of which keeps send ravens to which. A raven from Dragonstone today with no message will tell the small council in the Red Keep that Dragonstone is no longer empty. They will work at finding out who has come. We will let them work. Yes, your grace. Go. Wendell went. The first 3 days at Dragonstone were the days of the careful settling. The Unsullied were quartered in the lower keep and the cliff barracks. The Dothraki riders, the small colossaur that had agreed to come west with Daenerys, perhaps 300 horsemen of the Queen's personal guard, were quartered in the village itself, and the village fishermen were paid to sleep 2 nights at the hill house up the coast. And when they came back at the end of 3 days, they found their houses cleaner than they had been in years, and a small purse of silver on each table. The dragons settled on the stone drum. The fleet settled in the cove. The household took up the small chambers off the lower hall. Jon took the first floor of the stone drum, as he had been allotted. The chamber was a round room in the curve of the tower with a single great east-facing window that looked out over the long water toward the Crownland shore. The bed was new linens. The floor was old polished basalt. The small writing table by the window had an inkwell that someone in the village had refilled. He laid his harp on the table. He laid his sword on the bed. He stood at the window for a long time and looked at the green coast across the water that he had not seen for 5.5 years. Westeros. He had not yet set foot on it. Dragonstone was not, by the strict accounting of the geographers, the mainland. The Targaryens had ruled from Dragonstone for 2 centuries before they had ruled from the Crownlands, and the island was, in a particular kind of legal old reckoning, a kingdom of its own. He had landed on the island. He had not landed on Westeros. He stood at the window and looked at the small fingers of green he could see across the water and thought, that is the country I was born in. Ghost laid himself across the floor at his feet. He thought of his brothers. He thought of Bran, who he had to believe was alive somewhere. The last news Pylos had been able to gather was that the Bolton occupation of Winterfell had not, in any of its searchings of the wood and the ruined keep, found the bodies of the two younger Stark boys, and that the absence of bodies in such a search was, in the way of these things, evidence enough that the boys had gotten out. He thought of Rickon, who would now be, 8, perhaps 9. He thought of Sansa, in the Red Keep, married now. The latest report had confirmed it to the imp Tyrion Lannister. The Lannisters had finally settled the matter of the Stark inheritance by the small, simple expedient of marrying their own youngest son to the eldest Stark daughter. He thought of Arya. He thought of Arya a long time. He had not heard in the 10 months past any reliable report on her. He had heard a great many unreliable ones. He thought of his sister-in-law that had been the Westerling girl Talisa, whom he had not met. He thought of her belly. He thought of the small life that had not been allowed to be born. He did not let himself sit too long with the thinking. The thinking was a road that, at this hour, ran in only one direction. He had, the night past, sat at the rail of the Storm's Daughter with the Dragonstone lights coming up under the haze, and he had thought through it, and he had made the small decision that a man makes after a great loss, that he would carry the loss forward and not let it stop him at the door of the next thing. The next thing was a council in 3 days. He would be at the council. He would be at the council not as a boy in mourning, but as a young king who had a council to attend. He was not yet a king. The thought of the kingship had not, in fact, settled on him yet. It had been a thing he had said to his aunt on the deck, and that he was now, in the slow, small way these things settled, beginning to walk around in his own head. He was not yet a king. He would not call himself king until the bannermen of the North had written to him. He would not call himself king after they had written to him, until he had answered them. He would, in the meantime, be a prince of his father's house in council, and he would think about the second name when the second name was offered. He turned from the window. He went down the long stair of the stone drum to the small dining hall on the ground floor, where Ashara was in Volantis still, where a woman named Mary's, who had been the steward's late wife's cousin and who had taken on the kitchen for the new household, was laying out the supper on the long board. He sat at the board. He ate. The food was simple. He drank the small Dornish wine Mary's poured for him. He had learned in the last year to take it. After the meal he went up to his father's chamber on the 2nd floor. The room was not large. It had been Stanny's Baratheon solar, until lately. The small, heavy desk under the window was the desk that Stannis had used to write his letters of complaint to the realm. There were no Baratheon stags in the room any longer. There was, against the far wall, a small painting on canvas of a dragon, a black dragon, with the figure of a man on its back, that the steward had told them had been done by a Dornish painter at Aegon's court in the year after the conquest, and that had hung in the stone drum since. Rhaegar was at the desk when Jon came in. He was not reading. He was simply sitting with his palms flat on the wood and looking out the window at the dark water. Aegon, Rhaegar, sit. Jon sat. His father was very still for a moment. Then he turned in the chair to face him. The bannermen of the North will write. Yes, they will write to you. They will write because you are the one of the house they know. They will write because you are Eddard Stark's son in their reckoning and the next of Eddard's named line who can hold a sword. I have been thinking on it today in this room. You will receive their letters here, on Dragonstone. You will not yet ride north. The North is Aegon. The North is a Bolton-occupied country at the moment. We cannot put you on a horse and ride you up the Kingsroad with 300 men. We cannot fly you in on the dragon Daenerys would let you, I think. She is taken with you in a way I had not, until tonight, fully understood. But a dragon coming over Winterfell would set the country aflame in a way the country cannot afford. We will need to be careful. Yes. You will write back to whoever writes to you. You will write back as a prince, not a king. You will say that you have heard with grief of your brother's death, that you are honored by the writing, that you will, in time, come to the north, that in the meantime you ride beside Daenerys Targaryen of the House of the Dragon, who is your aunt, and that the cause of the dragon is also the cause of the wolf, and that the men who killed your brother will be made to answer to both. You will sign as Aegon Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, Lord of Winterfell, or Aegon Stark, Prince of Dragonstone, the King in the North in waiting, or Aegon. The signing will tell us a thing we have not yet decided. We will decide it before you write. Jon sat with the words. Why both names Rhaegar? Because the South will not bend to a Stark king in the North. The South has just had a Stark king in the North. The South killed him. The South requires a Targaryen on the throne to bend to. The North will not bend to a Targaryen who is not also a Stark. The North will bend to a Stark with a Targaryen father. Both names are the only signing that works in both directions. That is why I have not yet decided which name should come first. It is the smallest seeming question. It will be the largest one we ask at the council in 2 days' time. Aegon Targaryen, Lord of Winterfell. Is that a Targaryen prince who happens to hold a northern keep, or is that a northern lord who happens to be of the dragon's house? It is the difference between a small phrase and a different phrase. The realm will read it the day the letter is read. You will need to know which it is when you sign it. I will think on it. Do. Rhaegar, yes. You will not, when we go west into the war, you will not sit in this chair and let me ride. Aegon. I am not asking it as a son. I am asking it as a man who has been working with you for 5 years and has come to know what your body will and will not bear. You have a wound, Rhaegar. You have been carrying a wound. You are not, I have watched you in the last year manage the days. The wound will not let you ride a long horse for a long day. I know it. You know it. I am not asking you to admit it. I am telling you that I have seen it. I am telling you that I would have you here on the island when we ride west. I would have you here at the long table, with the dragons on the tower above you, and Connington and Marwyn at your elbows, and Ashara, when she comes from Volantis, at your shoulder. I would have you be the man at the chair the rest of us ride out from. You, Rhaegar. You have done the work for 30 years. I am asking you to let the next thing be the riding work, and to keep the chair work, which is the work you are best at and which the rest of us are not. Rhaegar looked at him a long moment. He looked at his hands. You are not, Aegon. You are not asking it in an unkind way. I am not. It is a thing I have been turning over for some weeks. I had not wanted to put it in front of you. I did not want to seem afraid. You are not afraid, Rhaegar. Aegon. I have known you 5 years. You are not afraid. You are tired. There is a difference. I would have you take the rest you have earned. I would have you take it not as a man stepping aside, but as a man taking the chair he is best at. Rhaegar looked at him. After a long while he said, very quietly, You will be a good king, Aegon. Whichever crown ends up on you, I had hoped I would live to see it. It appears I will. The seeing is the small thing I have been working toward for 18 years. I will take the chair work. You will take the riding work. We will do the work. We will do it well. Jon nodded. He stood up. He laid one hand briefly on his father's shoulder. The same small touch his father had laid on his in the chamber at Volantis on the night of the Robert news. And he went out. And he went up to his own chamber on the floor below. And he laid down on his bed beside Ghost and looked at the ceiling. And he slept, at last, the deep sleep of a boy who had set down a load and was glad of the setting. Chapter 9. End Chapter 10. The council was held on the third day in the great hall of Dragonstone, at the long table the steward had brought up from the lower keep, and laid out under the relief of Aegon on Balerion at the head of the room. There were 12 at the table. Daenerys sat at the head, Rhaegar at her right, Jon at her left. Sir Barristan Selmy at Daenerys's far right, Lord Cannington at Rhaegar's far right, Ser Arthur Dayne at Cannington's right. Maester Marwyn at Jon's far left, Ashara Dayne, newly arrived 2 days ago by a Tyroshi ship that had come up at speed at her own particular insistence, at Jon's left between him and Marwyn. Sir Oswell Went, Sir Richard Lonmouth, Thurian of Lies, in his capacity as the Queen's Master of the Fleet for the season. And, on the small chair at the foot of the table, the steward Wendell of Dragonstone Town, who had been invited, Daenerys had said firmly, when Cannington had tried to suggest otherwise, because the steward was the man who would be running the keep while the rest of them rode. And a man who did not know what was being decided could not run the keep through the deciding. The map on the table was the great map of the 7 kingdoms, in the old Targaryen style, with the 7 crowns of the realms picked out in small chips of dragonbone, and the small coastline of the wall picked out in a long line of black ink at the top. The map covered nearly the whole length of the table. There were 4 wax tablets at Daenerys's elbow. Each tablet held the latest of the reports from a particular quarter of the realm. She lifted the first, the south, she set it down. She lifted the second, the north. She set it down. She lifted the third, the wall. She held this one a moment longer before setting it down. The third was the most recent. The third was a single short letter, written in a careful trained maester's hand, that had come down from Castle Black by raven through the hand of a Manderley captain at White Harbor, and had reached Dragonstone 2 nights past. She had read the letter aloud to her brother and her nephew that night, in the small private chamber off the upper hall, and she had not slept after reading it. She set the tablet down. She lifted the 4th. And the east. There is news from a stapper, which I will speak of last because it is not a thing any of us will want to attend to today, and we will need our minds for the other 3 first. She laid the 4th aside. She looked around the table. We will go in this order. South first, that is Cannington and Selmy. North second, that is the Prince Aegon and Ser Arthur. Wall third, that is the Maester Marwyn. East last. We will not, Sir Oswell, do not look at me. I have not forgotten you. We will not yet speak of the fleet movement. Thurian of Lies will speak last, before the east. We will then take a vote of the table. The vote will not bind me. I will hear it. I will not, I will tell you now, I will not act on my own judgment alone in this. I have done that in Slaver's Bay. I have done it well and I have done it badly, and I have learned the cost of doing it without a council to share the deciding. We are 11 who will speak. We will speak. The 12th, she nodded to Wendell, will not vote but will hear, and the hearing will be the steward's part of the work. Cannington. Lord Cannington cleared his throat. South. He laid one finger on the south end of the map, on the small painted square that was King's Landing. The Lannister government. Tywin Lannister is hand of the king. The king is Tommen, second son of Cersei, 12 years old, malleable and not yet, by any account we have, particularly bright. The king's elder brother Joffrey is dead. He was poisoned 6 weeks past at the wedding to Margaery Tyrell, and the dying took the better part of an hour, and the city has not stopped talking of it. The Lannisters have laid the blame on Tyrion Lannister, who has fled the city. The small bird that has been laid at his door is your sister Sansa, Prince Aegon, who was married to him by the small council of the king last autumn, and who was at the wedding feast and who has also vanished, with no body and no trail from the morning after the death. Jon laid his hand on the table. My sister is alive. It would seem so, Prince. We do not know where. The The Lannisters do not know where. The smallest theory, the theory I most credit, is that she was carried off in the chaos of the Joffrey poisoning by an agent of the man Petyr Baelish, who has not been seen in King's Landing since. Baelish has been a friend of your Aunt Lysa Arryn for some years. The most likely guess is the Vale. We are working on the question. We will know more by the autumn. For now, I tell you only that she is not in any cell we know of, and that the Lannisters are looking for her with a great urgency that suggests they too believe her alive. Yes. As to the south more broadly, the Tyrells are now sworn to house Lannister by the marriage of Margaery to the boy Tommen, which has gone forward in the wake of Joffrey's death. Margaery is now the queen consort. The Tyrells have brought their reach armies south. They are quartered in the Crownlands and along the Rose Road. Mace Tyrell has been named to the small council. The Lannister-Tyrell alliance is, at this hour, the strongest single combination on the continent. Tywin commands perhaps 50,000 men if he can call them all up. The Tyrells command perhaps 80,000 if they call up their bannermen. The combination, if it holds, is too large to break with any field army Daenerys has at her command, even with the dragons. There is too much country to burn and too many granaries to hold. It will not hold, Selmy said quietly. Connington turned to him. You think not, sir? I do not. I have served at the small council. I know Mace Tyrell. He is a vain man, and his mother is a sharp one, and his daughter is a clever one. They will sit at the Lannister table for as long as it serves them. They will not sit at it past the day the Lannister table starts to turn. The day the Lannister table turns, the day a Tyrell field army faces a question like a dragon over the Reach, like an iron-born fleet on the western coast, like a Dornish host over the Prince's Pass, the Tyrells will reconsider. They will reconsider on their own time. We need only to provide the question. That is, I think, the South strategy. We do not need to break the South. We need to provide the South a reason to break itself. The dragons can do that without a single field battle if they are deployed. Pardon, my queen, not deployed against any massed formation. The dragons over a Tyrell granary that has not been emptied will speak louder to Mace Tyrell than 3 pitched battles. Daenerys nodded once. Continue. The Stormlands are leaderless. Stannis is dead. Renly is dead. The Storm Lord is now nominally a small Florent boy, but the Stormlands have not bent the knee to that boy, and the Stormlands are, for the first time since the conquest, open to a personal claim. The Stormlands' great men have not forgotten that Prince Rhaegar was a son of a Targaryen mother and a Stormlands fosterling for 2 years of his boyhood. There is a small nostalgia for his line that has been sleeping for a generation, and that, with the dragons in the air, will wake up. Yes. Dorne is yours, my queen. Doran Martell will rise. He will rise for his sister's son if his sister's son lived. He will rise for Prince Aegon as the named son of his sister's husband even though the marriage was set aside. He will rise for the true-born Targaryen claim. He has 10,000 spears in the desert, and he can put another 15,000 in the field if the Reach is busy. The Prince's Pass is open if the Reach is busy. If the Reach is busy is the phrase. We come back to the Reach again. And the Riverlands. The Riverlands are a charnel yard, my queen. The Freys hold the twins. The Boltons hold Riverrun by your sister-in-law's brother's death and by Walder Frey's daughter. The Tully bannermen who survived the Red Wedding are scattered. There is no single Riverlands army that can be raised against us. There is no single Riverlands army that can be raised against the Freys either. The Riverlands will need a long time of healing. We will need to do that healing. That is a longer matter. He sat back. Selmy laid his hand on the map. I would add the Vale. I have not spoken of the Vale because we know the least of the Vale. Lord Robert Arryn is a sickly child of 9. His mother Lysa Arryn, late aunt to your sister, Prince Aegon, was killed 2 months past, by all reports, by a fall from the moon door at the Eyrie. The official version is that she fell. The whisper is that she was pushed. The man at her elbow on the morning of her death was Petyr Baelish. Baelish is now Lord Protector of the Vale. The Vale has, under Baelish, raised perhaps 30,000 men and has not yet committed them to any side. What Baelish intends, I do not know. What he intends is, I suspect, a thing he has not yet finished making up his mind about. He is the most useful man on the board for our purposes, which is to say, the most dangerous. We will need to handle him with care. Daenerys looked at her brother, Rhaegar. Yes, Baelish is the man who took our hand. Yes, should we have him killed? There was a small silence at the table. Then Rhaegar said, very quietly, Daenerys, I would ask that we not kill Baelish. Why? Because Baelish, in his current position, is doing a thing for us that we cannot do for ourselves. He is freezing 30,000 Vale men in their valley. Those 30,000 men, if they were committed to the Lannisters, would tip the Reach question against us. They are not committed because Baelish has not yet decided. As long as Baelish has not yet decided, the men are frozen. If we kill Baelish, the Vale will fall to its next lord, likely to Jon Royce, who is a Stark loyalist and a good man, and who would commit the Vale to Prince Aegon's brother's cause within the moon. Aegon's brother is dead. The Vale would commit to the next claimant of the Stark name, which would be Aegon, which would be you. We would gain the Vale. We would also lose the Reach question. The Tyrells would see 30,000 fresh men on our side and would dig in with the Lannisters. We do better for the season with Baelish alive. We can kill him later. We will kill him later. We will not do it this year. Daenerys looked at him. You have thought about this for a while. I have, sister. I have thought about most of these things for many years. Yes, she turned to Jon. Aegon, anything to add on the south? No, Daenerys. Connington and Selmy have laid it out. I would only say, Sansa. If we know where she is, Vale or otherwise, I would have a man sent, quietly, to bring her to us if she would be brought. It will be done. Connington will see to it. Yes, your grace. North. Jon laid his hand on the great expanse of the north on the map. The north, he said. We have heard the writing of 2 of the great houses since I sent my letter from Meereen and since the news of the twins reached the north. The first letter came from the Mormonts, through Lord Manderly, to me. The second came from Lord Manderly himself, to me. Both letters acknowledge that the king in the north is dead. Both letters acknowledge that the true-born male heirs of the elder Stark line, my brothers Bran and Rickon, are missing, and presumed in hiding rather than dead. Both letters ask, Daenerys, Rhaegar, both letters ask whether the Lord Eddard Stark's son Jon Snow would, in the absence of his true-born brothers, take up the cloak of the north as a regent until the brothers are found. They ask without naming a Targaryen. They have not heard the Targaryen part. They have heard only that I am alive in the south and that I am with allies. He paused. There is a third letter. It came 2 days ago with the second. It came from Castle Black, the Watch. He laid the letter on the table. The Watch writes, Daenerys, sister, my prince father. Maester Marwyn will speak to this letter in his turn, since he is the man best suited to judge it, but I will say in summary what the letter says. The Watch writes that they have lost 3 of the great mountain passes north of the wall to a thing the Watch has not seen in living memory. They write that the wildlings beyond the wall have, in the last year, consolidated under a king beyond the wall named Mance Rayder and have moved south as one host, fleeing, a thing further north. They write that the Watch has had 4 ranging parties go out and not return. They write that one ranger has returned. He returned with the small dark account that, "Marwyn, you have read this letter more carefully than you should say it." Marwyn lifted his head. The Maester's small black eyes went briefly to Daenerys, then to Jon, then to Rhaegar. He drew a long, slow breath. "The Ranger reported," Marwyn said, "that the dead had risen. He used the old name. The others. He used the name with care, the way a man uses a word he has been trying not to say." The Ranger had been at one of the 4 lost ranging parties. He had survived because, by his own account, he was the last to ride out and the first to turn around when the others did not come back. He saw, by his own report, perhaps a dozen of the things. The things were, by his account, tall with eyes the color of pale ice, and bore a thin, cold sword that did not break on iron. The things did not pursue him. He believed they did not pursue him because he was alone and a single rider was not, to them, worth the chase. He returned to Castle Black. He reported, "The Lord Commander has held him for a week and questioned him daily. The Lord Commander has asked for help." The hall was very quiet. Daenerys leaned forward. "The Lord Commander asked for help. From every great house of the realm, my queen. The letters went out by Raven this past month. The letters did not, as far as I can tell, reach most of the great houses. Tywin Lannister received his and burned it. Mace Tyrell received his and laid it aside. Lord Manderly's was sent on to me. That is the letter you hold. The other northern houses received theirs and have, by Lord Manderly's report, written back to the Watch with promises. They have not yet sent men. They cannot send men. The northern houses have lost their men at the Twins and at Winterfell. The houses that have men are the Lannisters and the Tyrells, and the Lannisters and the Tyrells will not, without a great changing of mind, send their men to the wall." Marwyn paused. He looked at Daenerys. He looked at Rhaegar, "My queen. My prince. I have read this letter 3 times. I have walked in the courtyard with it. I have taken it apart in my own head. I will not make the mistake of telling you that the letter is true beyond doubt. It is one Ranger's report, brought in by an old Lord Commander who has been writing letters for weeks that no one has answered, and the Ranger may have lost his wits in a snowdrift. That is a possibility. I would not put more weight on it than the truth allows." He looked at Rhaegar. He looked at him a long moment. "But, Your Grace, you read the same letter I have read. You read it last night. You stood at the parapet of the upper terrace this morning and watched the dragons fly. You have spent, Your Grace, you have spent 30 years reading the prophecies. You read them when you were sat in this chair as a 13-year-old. You read them at the Citadel when you sneaked into the upper rooms of the library at night. You read them in this very stone drum tower when you were 15. You read them after Harrenhal. You read them, you have read them, Your Grace, every day of your life that I have known you. You know the shape of what the prophecies said. You know the shape of what is coming. I would not in my own mouth speak the word. I would have you speak it." Rhaegar laid both his hands flat on the table. He looked at the great map. He looked at the long line of black ink at the top. He drew breath. "It is the long night." He said it very quietly. He said it as one says a word that has been in one's mouth for 30 years and that one has at last been given the room to say. The long night. The thing the prophecies spoke of. The promised foe. The thing my chasing of which has cost. The thing the realm will fall to if the realm does not turn to face it. The thing I had thought, before tonight, was perhaps a prophecy I had been wrong about. I had thought it, in the long Volantine years in my private hours. I had thought it perhaps a song I had sung to myself to make my own choices look better. I will tell you. I have hoped in the last 12 years I have hoped that I was wrong. He laid one hand briefly across his eyes. I was not wrong. A long silence. He lifted his head. "This is the song," he said. "The song that I built my life around the wrong end of. The song was not, Daenerys, sister, my son. The song was not for me to sing. The prince that was promised. I had thought when I was young that the prince was me. That was the great error of my early life. I built around the error. I built marriages around it. I built deaneries. I cannot speak of all the things I built around it tonight. I will speak of them in their own time. But the error was real. The prince was not me. The song is here. The song is the thing in the letter. The song is what is happening at the wall. He looked at Jon. And the prince, I think, is you. Jon went still. Rhaegar. Aegon, listen. I am not laying the prophecy on you in the way it was laid on me. The prophecy is a song. The song does not bind. You are not the prince because I am telling you you are. You are the prince if you are because the song says so, and because the song will, I think, show itself in the doing. I would not have you carry the prophecy at 12 the way I did. I would not have you carry it at all if you do not choose it. But the song is here. The song is in the letter. Someone is going to need to ride north. I had hoped that someone would be Daenerys with the dragons. I had hoped we could land at Dragonstone, sit a season, take King's Landing and ride north as a triumphant new throne with the dragons at our back. We do not have a season. The watch has weeks, perhaps. We do not have time to take the south first. We have to choose. He looked at Daenerys. Sister. I would have you lay your judgment on the table. The south is yours. The north is the north. The south will hold for a season without us. The north will not hold a season. We have to choose. Daenerys sat very still. She looked at the map. She looked at the long line of black ink at the top. She looked at Rhaegar. She looked at Jon. After a long while she said very quietly, I have only just gotten back to the realm, brother. I have only just landed. I have not yet sat the chair I have come for. I know. And you would have me give it up. I would have you decide, sister. I would have you weigh. The chair will sit. The chair has sat empty for a year. The chair will sit another year, perhaps two. The wall will not. She looked at the map a long time. She looked at the dragons that were not in the room. She looked at the great empty map of the realm she had just landed in. She looked at Jon. Then she said, Aegon, what do you want? He looked at her. He had been preparing, in the small, careful way Rhaegar had taught him, for a question of this kind in this hour. He had been preparing for it on the deck of the Storm's Daughter on the long voyage. He had been preparing for it in the days at Dragonstone since they had landed. He had not, until she asked it, fully had the answer in his mouth. He found, as he opened his mouth, that the answer was there. I want to go north, Daenerys. I want to go north, he said again. I want to go north because the north has written to me and asked me. I want to go north because my brothers, if my brothers live, are somewhere in that country and would, by my coming, have a place to come back to. I want to go north because the man at the wall has written that he needs help and no one has answered him. And the man is asking my house, in particular, the way men have always asked our house when the dead have risen. I want to go north because, Daenerys. Because the throne is a thing the realm will not need a king for if the long night comes. And because the kings who have sat the throne in the realms past have, when the long night came once before, been remembered if they are remembered, for what they did at the wall. Not for what they did in the throne room. I want to go north. He paused. He looked at his father. He looked back at her. I would not, Daenerys. I would not have you give up your chair. The chair is yours. You have come a great long way for it. You have earned it. I would have you sit it. I would have the South be your work this year. I would have you in this hall, in that very chair, with my prince father at your right hand and your dragons on the upper tower, and Connington and Selmy at the table, and the Tyrells slowly turning, and Doran Martell coming up the Prince's Pass, and the Lannisters being slowly squeezed in their west. I would have you take King's Landing in the autumn and free my other father from his cell. And I would have you sit the Iron Throne in the winter as the Queen of 6 kingdoms. And I would, in the meantime, Daenerys. I would, in the meantime, ride to Winterfell with Connington and Arthur and a dragon. If you would lend us one, regal, perhaps. The green is the gentlest, and I have read that he loves the cold. And I would meet the watch at Castle Black. And I would ride beyond the wall with the men who can be raised, and I would do what is asked of the prince that the song was asking of. He looked around the table. I would do that as the king in the north if the bannermen will have me. I would do that as Aegon Stark. I would do that with my Targaryen name kept in private with my house, and with my Stark name kept in public with my country. I would not, Daenerys. I would not, even if you offered, take up the Targaryen throne. The throne is yours. I am the walls. That is what I want. The hall was very still. Daenerys looked at him a long, quiet moment, then she looked at her brother. You knew he would say this. I had hoped he would say this. I had not, Daenerys. I had not asked him to say it. He has come to it on his own. Yes. She sat for a long while with her hands flat on the table. She looked at the map. She looked at the long line of black ink at the top. She looked back at her nephew. It is a wise division of work, Aegon. I have been thinking about it for some weeks, Daenerys. Yes, she drew breath. Yes. It is the right division. I will sit the chair. You will ride to the wall. We will tell Westeros that we have done it this way. We will tell it together. We will fly the dragon over the south while the wolf flies over the north. We will, Aegon. We will be the queen and the king of the realm together in our own ways, for whichever years the gods will permit us. I will not enjoy losing your counsel in the south, nephew. You will gain, Daenerys. You will gain my prince father at your right elbow. He has never been better at the work he is best at than he is now. I will write you. We will keep the ravens busy. We will speak in the language Marwyn taught us. We will speak as freely on paper as we have spoken at this table. You will not lose me, sister. You will only loan me to the wall for a season. She looked at him. She inclined her head, the small, slow Daenerys inclination, the one she had used in Meereen for the men who had sworn to her freely. Then go, nephew. Go with my blessing. Take Regal. He is the gentlest. He is also the cleverest. He will watch you for himself. He is Aegon. He is going to choose you. He has been close to choosing you since the deck of the Storm's daughter. Take him. Take Connington. Take Arthur. Take Sir Oswell. Take Sir Richard. Take Maester Marwyn if he will go. He is the man who knows the prophecies. Take 1,000 of my unsullied if Grey Worm will spare them. Take Thurian of Lys's 3 runners. You will need ships. Take whoever else will go with you. Sail in the 3rd week of this moon. We will hold the south. We will hold it well. Yes, Daenerys. And Aegon. Yes, Daenerys. Come back. The south is mine. The north will be yours. We will not lose one another. We will not. The vote was taken. It was not, by the time it was taken, a vote that anyone at the table had any doubt about. Connington voted to send Aegon north. Selmy voted to send Aegon north. Arthur voted to send Aegon north. Marwyn voted to send Aegon north. Ashara voted to send Aegon north. Sir Oswell, who had been quiet through the council, voted to send Aegon north and to ride with him. Sir Richard Lonmouth voted to send Aegon north and to ride with him also. Thurian of Lys voted to send Aegon north and to put his 3 runners under the prince's hand for the spring. Wendell of Dragonstone Town did not vote because he had not been given a vote, but he laid his palm flat on the table and bowed his head in the small old Dragonstone gesture when his name was passed over. The 11 were unanimous. Daenerys laid her hand on the table. Aegon Targaryen, Lord of Winterfell, Prince of Dragonstone, the king in the north. She looked at him. We will write the announcement on the morning. We will fly your banner, your wolf with the dragon at the head, since you are the king of both, over the gate. The realm will rate it. The realm will know what we have done. We will not pretend otherwise. The wolf and the dragon, side by side, we are kin. Let it be the realm's first signal of the new shape. Yes, Daenerys. Now eat, we will eat. Wendell, bring up what is below. We are 11 hungry kings and queens, and we have done a long day's work. The fleet sailed in the 3rd week of the moon, as agreed. 6 ships left Dragonstone Harbor on the morning tide. Thurian's 3 Lyseni runners, 2 of the captured slaver galleys carrying the 1,000 unsullied that Grey Worm had insisted on commanding personally for the duration of the voyage, and 1 fast Pentoshi cog carrying Maester Marwyn, and a small selection of the Dragonstone Library's older books on the long night. The ships flew the new banner, the grey direwolf of House Stark on a white field, with the small 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen quartered in the upper left. Above them flew Regal. The green dragon had taken to Jon over the 3 weeks of the council. He had taken to him slowly, in the small, considered way the dragons did things. He had landed first on the parapet of the stone drum near where Jon was standing one morning, and he had let Jon lay a hand on the long green muzzle. And a few days later, he had let Jon climb to the upper terrace and stand near him while Daenerys was talking to the Black. And on the morning of the sale, with no fanfare and with no ceremony, Daenerys had walked Jon up to the upper terrace and had said quietly, in the High Valyrian he was now fluent in, now climb. He is yours for the season. Climb, nephew. And Jon had climbed. He had climbed to the long green back, and he had laid his hand on the row of small spinal spikes that ran the length of the dragon's spine, and the dragon had settled under him, and Daenerys had given him the small old word she had taught herself for fly, which was salves. And the dragon had, without any further instruction, opened his great green wings and lifted, slowly, off the parapet, and Jon had ridden a dragon in a long, careful circle around the upper terrace, with his father watching from below and his aunt watching from the parapet with her hand at her own mouth in the small, still fierce gesture of a queen who was watching her work succeed in a way she had imagined, and that exceeded the imagining. He had ridden well. He had not fallen. He had brought the dragon in after a quarter hour on the upper terrace. He had dismounted. He had laid his palm briefly on the green muzzle. The dragon had, and it would ever after be the small certain thing he carried, laid his green eye on Jon's eye and held it, and the eye had said, in whatever way an eye says such a thing across the 1,000 years between dragon and man, yes, I have chosen you. We will go. He had bowed his head briefly to the dragon. Then he had bowed his head to his aunt. Then he had walked down the long inner ramp of the stone drum to the quay where the ships were waiting, and Connington and Arthur and Selmy and Marwyn and Thurian and Sir Oswell and Sir Richard and Ghost had been waiting, and they had boarded. The ship sailed. The dragon flew. They went north. They reached the mouth of the White Knife in 11 days. Lord Wyman Manderley received them at the harbor of White Harbor with the proper honors of a Lord Paramount welcoming his king, which was the new shape of the title that the Mormonts and the Glovers and the Karstarks and the Manderleys and the Serwyns and the Tallharts and the Umbers had all, by separate ravens to Dragonstone over the past 3 weeks, agreed to use for him. He came down to the quay in his cart drawn by 4 horses, and he heaved himself onto the stones with the assistance of 2 stout Manderley men, and he went to one knee on the quay, which was a thing Lord Wyman had not done for any man in 20 years, his knees being what they were, and he rose slowly and embraced Jon as a Lord Paramount embraces a young king of his country. Your Grace, Lord Wyman. You are, Your Grace. You are taller than the boy I sent on the Sea Star. I cannot recall the name of the Sea Star's captain at this moment. He sent me a small letter from Volantis, I believe. Thurian of Lies, my lord. He is the man at the wheel of the runner behind us. Thurian, yes, I owe him a cup of Reach White. We will see to it tonight. Your Grace. I would say more, I will save it. There is a great deal I would say. Come up to my hall. We will eat, we will speak. The Mormonts have ridden in to greet you. You will know Lady Meage. The Glovers are here. The Umbers are here. We have laid out a great hall for you tonight, Your Grace. The hall. He stopped, and his great pink face worked a moment. The hall has been laid for the Stark King. It is the Stark King we have raised, Your Grace. It is the Stark King we will fight for. There is also on the high table a chair laid for the dragon. We are not in the north in the habit of laying chairs for dragons. We are also not in the north in the habit of being asked to. We have laid the chair tonight, I would have you know. I know, Lord Wyman, thank you. Come, Your Grace. The ride to Winterfell took 10 days at the pace the cart could manage. The Bolton occupation of Winterfell had ended in the 3rd week of Jon's stay at Dragonstone. An alliance of the Mormonts and the Glovers and the Karstark loyalists, learning that a Stark heir had landed at Dragonstone and was preparing to march, had risen against the small Bolton garrison and had, in the space of a fortnight, taken the keep back. Roose Bolton himself had been at the Twins celebrating his stewardship of the Riverlands. He had not yet ridden north when the news of Jon's coming reached him, and was now, by Connington's last report, gathering his forces at the crossing and moving slowly. Because Roose Bolton did not move quickly for any reason back toward Winterfell. The race between them was the question of the season. Jon won the race. He rode through the gate of Winterfell on a gray gelding the Mormonts had given him at White Harbor, with Ghost at his right and Connington at his left, and Arthur a horse-length behind. On a morning in the late autumn, when the sky was the color of slate, and the first thin snow was on the ground in the higher courtyards, the dragon flew in slow circles overhead, very high, and the northern bannermen who had ridden out to meet him at the last hearth and at the long lake and at the Wolf's Wood had ridden in with him. And the procession that came up the King's Road to the gate was the largest army the North had assembled in the year past, and it was perhaps 4,000 men. It would grow. The men of the North had been written to. They would come. He rode through the gate. The keep was Winterfell. It was Winterfell with new scars. It was Winterfell with the small Bolton flayed man flag taken down from the gate, and with the Stark direwolf raised back up. It was Winterfell with the glass gardens broken, and the library tower blackened from a Bolton fire, and with the small inner kitchen wing. He saw it as he rode through the gate, with old Gage stove visible through a hole in the wall, burned out 2 seasons ago, and not yet rebuilt. It was Winterfell, and it was his, and it was scarred. He dismounted in the courtyard. He stood for a moment with his hand on the gelding's bridle and looked at the keep he had not seen in 5.5 years. He looked at the broken tower. He looked at the bell tower, where Bran had once climbed the stair with him. He looked at the small chapel of the Seven, where Catelyn had laid her palm against his cheek. He looked at the long dark line of the godswood beyond the inner gate. Then he handed the reins to a Mormont squire, and he walked to the godswood. He walked alone. Ghost padded behind him a respectful 3 paces. Connington and Arthur did not follow. He walked across the inner courtyard, and through the open inner gate, and along the small dirt path under the old oaks, and at last he came out into the small clearing at the center of the wood, where the heart tree stood as it had always stood, with the long pale face on its trunk and the small still pool at its foot. He stopped at the edge of the clearing. He looked at the heart tree. The heart tree was the same. The face was the same. The pool was the same. The small ring of moss stone at the foot of the tree was the same. Even the small old slant of the ground at the foot of the trunk, where he had sat as a boy and looked at his own face in the still water, was the same. He walked to the long stone at the foot of the tree. He sat down. He sat for a long time without speaking. Ghost came up and laid himself across his feet, the way he had laid himself across his feet on the day both fathers, he thought now, had said yes to the man across the sea. He laid his hand on the back of the great white skull. He looked at the heart tree. He looked at the still water. He looked at his own face in it. He saw, after the months at sea and the months in the saddle, the face of a young man who had grown into something unfamiliar to him, and who was, in the unfamiliar shape, also the boy who had sat here at 12 and asked the wood for an answer that had not come. The wood at 12 had not answered. The wood at 17 did not answer either. The wood was a wood. He understood, sitting on the long stone, that the wood had never been the answering thing. The wood had been the place where the answering had been done. The answering had been his. He had been answering for some time now. He drew breath. He closed his eyes. He thought of his mother. He thought of her in the way he had thought of her often, the way that was a small dark fuzz at the back of his head. He thought of the Tower of Joy, and of the small dark fuzz of his own newborn head against her thin hand. He thought of her laughing at him as she said, "I have been waiting for you a very long time. I am sorry, I am tired." He thought of her hand on the back of his head. He let her hand sit there. He thought of Lord Eddard Stark in a black cell beneath the Red Keep, who would be set free. He had to believe. He had to make himself believe. And the believing was not a hard work, because Daenerys was who she was and Connington was who he was, by the spring. He thought of his prince father, sitting in the chair of the stone drum at Dragonstone with the small Lyseni harp on his knee, looking out at the long water toward the Crownland shore. He thought of his aunt, who would be by next spring the queen of the 6 kingdoms or thereabouts, who would, by the last raven from Dragonstone, already have moved her forward camp to Storm's End and have begun the slow, careful work of the South. He thought of Robb. He thought of Robb's letter on the camp table. He thought of whatever I become, whatever they make me. I am still your brother. He thought of Bran. He thought of Rickon. He thought of Sansa, somewhere in the Vale or somewhere else, who would in time be brought to him. He thought of Arya, somewhere in the world with a sword and a small fierce mouth. He had not, in the months of the council, learned where she was. He would, perhaps, learn. He thought of the long road north of the wall. He thought of the cold. He thought of the thing the ranger had seen. He thought, I am a long way from the boy on the lake stones. I am also still the boy on the lake stones. He opened his eyes. The face on the tree had not moved. The face had perhaps, settled a small degree more into the small private set that, on a good day at 12, he had always thought was a kind of small private smile. Behind him in the wood, a footstep sounded. He turned. His father was at the edge of the clearing, not Eddard, who was in a cell 2,000 miles south, not Rhaegar, who was at Dragonstone 2,000 miles south by another road. Both of his fathers were elsewhere, but a different man. Older than him by 20 years, and wearing the small dark cloak of the household he had left at Dragonstone, and carrying in the crook of one arm a small Lyseni harp. Aegon. It was Connington. He had come in quietly along the path. He had come the way he always had, by the back way, my lord. You have been here a while. I have. Your bannermen are in the great hall. They are waiting. I will come to them. Yes. There is, Aegon. There is one more thing I would put in your hand before you come. He came forward. He held out the harp. Your prince father sent it. He sent it with me from Dragonstone. He said, Connington's mouth worked a moment. He said, give it to him in the godswood. Give it to him on the day he sits at the foot of the heart tree. He will know when. You will know also. Give it to him then. He sent it. I have brought it. Jon took the harp. He laid it across his knee. He looked at it. It was the same Lyseni harp his father had taught him on in the courtyard at Volantis, the morning after he had come. The wood had not changed. The strings were tighter than he remembered. His father had restrung them at some point in the month since, with a heavier gauge. The small inscription his father had carved at the base, a tiny Targaryen sigil with a tiny direwolf at its right paw, done in the smallest possible knife cuts, was new. He laid his hand on the strings. He played, very softly, the song his mother had liked. He played it through. The notes rose into the cold autumn air of the godswood and settled there. And another note followed, and another, and at the end he laid his hand flat on the strings and stilled them. Kennington was very still at the edge of the clearing. The small still water at the foot of the tree held the sound a long moment after the harp had let it go. Jon stood up slowly. He laid the harp on the long stone. He looked at the heart tree once more. He turned to Kennington. "Tell the bannermen I will come to them. Your Grace." "And Lord Kennington?" "Yes. At dawn we will gather in the courtyard. We will ride at dawn for the wall. The men who can be raised in the next 7 days will join us at Castle Black. We will not, Kennington. We will not wait. The wall has waited too long." Kennington bowed. "Your Grace." "Then we ride at dawn." Above the wood, somewhere very high, the green shape of Rhaegar turned in a long, slow circle against the slate-colored sky, and the small, dark face in the bark of the heart tree held its small private set. And Jon Snow, Aegon Targaryen, king in the north, lord of Winterfell, prince of Dragonstone, stood at the foot of the tree with his harp on the stone and his wolf at his heel, and he turned, and he walked out of the godswood toward the great hall and the bannermen and the long road north. With his father's letter in his belt and his mother's song in his ear, and the small, steady, warm thing at the back of his throat that Ser Arthur Dayne had told him about, years ago in another courtyard. Balerion. He had it now. He walked.